Ghost Spider by Azure Blade. Gwen Stacy has been having a rather terrible week. Her father murdered by the mafia, spending her time bouncing between public areas too afraid to go home, and waking up in a public restroom with no idea why she passed out. She soon discovers she has been gifted incredible powers and decides to use them to track down the men responsible for her father's murder and keep the streets of Gotham safe. Wait, Gotham? Genres are superheroes. Multiple lead characters' secret identity. Action. Adventure. Female lead. Warning: this fiction contains profanity. Chapter 1. A rundown public restroom was not the kind of place many people appreciated waking up in. It certainly wasn't something the young woman who had just picked herself up off the floor had enjoyed. Between the somewhat slimy feeling it left on her skin and the migraine pounding in time with her heartbeat, this was easily the worst wake-up call she could remember. That she couldn't seem to remember why she was in a restroom in the first place was another point of concern, but it was pushed out of her mind in favor of dragging herself to one of the sinks lining the wall and turning on the tap. After a quick rinse got the worst of the slimy feeling off, the young woman looked into a slightly dirty window and realized several things at once. First, her face and hair was distinctly not what she remembered them looking like. Second, despite the rather pretty new features, she looked like hell with pale skin and circles under her eyes so dark they were almost bruises. Third, she actually recognized the face in the mirror. "Why do I look like Gwen Stacy?" she rasped to her reflection, her voice sounding rough and dry. Naturally, her migraine picked that moment to step up the intensity a level. It felt like 3 separate lifetimes' worth of memories were jockeying for dominance in her mind. One was obviously the mind of Gwen Stacy, aka Spider-Woman, given the memories of swinging through cities on lines of silk shot from special devices given to her by Janet Van Dyne, and after a disastrous encounter that left her depowered. An imitation silk created by a Clintar symbiote. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Another was a rather intelligent engineering student, also a Gwen Stacy as it turned out, who had been a rather normal life overall. She was smart enough to reach the top of her classes with diligent study, but lacked that spark that let her break out and stand apart from the masses. There was more, but digging deeper caused the young woman's migraine to pulse harder, making getting more details an impossibility for the moment. The last, and somehow the dominant personality, was of a nameless person from an Earth with absolutely nothing special about it. Memories of hours spent enjoying the adventures of comic book heroes, be it through books, movies, games, etc., easily came to the front of the young woman's mind. But any hint of personal memories remained absent. Names of friends or family where they lived, hell, even just the name and gender of the person these memories belonged to were just absent. With a grown Gwen, if 2 out of 3 memories were convinced her name was Gwen, she would roll with it, dropped her head into her hands, and allowed the rush of memories to settle. The sooner thinking stopped feeling like a hot poker to the brain, the better. A small eternity later, her migraine settled into a dull throb and Gwen decided to stumble out onto the streets and perhaps find a bench she could rest at instead. The smells in the bathroom were not helping her recovery. Thankfully, it was evening outside, so despite being in the middle of a city somewhere, there was almost no traffic going by. That said, she didn't recognize her surroundings at all. The dreary, beaten-down feel of the city was a large contrast to most of the cities Gwen remembered. Between the jumbled-up memories, new city, and killer headache, she was starting to get an unpleasant idea as to what happened to her. A police car screamed past her, lights flashing, but Gwen simply continued making her way down the cracked sidewalk. She eventually managed to find a nearby newspaper stand and couldn't help but curse. Damn it all, I was ROB'd. Sitting innocently in a display case was a newspaper with the Gotham Times boldly written across the top. Well, at least it's not Brockton Bay. Chapter 2. Damn it all, I was ROB'd. Miss? Are you alright? An older female voice spoke up behind Gwen, making her jump from the unexpectedness of it. She whirled around to look at the new speaker, only to screw her eyes shut and clutch at her head as the swift movement made her headache flare up again. "Hey, easy now. I'm not going to hurt you." The woman continued, her voice gentle but with a steel core to it. Gwen managed to crack an eye and at least get a look at the newcomer, though. A Latina woman with long dark hair was edging towards her. Gwen might have been more suspicious of a person in dark clothes and a hand reaching to their side, but the police badge hanging from the woman's neck dismissed most of those feelings. "You said you were robbed?" "My name is Detective Renee Montoya. I can help." "Wait, Gwen. Is that you? Do I know you?" Gwen asked hesitantly. Her memories were still jumbled together, and while Renee Montoya sounded familiar for some reason, she couldn't immediately place the name to a face. I guess you wouldn't remember, but I used to visit once in a while when you were littler. I used to work with your father." The last part was a tone mixed between hopeful and melancholy. Gwen knew there was more to her statement than that but couldn't bring herself to try and remember. Gwen didn't know what to say to that, so she simply kept quiet. Detective Montoya waited for a bit, hoping the younger girl would open up a bit. But the longer she looked at the girl, the more she realized Gwen was barely standing. "Okay, Gwen, can you tell me what happened? You don't look so well, and I heard you say you were robbed." She prodded. Hopefully this time Gwen would say something. I don't really know. I woke up in a restroom back that way." Gwen waved back in the general direction she came from, "and I just noticed I didn't have my wallet." She lied lamely. It wasn't like she could tell someone that she was dropped into a random dimension by an unknown cosmic entity. Renee nodded along but didn't fully believe her. There had been a report of an altercation in a restroom a little while ago, and that one of the participants had smashed into a wall and from cursing overheard by the caller was without a pulse. Gwen didn't have any visible injuries, but Renee pretty easily figured Gwen was the person knocked out. There must have been a reason for it, though she wouldn't press for answers until later. "Do you feel like you need to go to a hospital?" Renee began running down the standard list of questions regarding someone's health. Gwen honestly told her she felt awful but had no desire to go to a hospital. The two went back and forth several times until Renee was tempted to force the issue. Seeing that Gwen tried to reach a compromise, Renee could drive her home. Apparently the address the detective had matched one of the addresses that randomly popped into her head from one of her sets of memories, and if there was any signs of Gwen getting worse, she would go to the hospital then. However, if there was any sign of Renee taking her to the hospital before then, she would jump out of the car and take her chances on the street. Something she would actually try when she saw a sign pointing to Gotham General before Renee gave up and turned onto another road. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Gwen tried to keep alert for any more deviations, but the detective soon pulled up next to a modest-looking apartment building and began helping the younger woman inside. "Come on, Gwen, just a little further, and then you can lie down." Renee cajoled as she half-guided/half carried the girl into the room. "I'll get you sorted out and then—" What the hell happened here? The small apartment looked as though every square inch had been ransacked. Every cabinet and drawer had been opened and their contents thrown to the floor. Papers covered nearly every surface in a way that was clear that someone had been looking for something specific in a hurry. There didn't seem to be anyone still in the apartment, but Renee still drew her sidearm regardless. You didn't last long as a cop in Gotham by taking stupid risks. "Is anyone there?" "This is the GCPD," Detective Montoya called out. Gwen twitched at the sudden loud noise and began looking around. Something like a ghost sensation made her look back into the hallway leading to the apartment, where she saw a lone man in a suit steadily walking towards the two of them. Gwen weakly pulled on Renee's sleeve, drawing the older woman's attention to the newcomer. "Good evening, Detective," the suit called confidently. He halted close enough that they could speak easily, but far enough away that he seemed unthreatening. "I'm glad to see you found the young Miss Stacy. It would be unfortunate if anything befell her after the tragedy with her father." Detective Montoya's eyes were like flint. "Falcone," she accused. The man nodded but made no comment. "A notice will make its way to the commissioner, but the family had nothing to do with what happened to Captain Stacy. It was a frame-up by an individual who thought he was smarter than he is," he said instead. "Miss Stacy has nothing to fear from them, and the individual will be dealt with." Gwen winced as more memories started to fall in place. Her father, Captain George Stacy, working late into the night over some important case. Him saying he figured something out. Gunshots ringing out on a street corner and the feeling of needing to run away. A week of hiding out on the streets, bouncing between 24-hour diners and coffee shops. Never feeling safe enough to sleep. Having delivered his message, the man offered his condolences and turned to leave. You think you can just walk away from this? Detective Montoya snapped, raising her pistol to point at the man. I'm just a messenger, Detective. The man said plainly. Besides, shouldn't you be more concerned about the girl there than me? Both of them knew Gwen was in no shape to do more than perhaps flop defensively away if violence broke out soon. Renee dropped her arm with a snarl, and the suit took that as a sign to disappear down the hall. Damn it all. All right, come on, Gwen. I need to go down to the station and talk to Gordon about this. Let's get you to bed, and I'll be back first chance I get, okay? Renee went back to guiding the younger girl forward, eyes peeled for any more surprises. Renee hated the idea of leaving a vulnerable girl in a wrecked apartment alone, but unfortunately Gotham was often a place where choices ranged from bad to horrible, and the people just needed to deal with it. Still, she felt the place was reasonably secure after finding a spare key to the front door and locking it behind her as she hurried off to report to the commissioner. The sooner she got there, the sooner she could make it back. On Gwen's part, she found that despite not really knowing what was going on, the mixture of her headache and the fairly soft bed Renee had dumped her in made consciousness a tenuous state of being. In fact, the longer she laid there, the more she allowed the waves of memories to wash over her, slowly allowing them to settle in place as she drifted off into a restless sleep. Oh! When Gwen awoke from her rather unsatisfying sleep, she was still exhausted, but was pleased to notice her headache had almost entirely disappeared. But just because she wasn't in pain didn't mean it wasn't still a shock looking around the ruined scene of her apartment. She blinked at the thought that it was her apartment. Apparently, she had neatly resolved any dissonance between her three memories. She wasn't entirely sure that was a good thing. It practically screamed of something meddling to her, especially since her newly cleared head gave her the full picture about what the suit had been talking about last night. Her father had been murdered. Gwen had to fight back some tears at that thought, because someone had tried to frame something on the Falcone Mafia and he stumbled into something. Going by the state of her apartment and the apparent attack on her in the restroom, whoever had done it was still looking for whatever information her dad had found. I could have really used spider powers a few days ago. Gwen idly used a mental command ingrained from her memories as Spider-Woman and was shocked when the sleeve of her coat shifted to a skin-tight white glove. Although I guess better late than never, she said with a slight smile. Chapter 3. Gwen sighed as she shifted through a mound of old newspapers. For the past few weeks, she had been pulled in several directions. Dealing with her father's funeral, replacing the interior of her apartment, attempting to keep up with her engineering courses, and trying to get her finances in order so she still had all her utilities meant Gwen had very little free time to experiment her powers. That wasn't to say she hadn't used them at all. She was rapidly mastering the limited abilities of her version of the Venom symbiote and her spider powers, and swinging through the city at night was one of the most exhilarating things she had ever done. But she simply couldn't find the limits of those powers with the small amount of time available to her. But now that some of her personal time was freed up, she had a self-imposed mission: figuring out which universe she was in. The Justice League was a thing. Something that Gwen was happy for because that meant global threats usually were taken care of fairly quickly, but it was also not just the original 7, or the dozens of the JLA series. Gwen supposed the League could have been in a transitory phase, but none of the events she could find really lined up with that universe. On the other hand, the Teen Titans and the Young Justice teams didn't seem to be a thing. At least there was no mention of a sub-league of sidekicks, though Gwen had come across several of them. Interestingly, there were quite a few more than she was expecting. The Bat family had Nightwing and Robin along with Batgirl, no sign of Damian then. Supergirl was also around, which pruned off several potential universes and at the same time didn't narrow them down at all. Kid Flash and Speedy had recently teamed up, and several others had also made headlines. Gwen was starting to think this was a universe she didn't have out-of-context knowledge of. Something that relieved and concerned her. She wasn't going to be stuck trying to follow whatever future knowledge she might have been given, but she also wouldn't know about any major threats ahead of time. So what was the point of the ROB giving me those memories? Gwen laid her head in her arms and slouched over the table. I don't see a reason. Except for the identities of dozens of heroes and villains, their powers, weaknesses, secret plans. Okay, I think I answered my own question. A chair on the other side of the table was pulled out and someone sat down, leaning over the table to get closer to her. Gwen? You doing okay? Gwen looked up from her position to see a red-headed girl around her age looking at her with concern. Barbara, Gwen greeted. Still doing fine. Just like the last 50 times you asked. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Gwen had been visited several times recently by police officers stopping by to check on her and offer condolences. The GCPD might be a corrupt mess in general, but the good officers like Commissioner Gordon and her father had started pushing back that rot. Among the visitors was the commissioner's own daughter, Barbara Gordon. And while the two girls had quite a bit in common, both were very intelligent girls at the tops of their classes, athletic to some degree, and had a single parent almost married to their job. Barbara and Gwen were at best friendly acquaintances through their dad's work. Since Gwen had been fairly reclusive socially due to her need to keep her grades at the top of the class. The still fairly recent turn of events had led to the redhead checking in on the newly orphaned blonde as much as possible. She sought her out whenever classes let out for lunch, often visiting when other members of the GCPD stopped by her apartment, and otherwise just tried to be there for Gwen. It was nice of her, and normally Gwen would be more appreciative, but with the new knowledge that Barbara was actually Batgirl, Gwen was a little paranoid her powers would be sniffed out somehow. It was an irrational fear, but Gwen had no intentions of being kicked out of the city just because Batman had decided he would have final say on what heroes could operate there. Especially not until she figured out exactly what her dad had been killed for. Right, sorry. I'm not trying to be a pest, but yeah. Barbara trailed off awkwardly. It's fine, I get it. Gwen waved her off. She and Barbara might not really be friends, but she still appreciated the effort being put into checking on her, even if it was inconvenient personally. So, what are you working on? Barbara's natural curiosity making itself known after the conversation lulled. Sociology final. We need to write an essay on the impact of the rising number of heroes and villains. Gwen half lied. She had mostly been researching for her own purpose, but she really did have an essay to write. Starting early? Finals aren't starting for another month. Gwen smiled, but there was a bitter slant to it. Well, I figured if it's going to be my last semester, I might as well go out on a high note. Barbara was shocked. The two of them had been unofficial rivals for the top spot in several computer courses they shared. To hear that Gwen was leaving. Your last semester? Why? I know things have to be rough right now, but to drop out as a sophomore. Gwen shrugged. I can't afford it. Yeah, I'm getting help from several programs, and I have what Dad left me. She trailed off for a bit before shaking herself and continuing. But that won't last forever. Especially with the way Gotham is. She shrugged again, so it's the end of the line for me. Of course Gwen had plans to support herself, but she recognized if she wanted to do anything more as a hero than be a weekend crime fighter, she would need to drop college. A financial crisis was as good a reason as any to drop out, and she had only really been in the program for the degree and to make her father proud. If she really wanted to, she could learn anything else on her own and start her own company. And you're just okay with that? Barbara practically yelled, leaping to her feet and slamming the table. She quickly sat down again under the irritated stares coming from the other people in the library, but she remained focused on Gwen. Not really if Gwen was being honest with herself. But it was the decision she made. She tried to play it off to the increasingly frustrated redhead as not that big a deal, but Barbara refused to calm down. She practically vowed to find a way for Gwen to stay in school to the point Gwen half expected her to offer to pay in her stead. But while the Gordons might have been a little more well-off than her own family, it wasn't to the point they could afford two tuitions at the same time. The two girls went back and forth over the issue. Gwen trying to get Barbara to leave it alone, while Barbara fervently tried to figure out how to help appear after her father gave his life trying to make the city better, privately determining to bring the situation up with Bruce when she saw him. Eventually, both young women were politely but firmly told to leave by one of the librarians, and they were forced to go separate ways. One, furious at what was happening to someone so similar to herself and determined to find a way to help; the other, upset at what she was sacrificing, but also secretly elated. Tonight she was going to be a superhero. Chapter 4. It wasn't rare to see a dark shape run across the Gotham City skyline. In fact, there was even a website for unofficial Bat Watchers, where pictures of various members of the Bat family were posted by citizens lucky enough to spot one of them on patrol and happened to have a camera ready. But even if someone had managed to spot the figure gracefully flipping from building to building, they would have been clueless as to who it was. Going by the tight-fitting bodysuit that completely covered the figure, it was definitely female. The black and white color scheme that separate the top and bottom halves of the suit helped the figure blend into the shadows, but stealth was clearly not the main focus. Not when the figure had neon blue webbing detailed on the red highlights on her arms and inside the hood she wore. Or the shoes in the same color. Not that Gwen would have cared if someone mentioned the color scheme. This was an outfit she remembered wearing for years and she loved it. It was certainly better than the costume she wore when she first started using the Venom symbiote. It was far too tongue-why for her taste. Gwen cartwheeled along the edge of a roof before springboarding off her hands into the side of another taller building and coming to a halt as she simply stuck to the wall. "I definitely should have done this sooner. It's so much fun," she declared, reveling in the sense of freedom her acrobatics gave her. "Thought I would run into more crime though," she mused. While there were plenty of nights where nothing happened in Gotham, it was annoying that her first night out would be one of them. Below her, a flash of yellow flying above the streets caught her attention. It was Batgirl, swinging from building to building with the use of a grapple hook as she made her way through the city. She seems to be in a hurry. I wonder what the big fuss is. Kicking off the building, Gwen shot out a line of silk and started trailing after the female crime fighter. Oh! The big fuss turned out to be an armored truck robbery gone wrong. A small gang of robbers had successfully stolen the truck, but a damaged wheel caused it to go out of control and crash into a safe house of one of the criminal groups in Gotham. Now there was a shootout between the cops and the gangsters, though the arrival of Batgirl meant the gangsters were getting knocked out pretty quickly. Staying out of that for now, Gwen thought. The last thing she wanted was to get shot at by twitchy cops because an unknown super came out of nowhere. Though, hello. What are you guys up to? In one of the alleyways close to the shootout, 4 men were quickly stripping out of black clothing and into police uniforms. Gwen silently crawled down one of the alley walls, hoping to get a better idea of what they were doing. Oh man, we're fucked. We're fucked, man. This was supposed to be easy. That was Batgirl just now. The plan is fucked and so are we. One of the men rambled as he struggled into the uniform. Would you shut up? Another one snapped. The plan is still fine. We just wait for the shooting to be over and we walk right on out of here. Batgirl isn't going to start punching up cops. And as long as you keep a lid on it, she won't have a reason to start. The 4 of them finished changing. Okay, grab the bags. Once the shootout is done, we call Gary and the van. Then we're home free. So they were going to pretend to be cops and walk away with what they stole from the armored truck? Too bad for them I was listening in then, Gwen thought. The robbers dumped their old clothes in a nearby dumpster and went to grab the duffel bags filled with money when a line of silk ripped the bags off the ground with a distinct thwipping sound. Sorry boys, I'll be taking this, Gwen quipped as they spun to face her. Feel free to hang around for the real cops though. In fact, I insist on it. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. It's one of those costumed freaks. A robber yelled out, pulling a gun and snapping off a couple shots. Gwen's spider sense let her easily avoid the shots as she dropped in the middle of the group and slapped the gun out of his hand. Well, that wasn't very nice. I think you should go to timeout. Grabbing the man by the front of his shirt, Gwen tossed him relatively gently into a wall and trapped him with a quick burst of webbing. Her spider sense blared and she dropped to a crouch, just in time as another one of the robbers managed to draw a gun and take a shot. At this point, all 3 remaining goons had drawn pistols and started shooting at the spider-themed hero, but she danced through their shots with the grace of a gymnast. Seconds and several punches later, All of the robbers were groaning and trapped by silky webbed cocoons. Well, that was fun. Not much of a start, but it's a start. Gwen mused as she retrieved the duffel bag from earlier. What do you even get for? What is this, 100K? 5 to 10 in prison for starters, an angry voice said behind her. Gwen turned around to see an unimpressed Batgirl glaring at her. Oversized white eyes widened as she looked at the bag in her hands to the unconscious men in police uniforms hanging from the walls. Okay, I know this looks bad, but I swear it isn't what it looks like. Oh! Batgirl would never admit to it, but sometimes the best part about her paroles wasn't making sure the streets of Gotham were crime-free, it was the stress relief she got by beating up obvious criminals. It didn't solve all her problems, but it sure made her feel better. She still hadn't managed to talk to Bruce about Gwen's situation. The League had been called off to face some unknown disaster, and Batman had been unavailable since then. With no idea when he would return, Batgirl had been left with a kind of nervous energy that refused to go away. So when the police scanner mentioned an armored truck hijacking had turned into a major shootout, she leaped at the chance to work out her frustrations in a constructive manner. Meaning she went through the criminals like Kid Flash went through a buffet line. She had just finished with the last of the gangsters when more gunfire broke out in a nearby alley. Confident the cops on the scene could deal with the rest of the gangsters, Batgirl quickly went to investigate. People doing things to cops that pissed her off seemed to be the theme this month. Though truthfully, it was the lack of resolution to the Captain Stacy murder. However corrupt the GCPD, despite the efforts of her father to clean it up, dead cops made the rest of them much less willing to look the other way. Which also meant the smarter criminals would keep their heads down for a bit. So when Batgirl entered the alleyway and saw 4 cops hanging from the walls, thankfully just unconscious since she could see them breathing, and a villain rummaging through a duffel bag of stolen money. What do you even get for? What is this, 100K? The villain asked her unconscious victims. 5 to 10 in prison for starters. The woman spun around and Batgirl took a second to look over her costume. A lot of the super community tended to give hints on their capabilities from what they wore. Tech and gadget users tended to have a bunch of pouches or pockets anywhere they could, and medhumans tended to advertise the theme of their powers in some way. The tight costume and spider theme leaned more towards medhuman than tech user, but Batgirl knew from personal experience tight costumes could fit a surprising amount of gear. Okay, I know this looks bad, but I swear it isn't what it looks like. Batgirl smirked as she slipped one of her batarangs into her hand. So you didn't knock these 4 out and hang them from the walls? Well, no. I did do that. While the other girl's mask didn't allow her facial features to be seen, the surprisingly expressive eyes scrunched up in a way that could only be described as sheepish. Ah, but there's a good reason for it, she said quickly. I did it to take this from them. She held up the duffel bag. Batgirl looked at the villain, unamused. Right, that doesn't actually explain anything. The girl ran a hand down her face. So introductions. I'm Ghost Spider - Batgirl was completely unsurprised at the themed name. And I saw these 4 hiding out in the alleyway, so I decided to check them out. I got CLO - whatever Ghost Spider was about to say was lost when more police officers ran around the corner and shouted for her surrender, pistols drawn. Ghost Spider took one look at the drawn guns and Batgirl could see the second when the other girl decided nope, not dealing with this went through her head. You guys seem busy. I'll explain later and you can have fun with the fake cops, and with that she vanished from sight. What? One of the officers gasped and started twitching at shadows. Batgirl was about to suggest that he calm down before he risked shooting at someone when his hand was suddenly engulfed in thick webbing, a condition soon shared by the rest of the officers. No webbing was sent at Batgirl, but she dodged to the side just in case. When there was no follow-up attack, she carefully looked for signs of Ghost Spider. The duffel bag was laying abandoned on the ground and no sign of the other girl, but Batgirl wasn't going to let her get away without figuring out what just happened. She retrieved her grappling gun and took aim at the rooftop. Oh! Well, that could have gone better. Gwen complained as she sprinted over the rooftops. Still, she stopped the bad guys. Once they checked the fake cops, they would realize what was going on. She could try getting her name out as a hero some other time. Maybe try speaking to Batgirl again after she stopped a few more clear-cut crimes? Her spider sense blared, and she quickly leaped over two bat-shaped projectiles. They crashed into a nearby air conditioner and exploded into a quick-drying blue foam. Or I could try talking to her right now. Ghost Spider thought sarcastically. Batgirl, it's been so long. How's your night going? Better once I catch you. Ghost Spider ducked under a batarang fired out of a handheld launcher. A second later, she realized it was a feint as Batgirl flew at her at high speed using the attached wire to close the distance quickly. I think we got started off on the wrong foot. She leaned back to avoid getting a punch to the face. Want to start over? She ducked under a roundhouse kick. Talk out our differences like mature individuals. She rolled to avoid Batgirl pouncing on her and started shooting webs at the heroine. Or just continue beating on me until you feel better? Do you ever shut up? Batgirl threw half a dozen bat-shaped shurikens, causing Ghost Spider to acrobatically dodge out of the way. I do when I'm serious, but not really feeling a need for that here. Batgirl snarled at the insult and prepared to rush after the spider-themed metahuman, but was shocked to find out her foot had been caught in a glob of webbing, firmly anchoring her to the roof. Right, not sure what your issue is tonight, but I'm just gonna run off. Ghost Spider stood up and stretched languidly. See you around. With that, she jumped off the building and swung off into the city. Oh! The next day, Gwen groaned in disbelief and collapsed on her kitchen table. A newspaper with the headline "New Supervillain Avoids Capture" and an amateur picture of her and Batgirl fighting on the roof slipped out of her grip. Was she just cursed to never have a good start with the police? She had hoped having the memories of that meant she would get a fresh start. And when she found the person who took that picture, she was going to kick their ass. Chapter 5. A man stood in a dark alley. For all intents and purposes, he was just a lazy worker, stealing time to have a smoke and skip out on whatever job he was supposed to be doing. No one would have paid him or the person walking up to him another glance as the second person asked for a light. But when the lazy worker leaned forward to light the newcomer's cigarette, he quickly whispered, "Warehouse 14, 10 o'clock, 2 weeks," and leaned back. The second man thanked him for the light and walked off again. The whole interaction lasted less than 15 seconds. After another few minutes, the worker snuffed out the butt of his cigarette, turned, and retreated inside. No one noticed a line of quarter-sized spiders suddenly emerge from several nooks and crannies and make their way to the rooftop. Oh! Gwen glared at 3 notebooks, silently commanding them to tell her the information she needed. If anyone else looked at the notes, they would only see the innocent ramblings of a college student. To Gwen, they were a compilation of all the tidbits she had gathered from spying on Falcone fronts and encoded in the way her father taught her. She pushed away the pang of grief she got at the thought of never leaving encoded notes to each other again. Something was about to happen in the criminal underworld. Something big. The Falcone family was gearing up to make that move, and while Gwen had managed to narrow down the time frame, she had no idea where it was supposed to happen or what it was going to be. Not exactly something she could bring to the police or the heroes either. Something will happen in 2 weeks, she scoffed. It was Gotham. Something was always happening. Whether that meant the Penguin had organized another art theft or Scarecrow was trying to infect the water supply with his fear toxin again. Raising an alarm with nothing to go on wouldn't get her anywhere. Of course, that wouldn't stop her from poking around. Warehouses were mentioned more often than not, so the Falcones were either shipping a lot of something out or smuggling a lot of something in. Gwen was shocked out of her thoughts when an irritated Barbara sat down heavily on the opposite chair. "Why are boys sometimes such dicks?" she said hotly. "Hello, Barbara. How are you?" "I'm fine. Sure, you can sit here," Gwen retorted dryly. Barbara's face shifted from annoyed to slightly sheepish. "Sorry, there were no open tables," she said in half apology. Gwen looked around the small campus cafe she had been settled for the past few hours. True to Barbara's word, the entire place had been filled with college students, and the only open seat had been the one Barbara just claimed. She waved Barbara off and closed her notebooks. "So what's this about, boys?" Gwen decided it was just easier to accept the redhead had adopted her as a friend and move on. "Trouble in paradise?" Grayson put his foot in his mouth again. Contrary to what most of the campus thought, Barbara and Richard Grayson were not dating. Not that Gwen could blame them for thinking that. To the uninformed, they definitely acted like a couple. It might have been a byproduct of growing up, not next to, but maybe adjacent, to the pair of them that let her see Barbara and Dick thought of each other more as siblings than partners. Of course, if Barbara was going to keep injecting herself into Gwen's life, then she wouldn't hold back teasing the redhead about the misconception. No, thankfully. I'd have to kill him if I heard this from him. Barbara groaned. I just got done sitting through an entire class listening to half the boys wondering how I was bribing the professor to get my scores to the top of the class, because I can't be smart enough to get them on my own. I don't get it. You never have those rumors going around. Gwen scoffed. That's because I am the weird introvert that spends most of her free time studying. You are the extroverted campus princess that spends her time being nice to people and talking up a storm. You don't get to be friendly, pretty, and smart. But you're all those things too. Barbara whined. Gwen cocked an eyebrow. Introvert, remember? She said, pointing at herself. I don't talk to people, so by default they think I'm a bit of a bitch. Besides, it's just for another week, then everyone will be too busy with finals bother you. Barbara ignored her to take a vicious bite out of her sandwich. Gwen shrugged and picked at her own meal, somewhat forgotten while she was looking at her notes. They ate in comfortable silence before Barbara put down her food and leaned in. So, did you see the news the other day? She asked conspiratorially. About the alien invasion near Hawaii? What's that, like the third one this year? No, not that. The new supervillain that showed up a few nights ago. Gwen rolled her eyes. She had been hoping to avoid this topic. I mean, I saw the newspaper, but I didn't see anything that pointed to supervillain other than she and Batgirl got in a fight. She said in an uninterested tone. Hopefully Barbara would pick up on it and drop the topic. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Then why did she steal a bunch of money and run away? Yeah, she left the cash behind, or so Dad thinks. They're still counting all the money taken out of the truck. Fought Batgirl. Apparently trapped her and then just ran off? Who does that? She pointed dramatically at Gwen. I think it's supervillain posturing. The whole I beat you and now I'm going to mock you thing. Barbara said confidently. Gwen drawled out, pushing Barbara's finger away from her face. There could be another reason Ghost Spider ran off. Thankfully her chosen name had been leaked to the press so she didn't have to avoid using it. Yeah? Like what? New hero was intimidated by meeting an established one. GS is shy and doesn't like the attention. The bad guys were stopped and she just wanted to leave. The blonde ticked off a couple reasons. Not wanting to be around someone who could identify her by her voice. Gwen added mentally. From what my dad was saying, Batgirl reported Ghost Spider definitely isn't inexperienced or shy. I just can't figure out her motive. Does it matter? Even if there was a goal, you need more than one data point to get anywhere. Gwen desperately wanted to drop the conversation. And why not ask your boyfriend? Isn't he the one studying criminology? He's not my boyfriend. Came the reflexive response. Barbara pouted a bit at Gwen's exaggerated eye roll. He's also still in class for another half hour. Besides, you're the only girlfriend I have that I can talk about these things with. It's nice having an intelligent conversation. Gwen despaired quietly at the confirmation she had been officially adopted by the extroverted redhead and went back to picking at her food. Fine, tell me all about the dastardly villain who hasn't seemed to have done anything yet. Oh! Ghost Spider silently moved across the top of the warehouse. She still hadn't managed to figure out exactly which one was the one marked out by the Falcone family. It certainly wasn't just the address number. And without another lead, she had no way of narrowing it down, so she did the next best thing she could think of. She went spying on all of them. It was going faster than she would have thought. Most of the warehouses were either slightly empty at the moment or the contents easily identifiable. For the ones that weren't, Ghost Spider had a trick to get a close look at their contents. She dropped in through a skylight and made her way over to a plastic-wrapped pallet and placed a hand on it. Her costume from the elbow down suddenly started to dissolve into a mass of black and white spiders that swarmed over the wrapping. Proving that there was nowhere a spider couldn't get inside, pretty soon Ghost Spider was able to look through their eyes and see a crate full of $100 bills. White eyes widened when a quick check confirmed that several more crates lined the warehouse. This was millions of dollars being stored in what was essentially wide open space with no guard. That told Gwen two things. Someone was obviously looking to make a large purchase entirely in cash, and that they were confident no one working in the warehouse would try to make off with anything in here. Gotham work crews were infamous for misplacing merchandise for sale on underground markets, which meant this warehouse was owned by organized criminals. As if waiting to confirm her thoughts, a door slammed open and 5 men walked in. Well, 4 of them walked. One was dragged inside, his face a bloody mess. Ghost Spider shifted invisible and made for the shadows. Unaware of their invisible guests, the 4 men set about tying their bloodied friend to a chair in the middle of the floor. Once that was done, one of them not so gently smacked the person in the chair awake. The man's head lolled around, and he groaned, indicating he was conscious at the very least. Time to wake up, Mr. Russo. The Dawn has some questions for you before you go for a swim. 3 of the men spread out across the warehouse, making sure nothing was out of place while the apparent leader stayed with their captive. Russo took a moment to collect himself before glaring at the gangster in front of him. Not the friendliest welcome, John. Do you usually lead with a death threat? Might be why you're such a shit enforcer. The gangster, John apparently, shook his head. Not my call. The Don doesn't ask a lot from his goons, but selling out to the cartels? Turning your back on the family? The Don can't let that go unpunished in his city. Russo spat at his feet. Go jump off a pier, Johnny. Mario doesn't have half the hold his father did. He's barely keeping ahead of the costumed freaks, and Gordon is ready to jump on him if anything slips. I'm just looking out for myself. He started off strong, but when John took a step forward, his demeanor cracked. And now wait a second. You gotta understand. We take all the risks in this business, and we're lucky if the Dawn gave us some scraps. I didn't even give them anything on the family, just let them know where to avoid stepping on toes. And told them exactly where our operations were. You think it was a coincidence our safe houses have been hit across the city? Our businesses trashed? Johnny spat, then shook his head. Forget it. Did your men go after Captain Stacy? Gwen had been preparing to intervene before anyone got hurt, but the mention of her father made her go very still. The sea cop? What's he got to do with this? Johnny started to circle the bound man. See, someone pinged the captain off on a secret the Falcone family doesn't want out there. Then when we find out, Gordon has him poking around where we don't want. The Don tells me he found something. Something that we want back very much, but before we can talk to him, guess what? He's dead in a sudden shooting walking around with his daughter. Johnny stopped behind the chair and placed his hands on Russo's shoulders. Now the family has the whole force looking at us, cause not only was Stacy good at his job, but it's the kind of sob story the media will just eat up. Pretty little blonde orphaned by the mafia? People are going to be keeping an eye on her for months. So, did you go after him? No. I don't do those kinds of jobs. Look, Johnny, you don't have to do this. I'll clear out, okay? One day, and then I'm off to the West Coast. You'll never see me again. No? That's good for you, I suppose. At least you weren't stupid enough to completely betray us. Johnny said, ignoring the plea. Do you know anyone else who betrayed the family? Please, Dash. No, there isn't, Dash. There was a sharp crack as Johnny smacked the back of Russo's head. Who else? I don't know. I only met the boss once. He said I could either work for him or he'd kill me. I never talked to anyone else. Crack. Who? Bane. It was Bane. Johnny suddenly released his shoulders and walked back in front of the chair. The wrestler, Well, at least you were somewhat useful, and it matches some of the other rats, he said in an almost friendly tone. So you'll let me go? The gangster laughed. It wasn't a pleasant sound. Oh no. Like I said, the Don can't let this go. He pulled out a silver revolver and pointed it at Russo. Nothing personal, but at least I'll make it quick. Thwip. The gun was swiftly yanked out of the gangster's hand by a line of silk. You know, they always say it isn't personal, but I think it's pretty personal to him. Ghost Spider quipped as she revealed herself on top of the shelves. Shoot the freak. The 3 gangsters, who had spread out around a bit more, pulled out much more reasonable pistols and fired at the black and white figure. Ghost Spider dove at one of the gangsters, easily dodging around the bullets and knocking him out with a sharp jab to the jaw. The two others quickly had their guns jammed by additional globs of webbing, rendering the guns useless. Wow, you really know how to make a girl feel welcome. The gangsters charged her, one of them swinging a crowbar he found on the way. Ghost Spider ducked under the blow, grabbed the man by the front of his shirt and threw him at the other. Pausing for a second, she noticed a chemical smell in the air and turned to see some kind of liquid dripping from the shot-up containers. "That's probably not good," she vocalized. Her spider sense blared, and she sprinted into a rolling dive, a machine gun spitting bullets at her the whole time. Sparks stitched a line across the ground where ricochets bounced off. One particular spark managed to land near the leaking containers. Unfortunately, the fumes proved to be quite flammable, and soon the entire shelf was on fire. "Hey, genius! How about you don't shoot up a warehouse full of flammable things while we're inside it?" More gunfire was the answering reply. Ghost Spider was keeping ahead of the gangsters' rather lousy aim, but she also didn't have a chance to web his gun with the rate of fire he was sending her way. Of course, if he kept this up, pretty soon he would, click, run out of bullets. With a burst of speed, Ghost Spider flipped over the pallet she had been using as cover and quickly webbed the last gangster's feet, yanking them out from under him and causing the machine gun to clatter uselessly to the floor. Ghost Spider took another glance around. For gangsters groaning on the floor or unconscious, one criminal tied to a chair and alternating between begging her to let him go and trying to bribe her, and a warehouse that was only a little on fire. Boom. Or maybe a lot on fire. Gwen panicked a bit as the chemical containers exploded and spread the fire to almost all sides of the warehouse. Well, it could have gone worse, Gwen consoled herself as she quickly ran to collect the beaten criminals and drag them to safety. On her last trip out, she glanced at the pallet containing the bricks of cash lying in the path of the fire. On one hand, it went against 2 lifetimes' worth of memories. Her dad saying money was only good from honest work. On the other, a 3rd lifetime cynically pointed out the money was going to be burned if she did nothing, and she was swiftly running up to the point where money might become a legitimate issue. She dumped the last of the criminals together and webbed them all far away from the now burning building. She would only have a few seconds to make a decision. Gwen worried her lip for a second before making up her mind. She only hoped it was the right choice. Chapter 6. And remember, your final project must be uploaded to the class folder before the deadline. It automatically closes after that, so late work will not be accepted. Gwen's teacher and student advisor, Mr. Barnes, ended class with a reminder. Students began to filter out, either heading to their next class or off to do something in their free time. Gwen closed her notebook and prepared to leave when Mr. Barnes called out to her. "Miss Stacy, a word before you leave?" Gwen sighed. This was a conversation she had been putting off, and it looks like Mr. Barnes had decided to go to her rather than wait. She walked up to the front desk with all the enthusiasm of a person going to an execution. "What's up, Mr. Barnes?" she said with forced cheer. He was one of her favorite teachers. Patient, willing to point you towards supporting material, and actually interested in getting to know the students he advised despite pushing 60. Too bad that last quality wasn't something she wanted to deal with at the moment. "Gwendolyn." Mr. Barnes replied neutrally, causing Gwen to twitch. She hated being called by her full name. "I noticed you never responded to my question about canceling all your classes for next semester." "Yeah," Gwen hedged. "I'm dropping out." There was no judgment in the older man's eyes. Instead, he just nodded sadly and asked, "Money troubles?" She nodded. It was an open secret at this point. She had no income, not enough credit to cover more loans on her own, and financial aid resources were overtaxed as is. There simply wasn't an option for her to cover tuition. Well, none that she was able to come by quick enough or legally. "Well, I'll certainly miss you." Mr. Barnes sighed. "Do you have any ideas what you will be doing outside of school?" "I'd be happy to reference you to some of my colleagues if you're looking for work." "I have a few ideas. I thought about trying my hand as a freelance web developer or indie game designer. Possibly some other things, but nothing solid for now." "I see. Well, I can't help with web development, but a friend of mine works with Wayne Entertainment. If you have anything solid, I can reach out and pitch it to them. Might be able to get some more benefits than their normal contract." Gwen smiled. a warm feeling in her chest. I'll keep it in mind. Mr. Barnes nodded seriously. Do that. And if you ever get the chance, I urge you to return to school when you have the chance. You have a bright mind. It would be a shame to see it go to waste. Now go on, I'm sure you have finals to study for. Gwen smiled, said her goodbyes, and jogged out of the classroom, directly into a passing student. None of Gwen's normal spider-enhanced grace was on display as the two of them crashed to the ground in an awkward pile of limbs, but she was the one back to her feet as she rushed to help the other girl up. I am so sorry. Gwen apologized, absently noting she had run into another blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, although her hair seemed more brownish than Gwen's own. I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, her fellow blonde said, hurriedly adjusting her glasses and accepting Gwen's help up. Just be careful, I guess? Gwen apologized again, silently cursing she couldn't just turn invisible to escape the awkwardness, but eventually the other girl waved her off. It's fine, she repeated for maybe the third time. And it was nice to, run into you, I guess, but I have to go meet a friend. So if you don't mind, she made a vague gesture out towards the door. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Brilliant, Gwen. You're a real people person. Even hours after the confrontation, Ghost Spider was still stewing on that one conversation. Just when she thought it was out of her head, it would pop up randomly and she would agonize over everything she could have said differently to not come off as a spaz. Ghost Spider pushed the memory away for the 100th time and focused on web swinging through the city. Soon enough, she was back at the now burned-out husk of a warehouse from last night. The police had already come and gone, and someone had cleared out the insides of it completely, but it was still the best starting place to continue searching for whatever the Falcons were planning. A quick check of the surrounding buildings showed that a few were partially cleared out overnight. But moving things took time and needed a space to put them. With the police no doubt watching the area for any blatantly illegal merchandise, Gwen was willing to bet there were some clues left behind in the rush. She just had to find them. She passed through a few more places, but nothing special stood out. Ghost Spider was about to call it a night and head home when she noticed a limousine idling in the shadows by one of the more out-of-the-way warehouses. Not exactly the kind of vehicle you expect in this part of the city. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Figuring that was suspicious enough to warrant a quick check, Ghost Spider silently swung to the roof and slipped inside through a skylight. Shifting to invisibility was hard on her stamina, but a small use of it was enough for her to make her way to the base of one of the ceiling lamps. The light coming off of it would keep her hidden from casual glances, so she settled in and tried to make out the words from the group down below. Careful, you bumbling buffoons. These magnificent works of art are worth far more than your sorry skins. Damage even one of them and I'll make sure you end up in ice. A small deformed man in a tuxedo threatened as grunts worked to pack crates into a moving van. Ghost Spider recognized him as Oswald Cobblepot, aka the Penguin, from her father's files. According to him, Cobblepot was one of the Gotham crime lords that specialized in white-collar crime. Art theft, gambling, and information trading for the most part, though he certainly wasn't above getting his hands dirty. He also managed to squirm out of prison more times than her father was happy with, but that could be said about a lot of criminals in Gotham. It's just some paintings, one of the stupider thugs said loud enough for Penguin to hear him. The villain walked/waddled to the man, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him close. These are some of the greatest works of art in the modern era, you simpleton. They will be the crown jewels in my upcoming auction. You should consider yourself lucky to even come within 5 feet of these masterpieces, something that definitely wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the police poking around warehouses. Well, maybe that wouldn't be an issue if you didn't deal in stolen paintings? A sarcastic voice called out to the whole group. Everyone's eyes, Ghost Spider's included, snapped to where the voice came from to see a man in a tight black bodysuit with the image of a bright blue falcon across his chest. Nightwing! Get him! The Penguin snarled and began backing up towards the truck. While the bird-themed supervillain began to make his escape, his goons tried to overwhelm the intruding hero, physically, with their fists. It went about as well as expected. Nightwing punched his way through them so quickly Ghost Spider didn't even get to finish debating if jumping in was a good idea. The media had painted her as kind of a villain, and a metahuman showing up in the middle of a fight might cause an unwelcome distraction. So she simply kept an eye out for any surprises as Nightwing stopped the Penguin from opening the truck door with a well-thrown birdering. It clipped the villain's hand, causing him to recoil in pain and turn back to the hero. So the original Boy Wonder is stocking warehouses, quite the step down from saving the city. Penguin mocked, brandishing a trick umbrella with a dagger poking out the top. The bat too busy with your replacement, or were you just kicked out of the nest? Just doing my duty to clean up the streets. Nightwing's smirk had lessened and the cheer seemed a bit forced now. And what do you know? 2 thieves for the price of 1. With a snap of his arm, Nightwing sent another birdorang arcing through the air. Ghost Spider's eyes widened in surprise as the shuriken flew directly at her hiding place, and she kicked off the ceiling. Landing in a crouch on one of the crates, she glared at Nightwing. That had just been rude. Still crouched, Ghost Spider jabbed an offended finger at him. I am not a thief. Really? Care to explain what happened to that unmarked crate you ran off with then? I checked the warehouse records, but there was a small fire. Gwen paled underneath her mask. He knew about that? How? There were no cameras in the area, and she really doubted Falcone was going to tell the cops about his illegal warehouse goods. Oh, of course. The gangsters must have woken up at some point and saw her run off with it. Then it was just the rumor mill at work. Ask the mafia goons that lit the place on fire. I bet they would love to tell you all about it, she deflected. Nightwing opened his mouth to respond, but the Penguin took a gamble with the hero being slightly distracted and tried to stab him from behind with his umbrella. Not that it accomplished much. Nightwing leaned back, avoiding the thrust, and batted the umbrella away with a swipe of an arm. A swift kick to the gut had the smaller man battered back into the side of the truck. The Penguin snarled in pain and brought his umbrella back between himself and Nightwing, who had retreated a bit to keep both the Penguin and Ghost Spider in front of him. Girl, I don't know what you were tasked to steal from me, but delay this meddlesome do-gooder, and I will reward you triple the paltry sum you were hired for. The Penguin shouted to Gwen. I'm not a thief. Sadly, despite her denial, Nightwing had moved past the friendly banter stage and decided to just capture everyone. Gwen couldn't exactly blame him since he could have died if the Penguin managed to stab him, but it was certainly annoying as she jumped over a thrown bolus and webbed to a nearby wall to avoid more birdorangs. Easy enough, but it had the side effect of pulling her far enough that Nightwing couldn't keep the both of us in his field of view. So when he turned to track Ghost Spider, the more immediately dangerous one, the Penguin took the opportunity to toss out several gas grenades, and the warehouse began to slowly fill with an ominous pink vapor. So long, Boy Wonder. With this paralytic gas to keep you out of my feathers, it's time for this bird to fly the coop. The Penguin cackled as he slammed the door to the moving truck shut and floored the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, sliding to point directly at Nightwing and gaining speed quickly. Nightwing dove out of the way, directly into one of the clouds of gas. The gas apparently didn't need to be inhaled to take effect since Ghost Spider could see his movements slowing despite him holding his breath. So Nightwing wouldn't be chasing after the Penguin at this rate. Now was her opportunity to show she was a hero. A web line attached itself to the back of the truck and Ghost Spider leapt off the wall, pulling herself towards the fleeing vehicle when an unfortunately well-aimed shuriken sliced through the strand of silk. White eyes widened dramatically as Ghost Spider nearly crashed into the ground, rolling and springing off her hands to bleed off her momentum. There was a loud crash as the truck tore through the light warehouse siding and disappeared towards the city. Not letting both thieves get away, Nightwing said, swaying slightly as he fought against the toxin in his system. Ghost Spider's temper, long frayed from her own internal torment over her embarrassing moment earlier in the day, finally snapped. She stalked towards the wobbling vigilante and sidestepped a surprisingly fast punch. She drove her own fist hard into his stomach, and not dash, an uppercut to his chin that nearly rocked him off his feet, a thief, and finished it with a straight punch to his nose. Ghost Spider stood over the now unconscious Nightwing, breathing heavily and feeling somewhat numb as the paralytic in the air slowly overcame her symbiote's natural defense. The sound of distant sirens snapped her back to clarity as she looked down at the body in front of her. Oh, shit. Oh! Gwen took another bite of her wrap and just tried to blend into the background. Last night had been a disaster. No new leads, the Penguin got away with a stockpile of stolen art, and she had beaten a hero into the ground because she had been embarrassed and pissed off. She was just going to hide from anyone she knew for a few days until she felt like less of an idiot. Naturally, that was when Barbara slid into the booth across from her, followed by a somewhat stiff Dick Grayson. "Hi, Gwen. Been looking for you all day. You aren't avoiding us, are you?" The redhead asked playfully as Dick sat down as well. "Kinda avoiding everyone. Did something stupid yesterday, so I was hiding out until my ego recovers. I'll tell you later if you want." Gwen added on when she saw Barbara's interest peak. "You okay, Dick? You have something on your face." Dick gave her a sort of wincing smile that made his black eye even more noticeable. "Yeah, new sparring partner at the gym. I got a bit sloppy and got hit for it." Gwen gave a sympathetic wince of her own. Partly because it did look painful and partly because it was her fault. "Ouch, sorry." Dick waved her off. "Don't worry about it. It just looks bad. I've had worse." "I dunno, I think it makes him look better." Barbara sniped, but her heart wasn't in it. There was a brief silence. "So, you were looking for me?" "Hmm? Oh, right. Do you think you could hand in my final essays for our shared classes? I'm going to be busy next week, and they won't let me turn them in early for some reason." Barbara said. "I guess so." Gwen acquiesced. "You doing something or just looking to run off early and beat up Dick more?" "Hey, first off, I do not beat up Dick. I can, naturally, but choose not to." Barbara smirked. "Hey, I'm helping out a friend who's stopping by town for a few days," she continued as if she didn't hear Dick's protests. They both looked out over my shoulder and Dick waved at someone behind me. "Speak of the devil, I guess. Here she is now." Barbara murmured as a familiar-looking blonde joined us at the table. "Gwen, this is Kara Danvers." "Kara, Gwen Stacy." "Oh," Gwen said a little faintly as she recognized the girl she had crashed into the other day. "We've met." She really hoped Kryptonians couldn't hear internal screaming. Chapter 7. Thankfully for Gwen's blood pressure, Kara didn't hang around. Gwen assumed that she was only in Gotham to pick up Barbara because after that both of them disappeared. That didn't mean Gwen didn't obsessively check the skies for a blonde-haired superhero on her nighttime investigations. She was 0 for 2 with superhero encounters already. No need to get caught in a compromising position with another hero. The rest of the week went by surprisingly smoothly. Gwen was able to investigate several more warehouses belonging to the Falcone without being spotted. Most of them seemed to be filled with nothing special, but one in particular had been filled with enough smuggled guns to fight a small war. She had debated leaving a tip for the cops, but she knew that by the time they authorized someone to check on the place, the Falcones would have heard about it, moved the guns, and arranged an accident for anyone trying to dig deeper. Instead, she decided she was going to try and track these to wherever they ended up for distribution. A cannibalized phone was turned into a basic tracker and rigged to send a text to a burner phone if it got within a few feet of the loading dock. From there, it was just a matter of following a GPS signal until she found it again, which led to her current situation. Crouching on a roof, staring at a fairly nondescript brick building. The problem? It was practically right across the street from the Iceberg Lounge, the Penguin's legal front operations and occasional black market gathering place. Gwen started painting a picture with all the little clues she had stumbled on over the last few weeks, and she wasn't sure she liked it. The Falcones were importing a large amount of guns if the money in the warehouse she found earlier and the shipment she was currently tracking were related. On top of that, she had found more references to the Mafia family meeting in coded locations at a certain time. A time that just so happened to coincide with the black market auction she had overheard the Penguin talking about. The most damning piece of evidence? The nightclub directly across from the lounge. Bright neon lights innocently proclaiming the name of the club. Warehouse 14. Gwen cursed. The meeting spot was the club, not an actual warehouse. And the only reason they would be moving so many guns and people to the area on the same day as the auction was if they planned to need them. She had a bad feeling the Falcones were going to make a rather bloody grab for power during the Penguin's auction. It made a twisted kind of sense. Most of the attendees would be high-level criminals. Maybe not the top of whatever organization they were a part of, but high enough that the loss of them would hurt. If the Falcons removed enough of them, then they would be the biggest organized group in the city and back on top of the heap. Gwen worried her lip as she thought it over. This might be more than she could handle alone. Sure, she could probably break it up by herself after everything started, but this was a game-changing move. The Mafia family wouldn't call it off just because she started poking things. That might just make everything spill out onto the streets and get innocent people hurt. But who could she call for help? Batman was still helping out the Justice League since Gwen had overheard Dick and Barbara talking about him being out of town still. She had already beaten up Nightwing and probably poisoned her image with the rest of the Bat family in the process. And the police simply weren't equipped to handle the amount of firepower Gwen had seen. She supposed she could approach Dick or Barbara out of uniform, but she could already imagine the consequences. Hello, Barbara/Dick. I know you are secretly superheroes and need you to work with me for reasons. How do I know this? Why, I'm the new hero that you both fought and lost to, Ghost Spider. I'm not a hero? I'm a thief who robbed the Mafia? Well, not everyone has a billionaire to support them. Who are you calling? Supergirl? Oh God, my spine. Stolen novel. Please report. Yeah, maybe not a good idea. Gwen closed her eyes and ground the palms of her hands into her temples, hoping if she squeezed hard enough a good idea would materialize. When nothing did, she sighed, walked to the edge of the building, and jumped off. She enjoyed the feeling of free fall for a second before webbing another one of the buildings with a thwip. Gwen just swung through the city, taking a moment to enjoy herself. Releasing her growing tension into the repetitive process of thwip, swing, aim, thwip, repeat. She continued for a solid 15 minutes when a high-pitched feminine shriek from the street attracted her attention. Ghost Spider pulled herself to the closest building to where the noise came from and looked down into the alley where she saw two figures. One was a woman somewhere in her late 20s to early 30s. The other was a somewhat younger man in casual clothes. Against her expectations, the woman was the one advancing on the man with a knife while he was frantically digging through his pockets and pulling out his phone and wallet, begging her not to hurt him. Guess that would teach her to assume. Please just take my stuff, the man was begging. I didn't see nothing. I won't talk. Just take it and you won't see me again. Oh, I know, hun. The woman crooned, brandishing her knife. But I can't take that risk. See, my boss is kind of a hard ass, and if any heat comes down on this place, then it's my ass on the line. Why you don't want to do this? I am a police officer, the man stuttered, and the woman stiffened. Well, I was just going to give you a good scare. Maybe give you a little mark so you knew not to poke around where you aren't wanted, she said darkly. Now I'm gonna have to kill you. And no, wait please. Ghost Spider heard enough and webbed the knife in the woman's hand, ripping it out of her grip and tossing it into the alleyway. I know this usually goes the other way, but no means no, lady. Ghost Spider said sarcastically. Also, murder is bad, MK? Life advice dispensed. Ghost Spider knocked the woman out with a punch to the jaw and webbed her hands together. Then she turned to the shaking form of the man she saved. Now that she saw him up close, Ghost Spider realized he was younger than she first thought. Maybe early 20s if she was generous. Hi there. How's your night going? Ghost Spider asked cheerfully. Oh God, a supervillain. Please, do whatever you want, just let me live. And just like that, Ghost Spider's mood took a nosedive. Why would I want to kill you? She asked incredulously. And I'm not a supervillain. But you fought Batgirl? And you robbed that warehouse. Ghost Spider fumed, but she couldn't exactly say he was wrong. The fight was a misunderstanding. She tried to deflect. Look, are you really a cop? And what were you doing that had little Miss Sunshine over there so pissed with you? I am Officer Nick O'Hara. I just transferred here out of the academy. Nick stuttered. I always heard that Gotham was bad, but I didn't really believe it until I got here. Focus, Nick. Ghost Spider chided. What was so important that she went from deadly joking to deadly serious? Nick shook himself and refocused somewhat. There's been drug reports in the area. People walking out with armfuls of needles and junk, but the sergeant kept telling me it was a waste of time. No one would take it seriously. So I kinda thought I could do some poking around. Off the clock and all. Ghost Spider just stared hard at the newbie cop for doing what her father had drilled into every subordinate he worked with. Never investigate alone. Why yeah, it sounded better in my head. But I peeked through a crack in the window there. He pointed at the frosted glass window on a door in the alley and saw that chick loading some kind of green goo into syringes. I guess she saw me and, well, you know the rest. Ghost Spider narrowed her eyes at the cop. He gulped and looked to the side, but didn't say anything else. Okay, since you decided to risk your life for this, might as well follow through with it, she said and walked up to the door. Just like Nick said, inside was a bunch of syringes surrounded by various sized containers of a fluorescent green liquid. She turned back to the new cop and gestured into the room. Welp, if my guess is right, you managed to uncover a venom den. You're probably going to want to call this in so someone who won't kill themselves handling it can clear it out. Venom? Really? Yep. Have fun explaining to your boss and the media how you stumbled across a supervillain drug operation. Nick's eyes widened as he realized the implications of finding this off-duty. If it was part of a sanctioned police action, then he could disappear into the crowd as an officer just doing his job. Doing it in his time off meant the media was going to try and jump on it and use it as a local hero piece. Great for publicity, ratings, and a good story. Bad for the health of the person it was about. Can't I just say you found it? You know, supervillain foiling supervillain. Nick pleaded. I am not a supervillain. Say it with me now. I am not a supervillain. Ghost Spider poked Nick in the chest in time with her words. But sure, if you want to say you saw me poking around and I led you to it, that's fine. You should still give your boss a call though. Alright. Nick pulled out a cell phone. Wish I could just light up a signal for him to know I needed him. I hate talking on the phone, he muttered. He probably hadn't intended for Ghost Spider to hear him, but she did, and it gave her the perfect way to contact the Bat family in a hopefully neutral way. Glad you got it covered. I'll see you around. And remember, not a supervillain, I know. Great. With a leap, she was halfway up the alley walls and soon she was swinging her way home. She had an encounter to plan. Oh! The next morning Gwen was pounding her head against the wall. She told Nick one thing. One, either he had been incredibly literal in his interpretation and simply said she wasn't a supervillain, or the media had decided to spin things a bit to keep it in line with their previous articles, but the morning's headline read, Thief Against Drugs? Ghost Spider Uncovers Venom Den. The story went on to say that the superpowered thief Ghost Spider had raided a suspected drug den and was noticed by a passing police officer. Nothing had been taken, but the drug dealer on site had been knocked out and wrapped up for the police to take. Not entirely wrong even if the details were fudged, but it missed the point she wanted to make. Why was it that every time she interacted with someone in law enforcement, she seemed to be cementing her position as someone on the opposite side of the law? She had avoided directly saying she wanted to be a hero because she wanted her actions to speak for her. Maybe that had been a mistake. She just hoped reinforcing the public's opinion of her as a thief wouldn't complicate her upcoming meeting. Chapter 8. The bat symbol had a weird history in Gotham. It had started a few years ago as simply a gamble by the police at the time to make contact with the ever-evasive Batman back when he was more of an urban legend in the criminal underworld than a recognizable symbol. At the time it was a way of reaching out when the latest disaster struck the city and the GCPD needed his help. Presumably this became less and less needed as Batman and the Commissioner set up alternative ways of communication. And irrelevant when the Justice League started up, but the whole time that the signal had been active there had only ever been one attempt at ambushing the hero. As it turns out, most of the criminals of Gotham had an almost ingrained desire to deal with Batman personally, and a simple ambush at a police station where he was expected was not adequate enough for them. The one gang that had tried was found horrifically assaulted by several different hallmarks and calling cards of notorious villains such as Scarecrow, the Joker, Bane, Two-Face, and a few others. The obvious message to everyone that the only acceptable way to beat the Bat was in the city itself, or at least in person. Gwen was sure that that single incident was simply the one that everyone heard about, and several others had been cleaned up on the side, but she was hoping to take advantage of that image of neutrality. If she could clear the air with Batgirl and Nightwing, then hopefully they would be willing to help her stop the impending gang war just around the corner. Night was just beginning to fall over the city when she left her apartment and began wandering the streets. Once she was far enough that she was confident no one was following or paying attention to her, Gwen slipped into an alley and allowed her costume to cover her completely. A short climb later, and she was making her way towards the police station and hopefully a peaceful conversation. The city blurred underneath her as she swung her way through the streets. Ghost Spider was content to let the sights and sounds fade into the background since she wasn't looking for trouble at the moment. The universe apparently had different plans. Ghost Spider eventually noticed the glow of several blue and red lights flashing in the distance. Not a rare sight in the city by any stretch of the imagination, but several patrol cars circled around the front of the Gotham Central Bank tended to draw attention. And given that more cars were joining the group, the situation was still ongoing and the local PD hadn't dealt with it yet. A web line shot out and Ghost Spider allowed herself to be pulled over towards the bank. Even if she did light up the bat signal, anyone from the Bat family on the way over would stop and check on the bank anyway, she reasoned. When she arrived on a nearby rooftop, the situation didn't look much better up close than it had from afar. Over half a dozen cop cars were parked out front with officers milling around behind them. From what Ghost Spider could see, it was a robbery that hadn't managed to get out with whatever the robbers grabbed before the alarms tripped and the police showed up. So now the robbers were trapped inside with who knew how many hostages, and the cops had no way of getting inside. Something that wasn't an issue for Ghost Spider. She used the surrounding buildings to circle the bank and climb up to a window. Unsurprisingly, it was locked, so Ghost Spider shifted the tips of her fingers to resemble sharp claws, the symbiote responding to her mental command, and swiftly cut out a small circle in the glass. With the opening, she was able to simply reach through, unlock the window, and slip inside. The inside of the bank had some highly arched ceilings in the main lobby that let Ghost Spider observe the interior without being noticed by anyone inside. 8 robbers armed with weapons ranging from handguns to submachine guns wandered around the main floor, glancing out windows and occasionally talking to each other. Somewhat worryingly, none of them seemed overly stressed out despite being surrounded by police and trapped in the bank they were robbing. The vault door was open and another robber was going in and out with bags full of what was probably cash. Finally, another robber was standing guard at the back offices where presumably the hostages were being held. Ghost Spider carefully made her into the offices unseen by slipping through a false ceiling and carefully removing a panel to peek around. After a few empty offices, she eventually found the one where the hostages were being kept. Another armed robber stood over 8 civilians who were on their knees with their hands on their heads, except for one older woman who was lying on the floor and a younger man kneeling next to her. How the heck did the robbers expect to get away with that many of them? There were far too many people in their group to simply disappear. "Please, she needs help," the man said desperately. "She's arrhythmic. If she doesn't get to a hospital soon, then she could die. Sucks for her. But one old lady croaking isn't going to change my mind. If she dies, then that's a murder charge for your whole group. Is that what you want to happen?" The man attempted to rise to his feet but froze when the robber turned his gun on him. "Sit back down." Fear and determination warred on the hostage's face before determination won out, and he continued moving to stand. The other hostages whimpered at the action. "I'm getting her help. If you're gonna stop me, then you'll just have to shoot me." "You know what? Fine by me." The robber raised his gun in preparation to fire. With quick, certain moves, Ghost Spider dropped down behind the man and ripped the gun out of his hands before he could get his finger inside the trigger guard. At the same time, she punched him in the gut to stop him from calling out and alerting his friends, and gave him a face full of webbing just to be sure before knocking him out. Shrieks broke out among the hostages at the sudden appearance and violence. Ghost Spider turned towards the door leading back into the bank just in case anyone heard the commotion and came to take a look, but after a few seconds with nothing happening, she relaxed a bit and turned back to the hostages. With their captor tied up and unconscious, they had moved to huddle in the back of the room. As long as they weren't panicking, Ghost Spider was happy to ignore them for a second and check on the person in need. She turned back to the old lady to find the young man from earlier standing protectively in front of her. Is she okay? Ghost Spider's question made the young man relax a bit before he knelt to take the woman's pulse again. She needs to get to a professional soon. I'm only pre-med, but the longer it takes for someone to check her out, the worse her chances, the young man said. I don't suppose you managed to take down his friends on the way in? He nodded towards the tied-up robber. Sorry, I snuck in to see what was going on. Wasn't planning on taking down the bad guys until he was ready to gun you down. Damn it. But you'll help, right? I mean, even though you're a-. If you say villain, I am going to punch you. Ghost Spider interrupted dryly. The young man pointedly didn't say anything. She sighed. Anyway, is there another way out of the bank without going through the main lobby? We can sneak everyone out that way and I can deal with anyone in the way. There's an emergency exit out the back. One of the clerks stammered. But one of the robbers started welding the door shut when they locked us in here. Seriously, how do they expect to get out of here? Ghost Spider muttered under her breath before addressing the hostages. Okay, I'm going to check out the back and see if I can find a way to sneak you all out of here. And what do we do? One of them asked loudly, earning a fearful jab in the ribs from the person next to him. Stay here and keep quiet until I come back. Ghost Spider replied, trying to project confidence. It will be safer if everyone stays here until I can find a way out. There was some grumbling, but no one was willing to push the issue, especially in the face of Ghost Spider narrowing her eyes dangerously at the loudest of the group. I'll be back in a sec. Don't do anything stupid. With that, she slipped out into the hallway and looked around. She could see the robber standing guard on the other side of the frosted glass leading to the main lobby. It didn't seem like he noticed the scuffle with the hostages either, so Ghost Spider was content to web the corners of the door shut. It wouldn't stop anyone determined to get inside, but it should give her enough warning to make it back in a hurry if needed. Stolen novel. Please report. She turned and stealthily hurried the other way, following the glowing exit signs to her destination. She hadn't gone very far when she heard some shuffling from inside one of the closed offices. There shouldn't be any employees separated from the others, or they would have mentioned it, so Ghost Spider crouched next to the door and waited for the person to open it and peek around. The person inside opened the door further and stepped out into the hall just in time for Ghost Spider to tackle them, straddling their chest as she secured their hands above their head and drawing a fist back to knock them out when she was distracted by a flash of red and took a second to actually recognize who she just jumped. Batgirl. Ghost Spider's eyes went wide. Batgirl also seemed to recognize who attacked her and wasn't happy about it. You. Batgirl tried to throw Ghost Spider off her, but between her strength and reflexively sticking herself to the floor was completely unable to. What dash? Hold on, I don't have time to fight you right now. Sorry, am I messing up your heist or something? Batgirl said sarcastically. Listen, I don't have time for this. Ghost Spider hissed. I'm not with them. I sneaked in and found the hostages they have, but one of them, an older lady, is arrhythmic and needs to get to a professional. Can we get her out using whatever way you got in here? Not unless she's the most athletic senior citizen in Gotham. An unknown voice said from the same office Batgirl came out of. Crawling through air vents isn't easy. And wow, you're a jumpy one. The sudden sound of an unknown person shocked Ghost Spider enough that she immediately somersaulted off Batgirl and down the hall to land in a crouch. She relaxed slightly when she saw it was a smaller teenager in a red and black costume with a yellow R on the left side of his chest. It looked like Robin had also tagged along for the ride and had simply held back as Batgirl went through the door. Ghost Spider had stopped paying attention to her surroundings when she realized she had attacked Batgirl. A mistake that would have been much costlier if it had been Batman or Nightwing and they had attacked her in turn. Ghost Spider mentally chastised herself for assuming only one member of the Bat family would have come to help. Thankfully, they shouldn't attack her now that they knew what was at stake. So this is how it's done, huh? Robin said to Batgirl. Glad I let you go first. I never would have figured out getting jumped by the bad guy was step 2. Shut it. Batgirl snapped back. Look, you two obviously have something to work out, but do either of you have something that can break through a metal door? According to the hostages, one of the robbers welded the back exit shut. Ghost Spider interrupted. The two superheroes thought for a bit before Robin shrugged. Maybe. Depends how good of a weld it is, I guess. We have some explosives, but it will alert the robbers without a doubt. Batgirl continued. It's only a matter of time before they know something's up anyway. I had to knock out one of the robbers when he was about to shoot a hostage. Good to know even the bad guys have issues working together, and it's not just us. Robin smirked. Look, you punk. Ghost Spider censored herself, but jabbed a finger at the teen. I'm not working with them. I'm not here for anything in the bank. I was on my way to try and contact you guys, and this caught my attention. Now either be helpful or get out of the way. This isn't the place to play around. She had gone for authoritative, so when Robin groaned and palmed his face and Batgirl smirked, she was understandably confused. Great, there's two of them. Robin moaned as he turned and started down the hall following an exit sign. Ghost Spider looked between the two heroes, still lost, but apparently it had something to do with an earlier conversation, and they weren't going to fill her in since Batgirl started grilling her for answers about everything going on in the bank. Ghost Spider filled her in on everything she could remember about the robbers. Numbers, positions, gear, and even her unease with the robbers sealing the back door. Yeah, that's concerning. Batgirl muttered when they reached the emergency exit. Half the door had been welded to the frame to keep it from opening. The robbers clearly weren't expecting to use this door again. Can you get through it? Probably. Robin, you start setting up the charges. I'm going to bring the hostages closer so we can get them all out at once. Batgirl unclipped a few devices from her belt and handed them to Teen and walked away from the door, snagging Ghost Spider's arm on the way. And you're going to show me where the hostages are. I'm not against that. You don't need to pull me along. Ghost Spider said dryly, letting herself be pulled along anyway. Batgirl lightly shoved her so Ghost Spider was in the lead, the perfect position to easily react to an ambush or sudden attack, and huffed. You said you want to talk, but you also assaulted several police officers and Nightwing, not to mention any other crimes we haven't heard about. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Especially with your disappearing trick. You mean the fake cops trying to run off with the cash I pulled off them? You did check their badges, right? Because the clothing on the ground should have been a hint. Ghost Spider said. And Nightwing was the one to start that fight. I was happy to go after the Penguin. And what exactly were you hoping to talk with us about? Batgirl asked, ignoring Ghost Spider's comments for the moment. That was fine. The gang war took priority. What do you know about the upcoming Underworld auction? What does that have to do with anything? Batgirl asked a touch more defensively than Ghost Spider figured it warranted. Did they already know about what was going on? I've been following leads on the Falcone family for the past few weeks. Everything I find points to them stocking up for a fight and telling guys to be in the area on the day of the auction. You can guess what that means, right? Really? A power grab in the middle of a supposedly neutral event? They would turn every crime group in the city against them. Batgirl was right to be skeptical. A short-sighted move like that might be something to expect from a new player. Not from someone like the Falcone family, who practically ran the city before Batman arrived on the scene. If they take out enough of the people there, it won't matter if everyone else is against them. There won't be anyone organized or influential enough to direct the other groups, and you know they will fight between themselves just as much as they would the Falcone. The heroine silently accepted the point and moved on. And what do you get out of this? Besides a city that isn't on fire? Ghost Spider replied sarcastically, making Batgirl snort in amusement. Believe it or not, I've been trying to get established as a hero. I'm just having issues when it comes to public perception. Probably because heroes don't steal things and attack cops, came the dry response. Fake cops. Ghost Spider emphasized. And not all of us get privately funded by Batman. I only took something from that warehouse because the Falcone lit the place on fire, and it would have been ashes even if I didn't take it. HMNN. They were close to the hostages, so there was no more time for discussion. Ghost Spider waved at the room they were held in to let Batgirl know their destination. When the heroine made no move to go forward, Ghost Spider sighed and moved to open the door herself. Everybody's still okay in here, she announced as she entered. The older lady was still pale, sweaty, and just generally unhealthy looking, but she was alive, which was a good thing. The others had sorta circled around her, trying to make her comfortable. Once Batgirl confirmed Ghost Spider wasn't about to spring a trap, she quickly moved among the hostages and started organizing them to head towards the exit. It was actually rather impressive how quickly she was able to convince even the more skittish among the hostages that the best move was to leave the room and escape rather than stay in a place they had subconsciously started to consider safe. It had taken a couple minutes to ensure they could safely move the elderly Mrs. Smith in her condition, but considering she wasn't going to get help here and the only treatment the robbers could give seemed to be a bullet, it needed to be done. 3 other hostages carried the woman towards the back exit, and soon Batgirl and Ghost Spider were alone. "Don't you need to go with them?" Ghost Spider asked as the last of the hostages disappeared around a corner. "I trust Robin to take care of them." So she couldn't trust Ghost Spider then? Whatever. The people were safe, or at least on the way to getting there. Gaining the trust of a heroine taught by a man notorious for his paranoia wasn't as important at the moment. Instead, they should be focusing on what to do about the remaining criminals milling around the main lobby. Now that all the civilians had been sent elsewhere, Ghost Spider and Batgirl had a chance to watch them from a decorative vent that separated the lobby and the false ceiling space above the back offices. "Something's not right," Ghost Spider murmured as they watched the robbers down below. "They don't look stressed at all. It's been almost half an hour, but I'm not seeing any shifting, muttering, anything. Hell, I don't even think they're blinking." "You're right. Look over there." Batgirl pointed at one of the robbers coming out of the vault. Now that she was watching closer, Ghost Spider could see the man walking with an almost mechanical precision. He carried a full duffel bag to a pile of similar ones, and rather than gently place it on top of the others, he crushed it on top of the pile almost like he expected it to be smaller than it was. Then he straightened up, turned, and walked off in the same precise fashion as before. "That's creepy. So what do you think, mind control or robots?" "Mind control, possibly. I doubt anyone skilled enough to make androids that realistic and unique is going to have them rob a bank. No signs of tech though, so we might be dealing with a psychic. It might explain why the robber you took out was so willing to shoot a hostage." Ghost Spider nodded. Mind control in its various forms had been studied extensively over the years. With potential vectors from simple hypnosis to mind control gadgets to physic ability, it was hard to narrow down exactly how people would react without a very thorough understanding of how exactly the person was controlled to begin with. But something that was fairly consistent across all studies was that the more complicated the command or detailed the control, the less free will and individuality the victim expressed. A person told to do a series of tasks would behave a lot more robotically than a person told to stand in a room and not allow anyone to leave. And since there were less variables to account for with simpler commands, more of the victim's personality tended to leak out. Although seeing as the rest of the robbers were also standing around like robots while not doing anything, there must be something else they were instructed to do and were waiting on some kind of trigger. They're probably waiting on some kind of signal. Batgirl was clearly thinking along the same mental track as Ghost Spider. Yeah, but for what? Could be anything. A timer, a specific condition, new orders. I don't know. Batgirl shifted to get a better look at the main doors. Don't think I'm gonna wait to find out though. Robin should be getting the hostages out any dash. There was a loud bang in the background. Second now. And the police look like they're getting ready to move in. Let's finish this before someone gets hurt. About that, Ghost Spider said. I think they got their signal. The robbers had suddenly gone stiffer in some cases, and stopped whatever they had been doing. At the exact same time, all of them grabbed a weapon and started marching for the doors. And I think that's ours. Batgirl didn't respond. She simply kicked out the metal grating and jumped through. Ghost Spider followed suit, leaping through the air and web-slinging in front of the robbers. Hi guys. Nice of you to leave without taking the money. Weird by the way, but it'd be really nice if you left the guns behind too. There was no response from the robbers. No twitching, no widening of eyes, no calls of alarm. They simply raised their guns and opened fire. Not that Ghost Spider was still there. At the first twitch of the gunman, she had jumped back to the ceiling and started webbing up the various guns pointed at her. Incidentally, shifting the gunfire so it was pointed upwards rather than at the floors or windows where a ricochet or stray shot could hit someone outside. The mind-controlled robbers weren't exactly a group of crack shots though, so it was rather easy for Ghost Spider to avoid their attack with some simple acrobatic dodging and some webs. In the back, She could see Batgirl subduing the robbers with a mix of thrown batarangs or bolas and a swift punch to the jaw. Whatever orders the robbers were under, it seemed their skills consisted of point and shoot as far as combat went, and the heroine was tearing through them as a result. Within a minute, every one of the robbers had been disarmed, knocked out, and tied up. The police had heard the gunfire and were cautiously moving in, which meant that it was time for Ghost Spider to slip away. And where do you think you're going? Well, considering the police and the media keep calling me a thief, I thought it would be a good idea not to let them see me in the middle of a failed bank robbery. Ghost Spider replied to Batgirl, even as the female superhero moved to cut her off. You still need to tell me about what you found on the Falcone. Fine. I'll meet you on top of the Wayne Enterprises building tomorrow night. And before you make a scene, I think he wants to talk to you. Ghost Spider said, pointing at nothing over Batgirl's shoulder. Who? As Batgirl turned to look, Ghost Spider shifted invisible and ran over to a wall. She silently crawled back to the window she first entered the bank from and looked down. Batgirl was looking around frustratedly at her disappearing act while the cops swarmed in around the captured robbers. With an amused smirk on her face, Ghost Spider slipped out the window and began heading home. Tonight hadn't gone to plan in any way, but she had managed to warn the heroes like she wanted and had even stopped some crime as a bonus. The one hiding behind the mind-controlled minions was still out there, but one thing at a time. Overall, it was a successful night. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. You know, when I agreed to help cheer you up, that wasn't permission to torture me. Gwen whined as Barbara dragged her along by the arm. Don't be so dramatic. A little shopping won't kill you. You don't know that. The last final had come and gone. Gwen was officially done with college until she managed to get a legal source of income and re-enroll. Something she accepted with mixed feelings. On the one hand, she now had plenty of time to devote to her new nighttime activities. On the other, it was another step away from the person she used to be. Thankfully, before she could get too lost in her own head, Barbara had interrupted by draping herself over the blonde and complaining childishly about how her brain was melting, and it was Gwen's responsibility to cheer her up. Probably untrue. Barbara had competed with Gwen for the top spot in grades for years after all, but it was a welcome distraction at the time. It was significantly less welcome when Barbara dragged her off clothes shopping. If there was one area in her life where Barbara Gordon conformed to the stereotype of girly girl, it was shopping. Gwen had been dragged to over a dozen clothes stores and counting in over 3 hours, being forced into outfits and peppered with questions and opinions by the redhead. A far departure from Gwen's normal clothes shopping experience of picking a store in the mall and grabbing the first thing she liked that fit. Why did I agree to this again? Because you got caught by her and she wouldn't let you go until you agreed? An equally weary voice said behind her. Gwen turned to see Dick struggling with 2 armfuls of shopping bags Barbara had foisted on him. He was looking much better without the black eye and bruising, but the long shopping trip seemed to be just as soul-crushing for him as it was for her. True, she admitted. But you do know you don't need to keep paying for everything, right? You're only encouraging her. Dick just shrugged. Gotta spend my allowance somehow. Well, if that's how he wanted to spend his money, who is Gwen to stop him? Come on, you two. Let's go check out that store next. Barbara pulled Gwen off towards another store and Dick followed behind the 2 girls. Oh! Another 3 stores later, Barbara finally satisfied her shopping urge and the 3 of them were relaxing at a nearby cafe, each of them enjoying their particular favorite drink. Barbara was people watching and commenting on random things she picked out of the crowds. Gwen simply listened for the most part, occasionally joining in and pointing out her own observations. And Dick just seemed happy to sit there and recover from hours of being a pack mule. So how'd that thing with Kara go? Gwen asked eventually. The last time they were together, Barbara had met up with the Kryptonian and disappeared for a few days. There was nothing in the news about Supergirl and Batgirl teaming up, so Gwen was curious if there was something going on that she needed to keep an eye out for, or if she needed to worry about a surprise guest at her meeting tonight. HM? Oh, right. Well, she didn't find what she was looking for, but she needed to head home for a bit. It's not that big a deal, though. Barbara deflected. Gwen was unconvinced, but didn't let it show. Not that big a deal, huh? Even though it was urgent enough that Barbara dropped out of her civilian life for a bit to deal with it and the two of them still couldn't find what they were looking for? Well, if you need help, feel free to ask. Gwen half-heartedly offered. Nah, it's fine. Barbara waved her off. Like I said, it's not a big deal. Never mind that though. What are you going to be up to now that the semester is finished? Gwen took a long sip of her drink to buy time and organize her thoughts. Not a whole lot of long-term plans, really. I have a meeting with some guys from Wayne Entertainment in a couple weeks to pitch a mobile game I made recently. Depending if they like it and if it sells, then I'll figure out what to do next. You made a game? Dick asked. It was the first he had heard about it. Yeah. Started a few weeks ago. I don't have the full thing yet, but I've got enough for a demo at least. It was a good way to keep my mind off my father. The other two didn't comment on her trailing off and Gwen appreciated it. So what's it about? Dick coughed in an effort to keep the conversation moving. Nothing fancy. It's my first time really trying this, so I'm going for something simple. Basically, it's a side-scroller about a character stealing a jetpack and running through an infinitely large science facility dodging defenses and such. The further you go, the higher your score. Seriously? You made a game about stealing? Barbara asked. It's not really about stealing. More like giving people a bit of escapism and a guilty pleasure. Gwen defended. So what's it called? If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. No, wait. I got this. Barbara interrupted. It's about taking a jetpack on a joyride. How much you want to bet Gwen just stuck those two words together? Seriously? Gwen purposefully didn't make eye contact with either of her friends as they began chuckling. The name wasn't her fault, damn it. She was just copying the idea and couldn't come up with another name. She just pouted into her drink as the other two had a laugh at her expense. Eventually, Barbara noticed and decided to comfort her. Hee, sorry Gwen, but you have to admit it's kinda obvious. The redhead said with a sheepish smile. It's fine, Gwen sighed. Besides, it could be worse. I could have gone the superhero route and just called it Jetpackman. Oof, low blow to all our heroes in tights. Dick said with a smirk. Gwen wasn't about to bruise egos with a comment like that. And while most hero and villain names tended to be a bit on the nose, they also usually had the presence to make it respectable. But you're holding out on us. You made something like that, and we haven't seen it yet. But hey, if it's any good, I'll put in a good word for you with Bruce. He likes supporting unknown talent when he can. All three of them had fun talking about Gwen's game for a bit, but eventually the sun started getting low and the three split up to head home. Gwen with a pair of bags with her meager purchases and Barbara and Dick with armloads of bags from Barbara's shopping spree. It had been a nice distraction in Gwen's opinion. She got to spend the day relaxing and having fun with a couple friends she was going to be facing off from in a few hours from now and potentially on opposite sides if they decided to be hostile about it. She should be fine though. Catwoman was still running around, and she actually was a criminal, not the implied thief Ghost Spider was made out to be. Once they managed to get past the gang war, Gwen would look into figuring out a good way to break her identity to her friends. Oh, maybe I should have given a meeting time? Ghost Spider wondered aloud as she sat on an AC unit on the roof of the Wayne Enterprises building. She had been sitting out in the open idly playing with a strand of webbing in an improvised game of Cat's Cradle, Spider's Cradle, for a couple hours, and there was still no sign of the Bat family showing up. Of course, they could have been checking to make sure this wasn't a trap and were just sneaking around looking for potential ambushers. Or they were watching her from the shadows, making sure she wasn't planning anything. One paranoid check of her surroundings later, Ghost Spider relaxed when she couldn't find any signs she was being watched. I guess they aren't coming. Naturally, that was the moment Batgirl, Nightwing, and Robin stepped out into the open. They had used the towering glowing letters on the top of the building to hide in. Anyone searching for them would be blinded unless their eyes adjusted to the light, which would leave that person similarly useless if they then jumped into the shadows. Clever. You wanted a meeting, Nightwing said tersely. I did. Couldn't say I was expecting all three of you, though. Ghost Spider replied, backing up towards the roof edge a bit. Batman's still out of the city? I was going to come alone, but the other two didn't want me being the only one to run into you alone and not get there, but kicked. Robin grinned, putting his hands behind his head. He's busy. Nightwing just acted like Robin hadn't said anything. Ghost Spider looked between the three heroes and noticed all of them were still alert for an ambush. If she didn't start soon, then they might just run off. Shame. I really want him here for this. If the Falcon pull this off, then the entire city is going to be in chaos for a long time. She slowly reached down and held up a backpack to the others. Like I told Batgirl, I've been trying to dig up what I could about their plan. I've got a copy of everything I've managed to dig up printed in here. Wanna take a look? Batgirl and Nightwing exchanged glances before Batgirl walked forward. She stopped just out arm's length from Ghost Spider and waited. Taking the hint, Ghost Spider opened the backpack and retrieved a binder filled with everything she had found during her investigation. She gave them some time to flip through the whole thing, waiting a bit longer so Robin had a chance to skim it also. When they were finished, everyone had grim looks on their faces. Everything Ghost Spider had given them pointed to one thing: a very hostile takeover of the criminal underworld, and one happening very soon. Well, this isn't good, Batgirl commented. The Falcone family is really going to do this at the auction? Ghost Spider nodded. Yeah, I was looking into ways to stop it before then, but there's no way I can find all their staging points and stashes before they catch on and move things. Even then, they still might go through with it anyway if they're desperate enough. The family must have invested nearly everything they had to get the kind of gear they will need to pull this off. So they won't back down even if they know we know what they're planning. Probably not. I don't suppose Batman is going to be back soon or has a convenient way to reach him. Robin scoffed. Didn't you know? He's too important for small things like this these days. The dismissive tone caused Ghost Spider to pause for a second and look at the other two to get an idea where that was coming from. The last invasion left behind some weird energy that's messing with communications. Batman is coordinating the cleanup effort and probably won't be reachable until this is over anyway. We tried reaching out to him while we were dealing with a different issue. Baturl explained with a sidelong look at Robin. Yeah, and he told us we were on our own. Robin snapped. No. He told us the city was in our hands until he was done. Nightwing broke in. But that does mean we can't expect help, so we'll need to be smart if we want to stop this. Ghost Spider grimaced at the news. So what's our next move? Nightwing echoed. Yeah? Shouldn't we work together so the Mafia doesn't throw the city into a gang war? She asked with a sinking feeling. Nightwing was already shaking his head before she even finished speaking. No way. Even if you weren't a criminal, this is way too important for us to risk working with an unknown newbie. Thanks for the information, but we'll handle it from here. So this is what it's like to be on the other side of that speech. Robin muttered, but Ghost Spider barely heard him. She was too busy staring wide-eyed at Nightwing, something emphasized by the large eyes on her mask, in disbelief. Was he serious? The city was on the verge of chaos, and he was cutting her out of this after she was the one who had done all the work figuring out what was going on? Ghost Spider stalked towards him, finger pointing accusingly, but stopped when all three heroes tensed and shifted to more ready stances. They were, you know what, fine. She knew this battle was over. Without another word, Ghost Spider turned her back on the heroes and leapt off the building, disappearing into the city in seconds. Oh! Batgirl watched as the spider-themed maybe thief swung into the city until she made a sharp turn and disappeared into the Gotham cityscape. You sure we don't want to work with her? She doesn't seem as new to this as you said. She asked Nightwing. That's what bothers me. She pops up from nowhere and conveniently has this entire plot mapped out. Either she's new and had a series of lucky breaks, she's had training but no one's heard of her, or she's a plant. You're going to need to explain those last two. Plenty of new heroes have a bit of training before they hit the public. Yeah, but the only person I can think of who could have trained her is Black Spider, which means she might be connected to the League of Shadows. Or she could be like Tara. Batgirl and Robin exchanged glances. Tara remained a sore point for Dick. Back when he still wore the Robin mantle and joined up with a group of other sidekicks in one of the first dedicated hero teams, the Teen Titans, they had accepted the Geokinetic with open arms. As an individual, she was powerful and had managed to build up a small reputation as an up-and-coming hero, even if she mostly dealt with small-scale crimes. She had some issues fitting in with the team, causing several incidents that meant the bad guys got away more often than not, but they had thought it was just growing pains and she would get better. So when it was revealed Tara was actually working for a villain to undermine and break up the Titans, Dick, as the leader of the team, took the betrayal personally since he felt he should have caught it beforehand. Even without Tara, the Titans failed to recover the same cooperation they used to have and eventually broke up. So Batgirl couldn't really judge him for being extra cautious with a new girl showing up trying to be helpful. So what now? Yeah, this seems way bigger than we thought it might be. Another female voice called out from above them. Supergirl gently touched down next to them and looked around. I mean, if this is legit, then my thing might need to wait. Nightwing nodded. Probably. Best thing to do is split up and start making sure these leads are real. We can decide what to do next. You and Batgirl take a look around the auction site. We might get lucky and find something out of place. Robin, you take the binder and start matching it with our computer records. See if they match up and if you can find anything else. What? Why am I on computer duty? Robin complained as Nightwing tossed him the binder. Batgirl couldn't resist. She grinned and ground her palm onto the top of Robin's head. You saying it's too hard for you? If you want, I'll do it instead. The grumbled complaints coming from the teen lightened the tone for everyone and nearly made Batgirl break out laughing. One last thing, Nightwing said. Supergirl, did you manage to get a look at Ghost Spider's face? Nope. I'm not sure what her costume is made out of, but it clings really closely to her skin. It's almost like it was a part of her. Or maybe you just suck with X-ray vision. Robin commented under his breath. You want to say that to my face, twerp? Batgirl smiled as she watched Robin run away from her blonde friend, but underneath that she was still worried. Nightwing might be right to keep Ghost Spider at a distance, but what would she do now that they had brushed her off? Chapter 10. The door practically slammed shut as Gwen returned to her apartment after the failed meeting with the local superheroes. All that work, all the things at risk, and they just tell her stay out of the way. Not even a thanks for making sure this didn't just blow up in their faces with no warning. In a peak of anger, she threw her backpack across the room and kicked at one of the cabinets by her father's old desk. Unfortunately, she momentarily forgot about her enhanced strength and the wood splintered under the blow. Gwen pulled her foot from the now ruined furniture and continued cursing the heroes and the fact she couldn't even do anything about it without possibly distracting the Bat family and causing them to focus on her instead of the threat to the city. Stupid, paranoid, secretive, uncooperative, controlling, assholes, she growled before collapsing on a couch and throwing an arm over her eyes. Gwen laid there for a while before she could bring herself to sit up again. Before now, she was slightly worried that if she needed to talk to her friends in costume, she would end up giving herself away. She didn't really have that worry anymore. It wouldn't be hard to separate at least one of them from their costumed identity. Who knew Dick could be such a, well, Dick is Nightwing. No wonder no one had made that connection before. So now what? She could just keep trying to poke at the Falcone family. Even if it did nothing for the auction event, it would still be worth doing. Call her petty, but Gwen wanted to do more than just go after scraps left by the other heroes. Especially since she had done most of the work pointing them where the biggest problem was. If she was going to establish herself, she was going to make damn sure they knew she could be a team player, but they weren't going to be able to push her around. She jumped off the couch, half ready to go swinging through the city in search of something right now, when her foot kicked aside some larger wood splinters from the ruined cabinet. She should probably clean that up first, though. The cabinet was a write-off. Even if Gwen wanted to replace the panel she had kicked through, the frame itself had warped under the blow. Not to mention she had also broken a couple drawers in the process. Gwen carefully began removing what little had been in the drawers, brushing off the wooden splinters as she went. It didn't take long. This cabinet had been mostly filled with her dad's work files that had been collected by the GCPD after his death, so there were only a handful of folders left behind filled mostly with junk. Once those were sorted, Gwen simply pulled the remaining drawers out and tossed them in a pile. She winced a bit when the wood splintered more from the abuse. I'll finish cleaning later, she decided, and went back to trying to figure out what she could do to help without interfering with what she gave the Bat family. A couple hours later, she still had no new ideas and was nearly pulling her hair out of frustration. Fortunately for her hair, her brainstorming was interrupted by a knock on the door. Looking out the peephole, Gwen was unsurprised to see Detective Renee Montoya on the other side. The older woman was one of a few members of the GCPD that made it a point to drop by every once in a while to check on her. It had been a bit overwhelming at first, but now it was simply something nice, even if most of them had stopped after some time. Detective Montoya was definitely the one to stop by the most, though. "Hi, Detective. I didn't think you were stopping by this week." Gwen greeted and allowed the other woman inside. "Wasn't planning on it, but the commish sent everyone home early. Apparently there's something big coming up that he wants everyone ready for." Detective Montoya ruffled Gwen's hair on the way in and looked around the apartment. "Doing some redecorating, I see?" Gwen sighed. "Not really. I got a bit heated after some bad news. Might have lost my temper a bit." She motioned towards the kitchen. "Did you want some coffee or something?" "No thanks. I just decided to drop by and check in." Detective Montoya smiled slightly. "Just be sure to finish checking those notebooks before you throw all that stuff out." A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Gwen blinked and looked over at the pile of wood scraps where she had dumped the drawers, and sure enough, there were a few cheap ringed notebooks among the debris that certainly hadn't been in the drawers the first time she checked them. "Yeah, I was just getting them out of the way first," she lied. "And something big? Anything I need to worry about?" Detective Montoya shook her head. "Not that I know of. Sounds like it's going to be keeping the department pretty busy though, so I figured I'd let you know now before I get too busy to come by again." Barbara must have tipped off her dad, Gwen thought. Even if she didn't let him know what was going on, she probably gave him a hint that something big was right around the corner. "Meh, enough talk about that. How have you been? The semester should be over, right? So I bet you're glad to be done with those tests." "I know I was when I was your age." Gwen smiled and started going over what she had been up to in her civilian life. Even if they only talked every once in a while, it was nice to have someone older to talk to about things. "Oh!" Gwen and Detective Montoya talked for a while, but eventually the black-haired detective was forced to leave and take care of her own things. Gwen didn't mind. The notebook sitting in the pile of scrap wood had been in the back of her mind the entire time the older woman was over, so she was happy to be left alone and given the opportunity to finally take a look at them. The first thing she did was try and figure out how she even missed the notebooks in the first place, since she wasn't being careless and knew for a fact she emptied all the drawers beforehand. So when Gwen looked at the debris trying to find an answer, she was a little surprised at the answer. "A false bottom shelf, huh?" she mused. Dad did always like the classics. The big question was what was so important that he decided to hide them like that? The first thing Gwen noticed was that all the notes were in her dad's handwriting, the second that they were all in code, and the third was that whatever her dad had written in these, they were only his thoughts on another source. Every note started off with references to a master journal, but no matter how she compared the books she had, they simply didn't fit that description. Gwen had a nagging suspicion this is what her dad had gotten shot over. She tore through the information. Everything was a breakdown on powerful individuals throughout the city, and a few outside of it, and certain blackmail regarding them. Her dad's thoughts on how to individually prove the blackmail existed without the use of the master journal, and what the fallout would be if someone were to use that information for a large number of individuals. Just that by itself would have been fairly terrifying. Whoever had this information could essentially force the city to do nearly anything for a while, but what was making Gwen break out into a cold sweat were dated references to the operation, scheduled to take place soon. By itself it meant nothing, but Gwen had the benefit of actually knowing about the auction and was able to connect the dots. The same time the Falcons were going to try taking over the underworld, they were going to be setting up to have the authorities sit back and let them. For a brief moment Gwen thought about trying to let the other heroes know, but then Nightwing's dismissive tone and actions caused her to reconsider. She didn't have a quick way of reaching them anyway. The last entry in the notebook was what clinched her decision. It was a list of police officers the Falcon had determined would not step aside if ordered, and that couldn't be blackmailed. On that list was Renee Montoya, and she was scheduled to be removed tonight. Gwen was out the door and heading for the rooftops without another thought. "Oh!" In a completely different part of the city, Renee Montoya was lounging in a well-broken-in armchair, going over some work papers and listening to the TC playing in the background. Gordon might have sent them home to be rested for whatever shitshow was going down, but the lack of information just made her antsy to know what was going on. It was one of the reasons she had made detective, despite the workplace conditions the GCPD found themselves in recently. Not that it wasn't getting better, slowly. There were still a bunch of men and women on the force that would turn a blind eye for certain groups, but they were on the way out. The Bat was doing a good job bringing their protectors out into the open, and the ripples were being felt. Renee just felt it was a shame it was going as slowly as it was. At this rate, they might finish cleaning house just in time for her to retire. Renee snorted and reached for the nearby coffee mug. Retire? The cynical part of her mind gave her even odds of catching a bullet in the next 5 years. Stacy had proven that getting too involved with stopping the scumbags running around was bad for your health, and Renee was just as stubborn as he was. She sighed at the thought of the captain and couldn't help her mind wandering to her visit with Gwen. The young woman was holding up really well after the death of her last family member. Something Renee was simultaneously proud and saddened by. Gotham wasn't kind to people who lost themselves in grief. Hopefully Gwen wouldn't let what happened make her too bitter. There were enough people like that in this city already, and Renee would do what she could to make sure at least one wouldn't turn out the same way. She owed it to her captain after all. Soon enough, though, her mind went back to the reason she was home early listening to some jackoffs on what passed for the latest trend on TV. Gordon hadn't said anything about what was going on, which meant the Bats tipped him off about something, and he didn't have enough to say where or what, but certainly had the when. Or he had all the details, but didn't want it leaking until it was too late to matter. She was guessing the former. Because if the commish had any clue what was going on, he would have at least tried to tip off the people he thought he could trust. And Renee liked to think she was a member of that group. A shadow passed by her window as she returned the mug to the table, causing her to pause. With very casual movements, she retrieved her phone and pulled up a Wi-Fi camera app. Paranoia paid in the city after all. 2 men were just barely in frame and facing her house, both of them trying and failing to look casual in her opinion. She raised the volume on the TV a hair and unmuted the camera mic. Luck was on her side tonight because not only were the men in range, they were chatty too. All I'm saying is I don't see why we need to just stand here and wait for the other guys to do all the work. It's just one chick, one of them complained. We're here in case she rabbits, you idiot, his companion berated. The boss isn't tolerating screw-ups on this. We wait around outside, Doug handles the back, and the other guys take her out. No noise, no alarm. And I'm not going to explain to the boss we fucked up because you couldn't stand still for 5 minutes. Renee cursed. At least 4 thugs, possibly more, and she had left her service weapon in her bedroom when she changed. She could call for help, but unless the Flash was in town for some reason, they would be far too late to do anything. Keeping her movements relaxed and unhurried, Renee started making her way to her bedroom. Even if she couldn't get away, she wasn't going to just meekly wait helplessly around. Her handgun was still in the leather holster draped over her computer chair. Renee quickly crossed the room and reached for it. Just as her hand made contact with the case, a strong grip nearly crushed her forearm as another hand wrapped around from behind her and covered her mouth. Renee immediately tried to break free, but her captor wrenched her arm behind her and hissed in her ear. If you don't want to die, detective, you will be quiet and do exactly what I say. Chapter 11. In other news, the supervillain known as Ghost Spider was seen after the abduction of GCPD detective Renee Montoya, the newscaster said as a grainy video played, showing Ghost Spider firing a web line into the distance and jumping into the air with the limp form of the detective slung over her shoulder. Thunk. The detective was one of several members of the GCPD attacked last night, and while neither Ghost Spider or the police have released a statement regarding these incidents, it is possible that these attacks are linked. Thunk. No demands have been made so far for the return of Detective Montoya, but we at Channel 7 have been asked to remind the public that Ghost Spider is considered to be a dangerous metahuman and should be avoided or approached with caution if absolutely necessary. If you have any information about the location or sighting of this villain, do not try to confront her and call the local GCPD for assistance. Our next story is the potential disappearance of the Tao. The TV shut off. Thunk, thunk, thunk. If you aren't going to be helpful, stop trying to destroy the table. I still need it. An annoyed Renee Montoya growled at the black and white figure next to her as she dug through Captain Stacy's recovered journals. The newly branded villain rolled her head to the side and gave the detective a pleading look, surprisingly effective when the oversized white eyes made her look rather pitiful, and made a weird whining noise that was a mix of indignation and disbelief. All while gesturing at the now turned-off TV. Renee rolled her eyes. What were you expecting? No one's managed to actually talk with you after all those incidents you get caught up in, and Roman Falcone isn't an idiot. Of course he's going to push the blame on you to stop anyone looking at his group. Especially if he really is about to make a big move like you told me. You're sure you don't want to call into the station and let everyone know you're fine? Ghost Spider whined. It might have been childish, but she was almost willing to scrap the advantage of having the detective safe and willing to help if it salvaged her reputation. Almost. I owe you one, kid, but I don't owe you that much, Renee said with humor. Besides, it's only for a couple days at most. We'll find a way to clear your name then. Ghost Spider growled but didn't say anything. It might only be a few days, but that would be plenty of time to cement the name Ghost Spider and villain together. Fine, she said mulishly instead. Is there anything else we can do then? Reach out to your boss or something? He probably already knows, Renee said, turning a page. He was cagey the last time I saw him and definitely getting ready for something. It's better not to split his focus right now. And not let him know his detective is fine and not being tortured or something. Oh, he knows. That caused Ghost Spider to blink, and if he hasn't asked me to come in then it means he wants me out of sight for now. And how does he know that? Renee smirked and held up a small electronic device. Pagers. Hardly anyone uses them anymore and they can't be tracked. I let him know once we stopped here. Here being a hotel room that they had broken into. Not exactly a safe house, but then Ghost Spider wasn't keeping Renee hostage, so that was fine. They only needed to be there for as long as it took to plan their next move, and the place had a TV and internet connection. Huh, that's neat. Certainly not something Ghost Spider would have considered, but it was a cool trick. Don't think only the superheroes have neat tricks, kid. Even normal people might surprise you. Renee laughed. I'll definitely keep it in mind. Will you be fine if I leave you here then? Ghost Spider asked, getting up in preparation to leave. Renee cocked an eyebrow. And why would you be leaving me here? Well, why? Ghost Spider stammered incredulously. The auction is tonight. Falcone is going to kick off a major gang war and I need to do something about it. You aren't expecting me to babysit you here, are you? And what exactly are you planning to do? Renee asked in return. Run around the city looking for foot soldiers and hoping to stumble into something big enough to derail their plan? I know a few meeting points they're going to use. I'd probably get a few lieutenants if I was fast enough. The detective nodded. Not the worst plan, but that won't matter in the big picture. Anyone you take out would be little fish. What we need to do is take out a major cog in their operation. Would you stick to one expression? Ghost Spider muttered. Fine, you have a better idea then. It wasn't a question. I do. Renee held up the notebook she had been going through. The police can deal with the small fry. We are going after the specialists. She pointed at one specific passage where the words Royal Emerald had been underlined several times. It was apparently some method of payment for a mercenary that was mentioned in several plans. With the sheer amount of danger the mercenary was supposed to face in each operation mentioned in the notebooks, they were either world-class or a medhuman. A rarity when dealing with the Gotham mob, since the various groups tended to operate old school and disliked reaching out past their own respective groups unless forced. But then none of them had done anything this ambitious recently either, so maybe it shouldn't have been that surprising. I thought of trying something like that too, but I don't know who the mercenary is or where they would be. Ghost Spider admitted. I don't know who it is either, but you're thinking too direct. All we need to do is deny them their prize. No merc is going to work for free, and if this is the payment then no amount of money is going to convince them otherwise. Why's that? Because Royal Emerald is the black market slang for kryptonite. Renee explained as Ghost Spider's eyes widened in shock. Anyone with the skills to work for something like that can make as much money they want without the risks these jobs are expecting. No, if Roman can't pay with the kryptonite, then whoever this merc is going to walk. That still doesn't matter if we don't know where they are. Renee smirked. We might not know where the merc is, but we do have a lead on where his payment might be. Oh! Ghost Spider looked at the 5-storied Gothic building from a rooftop across the street. Are you serious? She asked into a short-range headset Renee had given her out of a stashed duffel bag the detective had in a safe location. The building belonged to one of the most prominent art appraisers in the city. Sculptures, paintings, jewelry, poems. If it was art worth anything and hadn't been, officially, stolen, then it passed through here. Where else would you keep a highly regulated material than a place no one would expect it or has any business poking around in? Renee said dryly. We've known the gangs use the Roderick Appraisal Building for their more semi-legal art dealings, but since they all use it, they have a vested interest in keeping us away, and the commish hasn't been able to get around their blocks yet. But a couple days ago, word on the street was that the Falcone had something moved here under heavy guard. I'm guessing it's our merc's payment, since keeping it anywhere near their personal vaults would be too much heat for them. Ghost Spider looked over the mini fortress in front of her. Guards were visible just inside the doors, and CCTV cameras covered nearly every square inch of the building. And you want me to break into it, in the middle of the day, with no idea where in the building it might be? Don't be so pessimistic. The Falcone have a reserved vault, through an alias, naturally. That's on the 4th floor. Our target should be somewhere around there. Ghost Spider sighed. I don't suppose you have a plan on how to actually get in there? There was a crackle of static that Ghost Spider interpreted as a sarcastic huff. Don't look at me. You're the supervillain thief here. Not me. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Ghost Spider very pointedly did not reply to that. Instead, she started looking over the building more closely, trying to find a weak point in their surveillance net she could take advantage of. She ended circling the building a few times before she settled on a potential option. There was an air vent leading into the 5th floor that was only monitored by a single camera. It was on a bare section of wall and protected by the overhanging ledge on the roof, so there was little chance of it being used easily as a means of entrance, unless you could walk on walls. But first there was a camera that needed to be handled. Ghost Spider quickly crawled down the wall to where she was slightly above the white plastic housing of the camera and held out a hand. A small bump formed on the back of it and quickly shaped itself into a spider. With a small mental nudge, the little arachnid scurried onto the camera and positioned itself just off the lens. That should be good enough. Working quickly and trusting her invisibility to hide her from the people on the street below, Ghost Spider removed the screws holding the vent grate in place. With another nudge, her spider crawled onto the lens, conveniently blocking the vent from view as Ghost Spider removed the grate, slipped inside, and secured it in place with a bit of webbing. The interior of the vent was tight, but still sufficient for Ghost Spider to slip further into the building. Every so often, another spider formed and split off to investigate the rooms she passed. Detective Montoya might have an idea where the Falcone might hide her target, but there was a possibility that they could have hidden it elsewhere in the building to throw off suspicion. Through her spiders, she was able to investigate most of the 5th floor with no issues. But it seemed there was little chance that anyone would be keeping kryptonite on this floor. Nearly everything was personal offices or filing rooms, with only a handful of people walking about. None of them looked like they might be guarding very expensive objects, so she quickly made her way to the central air shaft and went down to the 4th floor. It was only a single floor, but the difference in security was massive. Pairs of guards stood at the end of every hallway, and each room was locked with a metal door and an impressive-looking keypad. Even when her spiders managed to find a way inside, Ghost Spider wasn't always able to determine what was in a room, the contents sealed in airtight containers. Montoya, any way to narrow this down? I can't go poking through the rooms without alerting someone that I'm in here. Ghost Spider whispered into her headset. You're already inside. How? No, never mind. These kinds of buildings need to submit blueprints to the city for safety reasons. There should be a reinforced vault in the middle of the 2nd through 4th floors. You'll need to check in there. It took some searching, but Ghost Spider found the route to the middle of the floor and the entrance to the vault room. She almost missed it because, unlike the display rooms, this one was behind an unassuming wooden door that led to a much more advanced metal one. In fact, Ghost Spider only realized it wasn't just a janitor's closet or something like that because of a man and a woman walked underneath her talking about the vault itself. We'll have 3 seconds to insert and turn your key. Then you will be free to retrieve the contents of your box, the man was explaining. As you know, we take our security very strictly here, so in the event your key does not work for any reason, you will be detained until either the vault is found or you are handed to the police. Of course, I would expect nothing less from Roderick's, the woman replied. I think I found my way inside. Ghost Spider whispered to Renee. Don't know how secure the vault is, so I might lose reception. Got it. Be careful, was the reply. Ghost Spider carefully shadowed the couple, trying to stay close enough to slip in behind them, yet far enough away a casual movement wouldn't bump into her invisible form. She felt her heart start hammering faster when the woman paused and looked behind her, eyes skimming over Ghost Spider and looking down the hallway. The man noticed and paused. Something wrong, Miss Franklin? No, nothing, she said eventually, eyes still scanning behind her. I just thought I felt someone watching me. I assure you, if someone tried breaking into this building, we would know about it. We use some of the most advanced security features on the market, the man replied. Perhaps that is what is bothering you. Several of our clients have remarked on feeling observed in the past. Yeah, that must be it. The woman didn't sound convinced at all, but dropped it. Ghost Spider silently released a sigh of relief. That could have been bad. The 3 of them entered the door after the man typed in a passcode and swiped a card through a reader. Ghost Spider made sure to memorize the code over his shoulder, just in case, and they entered the vault proper. The inside was about what Ghost Spider expected. Heavy sealed containers lined the room, each one with a pair of keyholes and an electronic display in front of them. Unsurprisingly, there were no cameras on the inside. Couldn't have there be proof of stolen goods out there as possible blackmail after all, so Ghost Spider was able to duck behind one of the containers and decloak. She hadn't been invisible long, so the stamina drain wasn't an issue, but she also didn't want to risk getting in trouble because of it. Besides, there were only 2 people in here. They shouldn't be a problem. Her thoughts ground to a halt when there was a crash and she peeked around the containers to find the man unconscious on the floor and the woman digging through his pockets. Honestly, this is such a pain, the woman was saying to herself. I spent weeks scoping this place out and in the end, I nearly managed to walk through the front door. What a waste of time. She pulled out a key and looked it over before putting it into her jacket. Of course, now I need to deal with you. Ghost Spider's eyes widened as her spider sense blared an alarm. In the blink of an eye, the woman stashed the key, retrieved a whip from her jacket, and lashed out at Ghost Spider's hiding spot. On pure instinct, Ghost Spider raised an arm to protect her face. The whip coiled around her forearm, and with a sharp tug, the woman pulled her out into the open. Well now, what's a little spider doing sneaking around here for? I heard that word on the street was that you were trying to play hero. Oh, heard this place had some cool stuff and decided to take a tour. Ghost Spider quipped back. Internally, she was studying everything about the woman. Pretty, short black hair, a very athletic build mostly hidden by the formal pantsuit she was wearing, and she knew how to use that whip. Plus, she knew Ghost Spider was setting out to be a hero. She had literally, and depressingly, only told the Bat-Family and Detective Montoya about that. And considering the detective hadn't mentioned knowing someone who could break into this place, Ghost Spider doubted she had called this person here, which meant it was someone the Bat Brigade knew. Catwoman. It fit. Appearance-wise, the woman matched what Ghost Spider knew of Selena Kyle, and she probably had the skills to back it up. That still didn't tell her why Catwoman was poking around a semi-legal business operated by several mafia families. Can't say I've been impressed, though. She continued, so far it's just been offices and some boring display rooms. Not really worth the trouble if you know what I mean, so I guess I'm wondering what brought you here, kitty cat. Aren't you just a clever little girl, Catwoman? Well, purred. She slowly moved away from the unconscious man, but stayed in a combat crouch, ready to react to anything Ghost Spider did. But if you know who I am, then you should already know why I'm here. I'm far more interested in what a self-proclaimed hero is doing breaking into vaults. Looking for a career change already? Ghost Spider debated exactly what she should say. Neither one of them probably wanted a fight that would draw too much attention to the both of them, but she also didn't want to just start telling her plans to everyone that asked. She tried the full disclosure approach once and got burned for it. Let's just say I'm here for asset denial, she said eventually. I really doubt it has anything to do with why you're here, so why don't you just grab what you came for and we'll go our separate ways? But now you have me curious. Maybe there's something here more interesting than a prized statue stolen by a bunch of mobsters. So what is it? Come on, you can tell me. Just a fancy rock wanted by some mercenary. Ghost Spider deflected. She refused to respond to such easy bait. Some jokes were so low-hanging fruit they were on the floor, and she was better than that. I like rocks, Catwoman said offhandedly. I've got quite the collection too. Why don't you tell me about this one, or things might get a bit tricky for you? Ghost Spider scoffed. What? You're going to fight me in the middle of their vault? That just means you won't get what you want either, she pointed out. Not quite, Catwoman said as she slowly stood up and slid closer to one of the containers. After all, I am currently allowed to be in here. She placed a hand on her collarbone. If the alarms go off, then I'm just Erica Franklin, the poor woman that was attacked in their secure vault. You get to deal with security, and I'll just come back later. So why don't you make it easy and just tell me what you're after? That was definitely something Ghost Spider wasn't exactly thrilled to do. Catwoman tended to be the lightest shade of gray when it came to the Gotham rogues, but she was obviously still a criminal. That, and there was a very good chance word would get back to the Bat family, and she was already going to have to deal with her new villainous image. She didn't want more complications with that future conversation. But at the same time, she couldn't think of a way to get out of it without risking an alarm being set off. And since both of them knew how little time there was until the auction, Ghost Spider took a mental step back. What if Catwoman didn't know about it? She hinted that she talked to someone in the Bat family, sure, but that didn't mean they read her into everything going on as well. Nightwing seemed prepared to keep everything in-house, as it were, besides reaching out to Commissioner Gordon for support. Which meant, that's fine. I managed to break in here today pretty easily, she told the thief. But it sounds like you put quite a bit of effort into your heist. Trip the alarm and I'll just come back later. I'm not in a rush. It was a pretty big bluff. Catwoman scowled but relaxed out of her crouch and turned her back on Ghost Spider, walking over to one of the containers. But it had a good chance of working. Still, Ghost Spider was practically gaping at the blatant dismissal by the older woman. Even if they weren't going to fight, turning your back on someone you had just been threatening seemed like a dumb move. Don't act so surprised, little spider. We both know we don't have time before someone notices something going on in here and comes to take a look. We tested each other, we both called a bluff, just don't get in my way. Catwoman said as she opened the container and pulled out a fancy but ancient-looking wooden statue, which she immediately shattered to reveal several modern-day tools. Now I'm going to get what I came here for. We can continue our conversation after that, or you can run off now. After that, Catwoman seemed content to ignore her and started poking at another container. Ghost Spider wasted a couple seconds just staring at the woman in surprise, but eventually shook herself out of it and began looking for her own target. It didn't take her long. Knowing the properties of kryptonite meant that the container would need to be a certain size and shielded for radiation. Otherwise, it would ruin anything else in the vault or build up a charge and douse the next person to open the container in harmful energy. With those conditions, Ghost Spider found the possible containers almost immediately. The problem was determining which one of the 5 held her target when they were all of featureless white metal with only an electronic lock for clues. Well, you don't think small, I'll give you that. Catwoman said as she came up behind Ghost Spider, depositing a golden Egyptian cat statue into a bag. Might not want to mess with these though. They're alarmed to go off if anyone messes with the casing, and I don't see an access port so you aren't hacking it. Ghost Spider looked over her shoulder, one eye enlarged in a parody of a raised eyebrow. Why are you still here then? You got what you came for already. If you want to get out before the alarms start ringing, now's the best time. Catwoman shrugged. Call me curious. It's not often I see someone able to sneak into a place like this without looking in a mirror. I appreciate the compliment at least. The thief nearly pouted when Ghost Spider still refused to take the bait. Ghost Spider didn't really care and went back to looking at the electronic locks. It was advanced stuff. A LexCorp RU 1336 model. Sturdy, reliable, and with very few exploitable software flaws, Ghost Spider wasn't going to be able to crack the password for these without a decent computer on hand. Not to rush you, but time is running out. Catwoman reminded her. If you want my help, you just have to tell me what you're after. Ghost Spider ignored her and walked up to each of the 5 containers and proceeded to yank the touchpad out from its housing. While the containers themselves were alarmed to detect tampering, by necessity the panel itself wasn't, and there was a hardware defect she could take advantage of. With quick movements, she separated out the grounding wire and cut it after shifting her fingers to resemble wire cutters and a simple application of her super strength. Then she stripped the negative wire and shorted out the system. There was a spark and a flash as alarms suddenly started going off in the background, but more importantly, the electronic lock was forced into test mode as the electric surge fried its insides. The locks reseated and opened to reveal a 1809 bottle of wine. Well done, Catwoman admitted grudgingly. But not a rock by the look of it. Why are you still here? Ghost Spider complained, already moving to the next container and repeating the steps. This one was an old book that was nearly crumbling with age. Curiosity, Catwoman repeated, then complained when Ghost Spider said nothing in return. You're no fun, kid. Little busy at the moment. Ghost Spider had moved on to the 4th container, gotcha, and finally found the softball-sized chunk of kryptonite. She covered it in webbing and secured the resulting ball to the small of her back. There was a crack of a whip and a thump as a body hit the floor. Ghost Spider turned back to the entrance to see Catwoman dealing with a pair of guards that had come to investigate. All right then, time's up. We have to go. Ghost Spider was still wondering why the thief was hanging around, especially when she had already gotten what she came here for, but she was right. This wasn't the time to stand around. The spider-themed hero followed her out of the vault and into another group of armed guards. The guards tried to level their handguns at the 2 of them, but Ghost Spider snared all of them with webbing before they had the chance to fire, and by that point Catwoman was close enough to put them down with a series of kicks and throws that put all the guards on the ground. This way, she said, and pulled Ghost Spider into another display room. Hold that door for a bit, Catwoman ordered, and knocked over an antique clay pot. Ghost Spider simply webbed the door shut and turned to see the other woman pulling a whitish putty out of the debris and lining the room's window with the stuff. Is that C4? She exclaimed as Catwoman pulled out a blasting cap and placed it on the putty. Yep, the certifiably insane thief chirped while kicking over a table and crouching behind it, gesturing Ghost Spider to come join her. You're gonna want to cover your ears for this. Ghost Spider wasted no time diving behind the table and covering up as suggested. Aren't you supposed to be a cat burglar? She complained. Sorry, not that kind of job this time. There was a click and then the wall exploded. When Ghost Spider trusted it was safe, she peeked out to find the window was now just a hole. Catwoman was clearly crazy, but she knew what she was doing. That was the perfect amount of explosive to blow the window and not bring the roof down or kill them with the blast wave. Catwoman was out the hole in a flash. Somehow in the few moments Ghost Spider had been covering herself for the explosion, the thief had shed her pantsuit and was decked out in a tight leather catsuit. Not one to be left behind, Ghost Spider was right on her tail. The pair quickly made it to the neighboring roofs and took off with Catwoman following after Ghost Spider. After some changes in direction to make sure no one was following them, Ghost Spider eventually came to a halt and decided to ask why she was still being tailed. Still want to know what the big deal is with the rock, was Catwoman's answer. But mostly it's because she wanted to talk. The thief pointed to the other side of the roof where Batgirl had just touched down. In an instant, Ghost Spider was crouched and had her back to the ledge of the roof so she could look at both the others. Hold on. We just want to talk, Batgirl exclaimed and took a few steps forward, her arm raised in her direction. Although if you're planning to run, think again. Ghost Spider whirled around to see Supergirl floating above her, arms crossed over her chest. Caught between two superheroes and an allied supervillain/antihero. There was really only one though on Ghost Spider's mind. Well, shit. Chapter 12. Come on, pick up. Hey, you reached Gwen Stacy. I can't come to the phone right now, please leave a message. Damn it. Barbara cursed for maybe the millionth time that morning and threw her phone away in disgust. How did everything fall apart so quickly? They had been so confident. With the information they got from Ghost Spider, the Bat family had been able to track most of the Falcone's movements. With a bit of Kara's help, they had tracked nearly every single weapon cache and gathering point. A tip to her father, and the entire GCPD could swarm them once he gave the order to the few leaders who weren't bought, and the rest would fall in line to keep their jobs. What they didn't plan on was Falcone targeting those same officers the night before. Break-ins, assaults, car crashes. The list went on, but a majority of the people Barbara knew her father could count on were now indisposed for a variety of reasons. She knew that normally this amount of assault on the police force would call for a major crackdown on the party responsible that no criminal organization would willingly consider, but the Falcone were already planning to go to war. They knew that they would end up attracting the attention of every cop in the city anyway, so they struck first. While that was a disaster and a half that had kept all of them up for most of the night, it wasn't the cause of her stress at the moment. No, that was reserved for the news her father had told her the night before. Barbara had just gotten an alert that several officers were attacked and received a video clip from Tim showing Ghost Spider hauling off Detective Renee Montoya at the same time. Before anyone could suit up and track down the spider-themed meta and find out what the hell she was doing, her dad had knocked on the door and told her that Gwen's apartment had been broken into as well, and Gwen was now missing. The only reason he told her was because some news vulture had been lurking nearby for a follow-up article about her father's murder. The journalist had found the door to Gwen's place broken and the insides trashed before calling the department. Her dad didn't know for sure if Gwen had been kidnapped, but he didn't want the first Barbara to hear of her friend's possible fate to be the morning news. So while Dick and Tim took over the search for Ghost Spider, even going so far as to let some of their more questionable contacts in the city know they were looking for her, Barbara and Kara had done their best to find out what happened to Gwen, but had turned up nothing. So now Barbara was torn between preparing for a major underworld incident and worrying about her friend. You know, I was thinking, a voice broke her out of her reminiscing. That's dangerous, she replied immediately, more out of habit than malice. Barbara looked over to Kara, who was floating like she was on a couch rather than just hanging midair. The Kryptonian was in her superhero uniform, the same as Barbara, although since they were currently in the middle of the Batcave, Barbara had left her cowl down, allowing her to look her other friend in the eyes. Haha. Funny. Kara rolled her eyes and floated over to one of the computer screens that were automatically trawling the internet looking for any mention of Ghost Spider. So far it was mostly reactions to the news story that played this morning. Anyways, I was thinking, this kidnapping thing? It doesn't fit Spidey Girl's MO. Barbara snorted at Kara's nickname for the new meta. She only wished the new girl didn't wear a full face mask so they could see her reaction to that the first time she heard it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Even if we ignored everything she said, so far she's been spotted at either warehouses or near a bunch of cash. I'd understand if she was hired by the Falcone, but if she was, then I don't think she'd have given us all that information. Double agent? Kara asked, more to help Barbara organize her thoughts than out of real belief. Not likely. Barbara shook her head. If she was, then they would have started prepping to move their gear when we turned down her help. Probably, her friend agreed. I can think of 3 reasons why Detective Montoya was kidnapped. First, she knew Slash was involved in something going to happen tonight, so Ghost Spider took her out before then. Not likely, Montoya is one of the people my dad trusts most in the department. Second, Ghost Spider is working with the Falcone. I could kinda see it. If she didn't believe that we could stop them from starting a gang war, she might be looking to get on their good side. And they'd just ignore her dumping the whole plan to you and Dick? Kara raised an eyebrow. Well, I doubt she'd tell them if they didn't know she did that. Barbara scoffed. And third, I think GS had more info than she gave us, the redhead said slowly. I know she gave us a lot with that binder, but she knew about the Falcone planning something when no one else had a clue. And what she gave us was mostly just what she had confirmed herself. Who knows what kind of stuff she was looking into but didn't include. I bet she figured something after our meeting and that tipped her off about the attack on the officers. Kara tapped a finger on her chin and thought. I could see that. But why not let anyone else know? Even if she was mad at us, she could have reached out if people were in danger. Barbara winced. After the way Dick brushed her off? I don't know about that. Kara gave her a look and then nodded. Yeah, I see your point. It's bad enough when Batman and Cal do that to us. Coming from someone our age? I'd be pissed too. Barbara nodded back. Dick had been trying to emulate Bruce more lately to mixed results. It usually worked out, but other times it really came back to bite them. Especially with the younger heroes. Think she might know what happened to your friend? I think she would be the best person to ask. Barbara mused. From what we can tell, she was at Montoya's before anyone else was attacked, so she could have gotten a message to Gwen also and ran out of time. She shook her head again. But we shouldn't assume that. Let's just... She trailed off. What? Kara floated back over to Barbara's chair and tried reading the alert that had distracted her. We just got an alert from one of our friends in the city. Barbara said as she pulled her cowl over her head and adjusted it. Apparently Catwoman found GS. Really? Where? The Roderick Appraisal Building. She's robbing one of the vaults there. Kara paused for a second. And how does Catwoman know that? 'Cause she's probably robbing the same vault. Right. Why haven't you guys gone after her yet? Batman has a deal with her. She sticks to only robbing criminals, not that that really cuts down her options, and helps us out by keeping an ear out for anything we'd be interested in. In return, we don't really pay attention to her until she crosses a line. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. And it's not because they're... Kara curled her fists and made a bumping motion. Barbara went scarlet. No. Now hurry up, I don't want to miss them. PSH, relax. I can get us anywhere in the city in no time. Supergirl scoffed, but did grow a bit more serious. How do you want to confront her? She's apparently robbing places in broad daylight now. Dunno. Guess we'll figure it out as we go. Start good cop, bad cop? If she has a good reason, then we can ease up. On one condition. Batgirl knew she was going to regret this. What? I get to be the bad cop. We'll flip for it. Oh! The two heroines made excellent time to where they were told to meet up with their thief contact. With Supergirl's abilities, it was incredibly easy for her to just take the end of Batgirl's grapple gun and tow the other girl through the air behind her. They should be here pretty soon. What's your plan? Batgirl asked once they sat down on one of the taller buildings. Easier to see the others coming that way. Normally, she was the one to come up with the plan, but Supergirl had won the flip. I'm thinking you get her attention and I come in from behind with the whole disapproving parent act. Supergirl shrugged. Maybe snatch whatever was so important so Spidey Girl doesn't just run off. A little more aggressive than needed in Batgirl's opinion, but not necessarily a bad plan. She would have liked a bit more detail, but two figures running over the rooftops meant they didn't have much time. Instead, she just nodded and ready to jump down to the lower rooftop where Catwoman and Ghost Spider had stopped. As she landed, she heard Catwoman pointing her out to the younger girl, and when she looked up, she saw Ghost Spider already tensed up and practically ready to run right then and there. Hold on. We just want to talk. Batgirl exclaimed and took a few steps forward, her arm raised to show she wasn't about to attack. Despite this, Ghost Spider tensed further and looked like she was going to bolt anyway, so Supergirl made her entrance. Although if you're planning to run, think again. However Ghost Spider's mask worked, it made her eyes ridiculously expressive as they widened at Supergirl's arrival and narrowed immediately after. Look, we're not here to fight. So can we just relax a bit and talk things out? Batgirl asked, trying to keep things calm. Oh, so now you want to work together? Ghost Spider snapped. 'Cause that's been really working out for me so far. Batgirl winced because, fair, but pressed ahead anyway. I know. We haven't really given you a fair shake, but we need to know what's going on and you seem like the only person who has any info on what the Falcone are planning. That's why you were able to help with Detective Montoya and saved her, right? You said you wanted to be a hero, so work with us here. They're working together. Supergirl confirmed. I can kinda hear the detective on the earpiece she's wearing. You don't do privacy, do you? You flying cheerleader wannabe. Ghost Spider bristled. Cheerleader. Supergirl stuttered. Says the Halloween reject. Oh no. Batgirl thought. Kara's temper might be better than it used to be, but she still had a hair trigger for some things. Right. Seems like you girls have some things to chat about. So I'm just gonna go. I'll call if anything else turns up. Catwoman set off to the side before slipping off the side of the building. I offered to work with you already, gave you a ton of information on top of it, and you told me to get lost. Ghost Spider ranted, ignoring Catwoman's departure. And now all of a sudden you change your mind, and I should just be happy and jump on the bandwagon, huh? Screw that. I'm outta here. The spider-themed girl started to walk off, but was forced to stop when Supergirl moved to hover in front of her. You wanna leave? Fine. We don't have time to deal with your attitude. But whatever you stole from the Roderick building stays behind. Screw yo dash. Before Ghost Spider could finish, Supergirl appeared behind her and reached out to grab the web-covered bundle. Batgirl watched with surprise as Ghost Spider not only reacted fast enough to keep up with the Kryptonian, but also was strong enough to stop Supergirl from casually ripping the package out of her hands. Definitely some super strength there, not that Supergirl was putting any real effort into it from what Batgirl could tell. Probably being cautious about breaking whatever was inside. What the hell are you doing, Super Skank? You have no idea what this is. Ghost Spider hissed. It's stolen, which means it's staying with us if you're going to run off because your feelings are hurt, Spider Slut. Supergirl shot back. It's dangerous, you idiot. Let go before dash. Dangerous to you, maybe. Now are you going to stay and work with us or go cry because Nightwing was mean to you? Girls, come on. We're on the same side. Batgirl tried to defuse the situation even as the other two spiraled into trading insults like a pair of teenagers. We don't need to fight. Batgirl was interrupted when Supergirl grew tired of the stalemate on the bundle and gave it a sharp tug. The bundle was ripped out of Ghost Spider's hand, but she must have been using her powers to stick to the webs covering it. The covering ripped free with a loud tearing sound, and a near-perfect outline of Ghost Spider's hand could be seen on the main bundle, revealing the glowing green crystal underneath. Supergirl flinched and dropped to the ground as her powers weakened and cut out. Ghost Spider cursed and immediately moved to get closer. Batgirl, in a move she would later regret, saw her friend getting hurt against all odds and a mostly unknown bearing down on her and reacted on instinct. A trio of batarangs pierced the ground in front of Ghost Spider and an LED started blinking rapidly. Half a second later they exploded, sending Ghost Spider tumbling backwards. Supergirl just groaned as the kryptonite was sent skittering past her. Batgirl wanted to start cursing this whole situation and how things were starting to spiral out of control. She didn't mean to attack Ghost Spider, but she didn't want her getting closer to her friend when she was vulnerable either. She would apologize after she took care of the kryptonite. She ran to where the dangerous chunk of space rock had been blown off to and prepared to throw her cape over it. The lining in the fabric should at least stop the radiation from doing more damage. Thwip! Only to have a line of silk snag it off the ground and into Ghost Spider's waiting hand, where she covered it in webbing once more. I dash, Ghost Spider said darkly and started walking towards Batgirl. Am sick and tired of you deciding you're in charge and getting the blame for your screw-ups. So here's the deal. You dash, Ghost Spider jabbed a hand forward and webbed Batgirl's feet to the roof and her hands together. Are going to just stand there and not do anything else stupid, and I dash. This time it was Ghost Spider who was interrupted when a still partially dazed Supergirl punched her in the jaw. The blonde turned to Batgirl and swayed on her feet. That she was actually staying on the ground was enough to worry Batgirl and smiled. Good job distracting her. Batgirl face-bombed. Oh! Ghost Spider groaned and absently ran a hand over her aching jaw. Again she ran into the heroes, and the only thing it got her was more trouble. It pissed her off even more because she knew they weren't always like this. But whatever reason they had for constantly picking a fight with her, she was done. She wasn't going to keep turning the other cheek trying to get them to listen to her. She decided enough was enough. She was leaving. She snagged the bundled kryptonite and prepared to jump off the building when her spider sense flared. "Where do you think you're going?" "Wait, Supergirl, don't." Ghost Spider ducked under a grab, spun, and cracked Supergirl in the nose. The heroine cried out in surprise and pain as her fist connected, but despite being relatively unused to pain, Supergirl recovered quickly and punched back. Ghost Spider wove underneath the fist and connected with a body blow this time that forced some of the air out of Supergirl's lungs. Supergirl managed to snag her wrist before it could be pulled back and threw Ghost Spider into a nearby wall of a taller building. The spider-themed girl brushed off a few shards of brick that had fallen on her and snarled at the Kryptonian. "What's the matter? Can't handle a fair fight?" Supergirl taunted. With the kryptonite covered, she was slowly regaining her strength and speed. "I'll show you a fair fight." Ghost Spider growled and shot 2 weblins at the blonde hero. Supergirl instinctively raised her arms to protect against the incoming attack and was surprised when neither one of them hit her. Woof! Instead of using the silk webbing as a direct attack, Ghost Spider had used them as a giant slingshot to slam herself feet first into Supergirl's stomach. Both girls slammed into the building on the other side of the roof, and Ghost Spider quickly attempted to web Supergirl in place, but the Kryptonian managed to bring a leg up and kick the Methuman away. That set the tone for the rest of the fight. Ghost Spider would use her webs to pin / blind / or otherwise slow Supergirl down, occasionally using them to speed herself up to put more force behind an attack, and Supergirl would tank the hits and try to counterattack when she could. Most of Supergirl's attacks ended up missing since Ghost Spider was either agile enough to dodge and use a counterattack of her own, or her spider sense warned her ahead of time and she was able to avoid it entirely. Normally, that wouldn't be an issue for Supergirl. She could take the hits and win as long as she managed a few of her own, but despite her powers no longer being affected by the kryptonite, she was still much less durable than normal, and it was starting to show. Supergirl was actually bleeding in several places from the stronger hits and was gasping for air. Ghost Spider wasn't untouched either, holding her side where a lucky hit might have cracked a rib. Still, neither one was willing to give up. "That all you got, Barbie?" Ghost Spider panted. Supergirl wiped away some of the blood dripping from her nose. "Just getting started, Sheila." In fact, they were getting ready for round 2. Before the two could go back to pummeling each other, a pair of bolas suddenly started wrapping themselves around the 2 fighters. Supergirl was caught around the chest with her arms pinned to her sides, while Ghost Spider tried dodging, but was still caught around her wrists. "Would you two calm down?" Batgirl shouted, having freed herself and finally found an opening to intervene. "In case you both forgot," she continued when she was sure neither Ghost Spider or Supergirl was going to keep fighting. "There's a gang war about to kick off tonight that could have the whole city go up in flames, and you two are fighting each other." "Are you serious?" Supergirl exclaimed, eyes wide, and after breaking out of the bolus with a bit of effort, jabbed a finger at Ghost Spider. "She's stealing kryptonite. You know what that can be used for?" "Yeah, stealing it from the mob boss trying to take over the city." "Great job living up to the dumb blonde stereotype." Ghost Spider spat back, slipping free of her own restraints. "Oh my god, will you two just dash?" Batgirl paused as she felt an alert ping on her communicator. Given that it was set to not alert her for anything less than priority 1 messages, it caught her full attention. Thankfully, the other two picked up on the sudden stop and waited while Batgirl pulled the device from her belt and cursed. "We have a problem. Catwoman just let me know there's a helicopter on the way. Falcone's men, and they're loaded with some serious firepower." Batgirl said gravely. "That was fast, but just the one? We could take them." Supergirl responded confidently. "Newsflash, cheerleader, you could take them if you were at full strength. Can you even fly right now?" A quick check later revealed that besides hovering a few inches, no, Supergirl couldn't. "How much you want to bet you aren't bulletproof at the moment either?" Supergirl snarled and was about to respond when Batgirl cut in again. "Look, I know you're pissed at us, but we need your help. If we don't get out of here now, that helicopter is going to give us all something to worry about. We can lose it in the city, but Supergirl can't fly, and I can't carry her long enough, so if you never want anything to do with us, fine, but at least help us get out of here." Ghost Spider felt a lot of her anger drain away when Batgirl admitted they needed her help. How much of that was because it was a genuine request, and how much was because she knew it was Barbara under the mask was up in the air? But she was right. Making sure the Falcone didn't have a chance to recover the kryptonite was more important than a fight with Supergirl. Fine. I'll follow you, she agreed. Get over here, Barbie. Let's get this over with. We're finishing this fight after everything this is over, Spider bitch. Supergirl swore. And next time you won't get a handicap. Hey, save the city first. Fight later. What part of that didn't you two understand? Batgirl called out. We need to get to a safe spot. Maybe then we can have an actual talk. She started it. Both blondes yelled at the same time, only to realize what the other said and glare at each other. Well, this is going to go great. Batgirl muttered, firing her grapple gun at another building and letting it pull her into the air. Chapter 13. Sometime later, the three young women had managed to lose the helicopter by ducking into one of the safe rooms Batman had littered throughout the city. It was just a simple soundproofed room in a building owned indirectly by Wayne Enterprises through several clever cutouts. Once they were done with it, it would be cleaned and removed from the list and another one set up nearby. Not that Ghost Spider knew any of that. She was simply glad they had a place they could sit down and relax for a bit after a significantly more exciting heist than she was expecting. Nice place. Must be great to have places like this when the weather sucks. She commented as she poked around the room, mostly on the lookout for hidden microphones or cameras. If Batgirl or Supergirl were going to pick a fight, the moment had passed. It has its moments. Batgirl agreed as she collapsed into one of the cushioned sofas. Despite the tired display, she was still ready to react if anything broke out. But we aren't here to talk about that right now. Supergirl, how you feeling? Like I have the flu. The kryptonite is covered up again. Why am I still feeling it? The heroine complained, sitting down next to the redhead. The silk probably isn't enough to block all the radiation coming off it. Batgirl guessed. I think it's doing enough that it isn't draining you more, but it's stopping you from recovering. Fantastic. Supergirl grasped. There's a lead-lined safe in the closet over there. Batgirl waved a hand in the relevant direction. Feel like being helpful? She shot at Ghost Spider, who had given up her inspection for the moment. I've been nothing but helpful. Ghost Spider said a touch acidically. The anger that had gone down during the trip through the city started to flare up again. What I don't feel like is just jumping to do what you say. So what do you want so badly, and how quickly can I leave before the cheerleader pukes on me or something? What did you? A very pale and nauseous-looking Supergirl started to rise to her feet before Batgirl pulled her back down. Right, my bad. Batgirl backtracked. But can you please put the radioactive rock somewhere it won't hurt anyone? As mad as Ghost Spider was at the heroes, she wasn't mad enough to deliberately make one of them suffer being bathed in harmful radiation just to soothe her own temper. So she quickly deposited the rock into the safe with no further comment. Then she dragged the entire safe with her back to the others and set it down in front of the chair she claimed. Supergirl raised an eyebrow and Ghost Spider assumed Batgirl was doing the same. Call it insurance, since I decided to hang around you too. Despite the fact the city is going to implode tonight, and I seem to be the only one trying to do anything about it, she said dryly. You aren't the only one. The whole reason we went looking for you is because you know something we don't, and our plan to deal with the Falcone all at once isn't going to work anymore. Batgirl sighed. I know that you know something more than what you gave Nightwing. Is there anything you can give us? Ghost Spider's eyes narrowed and tracked between the two heroines. Eventually, she threw up her hands and started massaging her temples. Fine. Fuck. I had fantasies about you coming crawling back to me begging for help, and now I can't even enjoy it because everything about this sucks. Ghost Spider ranted. We are not begging. Supergirl snapped. The worst part is, I don't even have that much for you. Ghost Spider continued, ignoring the outburst. I found a bunch of operational notes for what the Falcone had planned, but they aren't the original documents, just references to certain things and potential plans. Bad news is, most of them already happened or were covered by my own investigation. Detective Montoya has them now, but unless she found something I missed, this, she patted the safe in front of her, was the biggest blow I could do before tonight. What were the Falcone hoping to do with a bunch of kryptonite? It's nearly useless against normal people. Ghost Spider shrugged. The notes said it was payment. No idea who, but someone wanted this in exchange for participating tonight. I figured if this went missing, the merc might just head home. Smart. Batgirl admitted, so those notes are how you knew to be at the detective's place? Yep. I was lucky. I found out what was going on a few minutes before everything kicked off and managed to get there in time. Where is she now? If she's following the backup plan, she should be going to a friend's house to lay low and regroup. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. A friend's? She said it belongs to someone she knows from work, but there's no reason for the Falcone to look there. If she has the notes on her, we might be able to meet and find something you two missed if we're lucky. Batgirl mused. At the very least, we can get her to an actual safe house. Where's she headed? Ghost Spider told them the address. Coincidentally, Detective Montoya had chosen Gwen's apartment as their backup location. Ghost Spider figured it made some kind of sense. It was a location the detective was familiar with. It should be off the Falcone's radar after the hit on Captain Stacy, and it would be a good excuse to make sure Gwen was safe during everything. Given that Ghost Spider was currently not running around in her civilian persona, she hoped the note on the table saying she left for a business meeting to pitch a new game design she left out whenever she was out in costume would be enough to convince Montoya to not worry about her for a while. A necessary precaution when other people had a key to your apartment and a habit of dropping by unannounced. Like when they decide to use your place as a regroup point while being on the run from the mob. Why there? There was a careful disinterest in Batgirl's voice and an undertone of worry that confused Ghost Spider. Sure, Barbara knew where Gwen lived, but there was no reason to suspect Gwen would be in trouble for the time being. The detective suggested it. Why, something wrong? She asked. Maybe. When the Falcone started hitting police officers last night, the department started calling friends and family to make sure no one was targeted through them. You heard about the Stacy murder. Ghost Spider nodded, getting a feeling where this was going. That address belonged to him, and it was attacked last night. The police have been trying to reach out to his daughter just in case, but no one managed. You think the Falcone tried something and it could be a trap? Obviously, they hadn't actually done anything to Gwen. But Ghost Spider wasn't prepared to just come out and say that with Supergirl right there. She was mostly willing to unmask to Barbara if absolutely needed, but she wanted to keep that information as close as possible. Ghost Spider also made a mental note to get back to her cell phone as soon as she could just to make sure everyone knew she wasn't being held captive the first chance she got. Could be. We need to get there before the detective. Right, let's go then. Supergirl declared, standing up from the sofa. She was still a little wobbly, but it seemed most of the effects from the accidental kryptonite exposure had vanished. Hold it. Ghost Spider stopped the two before they could start moving. What do we do with this? Because I'm not leaving it where anyone could just come in and take it. She pointed at the safe. Batgirl and Supergirl looked at the safe, then to each other, then back to the safe. I could take it back to the cave. Supergirl volunteered. If it stays in the safe, I should be fine, and I can get back in a few minutes tops. Batgirl shook her head. Security won't let anyone without at least clearance level 3 leave something that big behind. And Nightwing and Robin would be cut out of the system until one of us can clear the alert from the computers. I'll head back. You take Ghost Spider to the address, and I'll meet you there. Both blondes scowled at the idea of spending time alone together, but neither voiced an objection. They had an estimated 10 hours before the start of the auction. After that, there was no telling how long until the gang war started. They simply didn't have time for petty arguments at the moment. The three of them broke up. Supergirl and Ghost Spider traveling low over the rooftops to hopefully dodge any remaining watchers, with Batgirl leaving a bit later and heading in a different direction. Thankfully, even in the middle of the day, not many people had a clear view of the rooftops, so even Supergirl's bright costume was hard to pick out at a glance. With the departure of the red-headed heroine, both Supergirl and Ghost Spider made no attempts at conversation until they reached their destination. When they did, what the hell happened here? It was only to wonder at the ruined state of Gwen's apartment. Every bit of furniture had been smashed. The cushions were torn to ribbons and thrown haphazardly, cabinets torn from the walls and in pieces, and anything easily broken was scattered on the floor. Even when the mob ransacked the place looking for her father's notes the first time, they weren't this destructive about it. Either whoever had done this wanted to make sure there was no chance of missing the notes a second time, or they had decided to take out the frustration of not finding Gwen there for the taking. Ghost Spider shivered a bit at what would have happened if it was the latter just a couple months ago when she was a normal girl. She had known how to handle herself in a one-on-one fight, not a forced entry by angry goons. "Well, your friend definitely isn't here," Supergirl said, looking around at the mess. "And I checked in on the other residents. They seem calm enough, so I don't think there was a struggle here. Did you guys have a backup plan?" Ghost Spider shook her head, but before she could say anything, the half-forgotten earpiece crackled to life. "Ghost, checking in. No idea if you're back in range, but the hideout's a bust. I'm in a car circling the block, and I'll be checking in every 15 or so." Renee's tense voice filtered out. Ghost Spider barely had to turn to see Supergirl picked up on the message. Both of them relaxed a bit at the confirmation the detective hadn't been hurt. "Detective, good to hear you. We just found out ourselves," Ghost Spider replied, a hand pressed to her ear. "Wait, who's we?" "Me and Super SK, Supergirl." Ghost Spider corrected herself before she could complete the insult. The unamused glare by the heroine told her the Kryptonian knew exactly what she was about to say. "Wait, Supergirl is with you?" Ghost Spider furrowed her eyebrows. "Yeah, weren't you listening over the comm earlier?" "No, I told you Falcone's people started combing the area after you got away and was falling back." "I guess you were busy." "No kidding. Got into a fight with Batgirl and her, then had to run for our lives because Falcone has a hit squad waiting in helicopters." "My God, would it kill you masks to do anything without drama?" Montoya asked rhetorically. "Never mind, meet me at this location. The commish is setting something up and he wants everyone there. Spread the word to the bats if you can." Ghost Spider looked at Supergirl, who nodded and pulled out a communicator. She would get word to the other heroes. "Got it. We'll meet you there." Oh! The last time that Ghost Spider had seen Commissioner Gordon had been at the funeral service for her father. The aging silver-haired man had seemed so sad and tired as he thanked her for her father's sacrifice, letting her know just how much her dad had been respected in the department and, as a personal friend, how much he would be missed. The man standing at the front of the room waiting while a handful of police officers filtered in was an entirely different person. This man had an iron gaze and a confident air around him, fitting for one of the few honest people working to actually make Gotham something more than a breeding ground for low-level criminals. "All right, people, we only have a few hours before the city erupts, so let's do this quickly," Commissioner Gordon began. "As you know by now, thanks to some of our more colorful citizens," Gordon waved a hand to the side where the 4 costumed individuals had gathered. Supergirl, Batgirl, and Nightwing standing close together with Ghost Spider a few feet away. Robin had been tasked with staying at the Batcave and keeping an eye out for any early moves by the Falcone. "We figured out that Mario Falcone is planning on a hostile takeover of the Gotham underworld by launching a decapitating strike during an underground auction." Spines all over the room straightened at the reveal of what was happening. Most of them had figured out that something big was happening in the city, but only a handful could be trusted to not sell that info to the various info brokers the first chance they got. But with a deadline of only a few hours, even if they wanted to sell off the info, no one would buy it. The window was too small. They would have to actually do their jobs this time. Originally, we had planned to contain this disaster with a series of coordinated raids at their rally points. With his forces stripped away, even if Mario went through with his plan, we could eventually contain the situation, the commissioner continued. But after last night, we no longer have the manpower for that option nor the time to request backup. So we will be taking a page out of their own playbook. Once again, dark eyes scanned the people in the room. Ghost Spider was actually a little amused to see people straighten up even further when they met the commissioner's gaze. Here's the plan. Chapter 14. Probably the weirdest thing about black market auctions was how little they differed from normal auctions. At least when it came to the mundane things on display like art and rare materials. The biggest difference was the thin anonymity for the bidders that started off as simply assigning a person a number, not unlike a normal auction, all the way to hired proxies who never met the person they were representing and only talked to through text. It was an idle line of thought that Ghost Spider found herself circling back to as time went on. She was stuck in that lovely cycle of hurry up and wait that meant that she didn't have a whole lot to do while the auction started to get into swing below her. I can't believe people actually spend that much money on that kind of art. Ghost Spider muttered as she watched a painting sell for several $1,000s. I could probably do better than that. Seriously, the painting was just a series of multicolored shapes. It wouldn't be hard to do the same thing. For these people, it's more showing they have the money to actually buy something like that and not worry about the cost. Supergirl's voice crackled over her headset. It's a status thing. Plus, most of these relate to color theory and how certain shades complement the other. I doubt you could do better. Probably not. I don't know the first thing about color theory. I'd do better than you, though. I can color inside the lines. Not much of an artist if you think coloring books are something to be proud of. Supergirl shot back. And throwing paint on a canvas and calling it a Jackson Pollock piece isn't any better. Hey, I'm getting good at those. Seriously? Pay attention, you two. We think Falcone is going to start once the final auction starts, but he could kick things off early. Batgirl's voice interrupted the conversation. There wasn't any hint of censure, though. She was probably just as bored as the other two. She just wanted to remind them to stay focused. Plus, from what I've heard, both of you have the art skills of an elementary schooler. That time Ghost Spider could hear a smirk in her voice. Hey. The three of them continued lightly ribbing each other, a little more aggressively between Ghost Spider and Supergirl, but not enough to distract them from the events going on in the auction. They had reached the middle part of the overall event, where the items were now definitely stolen or illegal, but not particularly special. And they still had quite some time to kill, although the chatter did eventually draw comments from the others listening in. They've been insulting each other for over an hour. How can you even pretend to like being around girls? Robin moaned, showing his youth despite the situations he was often involved in. Give it a couple years and you'll know why. Nightwing commented to the younger boy before addressing the entire group. Heads up. Mario Falcone is swapping out with a double. Looks like the main event is starting soon. That news cut down the joking mood as the various heroes prepared for their roles. The three members of the Bat family were on the lookout for any high-ranking members of the Falcone family and would tail them until the shooting started. Then they would try and catch as many as possible. A sort of reverse decapitating strike that the Mafia family was attempting. Meanwhile, Supergirl and Ghost Spider would do their best to take out as many of the foot soldiers as possible. Between Ghost Spider's webs and Supergirl's speed, they should be able to pin down most of any combatants within a few seconds of the first move. I'm not seeing anything different on the main floor. Ghost Spider reported what she could see. Nothing on my end either. Supergirl confirmed. I have a group moving towards the exit. I'm tailing them. Batgirl said. Same here. Group of lieutenants are heading out. Robin chipped in. Ghost Spider started searching the scene below her for the tiniest hint of the Falcone's attack, even as she listened to the others over the comms. Once they made their move, she would need to act fast or risk a lot of people getting killed since none of the auction attendees were allowed weapons of any kind. The guests started to filter in and out as higher-ranking members of the underworld swapped out with the underlings and proxies. The main event was starting, and apparently displaying their wealth and power in the auction was more important than anonymity. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. A tan man with bright blonde hair walked out onto the stage and gave a microphone a few experimental taps to ensure it was on. Good evening, gentlemen. The man began. I hope you all have been enjoying the event so far. We have, after all, gone to great lengths to ensure you have the chance at acquiring only the best money has to buy, even if the items were alternatively sourced, shall we say. Some of the crowd chuckled. But enough about that. All of you wouldn't be here for just any trinkets. No, you're here for the real game changers, the things rare and unique enough that only the most powerful members of our little community would have the chance to even look at them. So without further ado, let us begin the final auction of the night. There was some polite clapping at the announcement as the man stepped back. One of the assistants rolled out a large wooden chest from off stage and placed it so a spotlight could light it up, ensuring everyone in the crowd could get a clear view of the object. The man walked up to it and laid one hand on top of the chest. Our first item is rather special. Over the past few years, the landscape of power in the city has changed due to a certain vigilante. The announcer trailed off, and several members of the crowd began grumbling. Obviously, Batman had heard all of their operations. But the item inside this chest has the potential to place the owner back on top of the whole pile. He patted the chest again and threw his arms wide. Now, many of you might be thinking, if this is so great, why is it the first item? The answer to that is simple. With a hiss of air, the chest burst open and the sides fell away. The large rotary barrel of a minigun glinted a bit under the spotlights as it pointed out into the crowd. The announcer grabbed one of the handles and began to rev the weapon up. It's the first item because all of you will soon be dead. The Falcone family wishes you a good night as they take back their spot in the city. Oh! Batgirl silently stalked over the rooftops, making sure to keep the group of mobsters in view the whole time. Early on, she had recognized Geraldo Trevisani, one of the Falcone's underbosses, and had kept an eye on him all night. So when he grabbed a group of henchmen and left the auction, Batgirl had a pretty good idea the Falcone's plan was about to go into action and Trevisani was going to play his part. She had to quickly jump an alley when the group made a sudden turn but caught up quickly. For the signal from the auction. I'll make the call and then we head for Warehouse 14 to meet up with the others. Grab half the grunts and circle the Iceberg Lounge. None of them get out. We got it, boss. Just leave it to us. Trevisani pulled out a phone and checked the time. Just a few minutes left. He commented. If that was the case, then Batgirl needed to take them out now before they gave the order to head to the lounge. Ghost Spider and Supergirl would already have their hands full trying to keep everyone alive with just the people already inside. Letting these force end even more people was a guarantee that some people would die. She pulled a batarang out of her belt and carefully lined up the throw. With smooth, well-practiced motions, Batgirl sent the sharpened shuriken directly into Trevisani's phone. The mobster cried out in pain and gripped his hand before turning to where Batgirl landed in the alleyway. Damn it, one of the bat freaks. Kill her. Trevisani shouted at his men before breaking into a run. The henchmen pulled handguns from their holsters and began firing them at the heroine, but after dodging the initial shots and throwing down a smoke bomb, Batgirl was able to avoid the rest by hiding behind a nearby dumpster. When the first gun clicked empty, she dashed out of cover and charged the group. One of them had been more economical in his shooting, so he was able to put a bullet close enough that Batgirl felt it tug through her hair. That was when she got close enough to smack his gun hand skyward and plant a fist in his stomach. A follow-up knee to the face had the henchman unconscious and Batgirl using him as a springboard to leap at the other two goons. Batgirl had the privilege of seeing their eyes widen before she managed to get her hands on both of them and slam their heads together. Just like that, they were down for the count. Unfortunately, the few seconds she needed to deal with the three henchmen had given Trevisani plenty of time to get a head start on her. Batgirl was confident in taking down a dozen henchmen like the last three at the same time. She was less certain about a nightclub full of them all armed to the teeth. Good thing she wasn't limited to chasing the underboss on foot. Through liberal use of a grapple gun, Batgirl managed to not only catch up to the mobster, but get in front of him. Before he even made it to the nightclub. Maybe her luck was turning around. It certainly seemed like she'd had a run of bad luck ever since Ghost Spider stepped onto the scene. So catching her target before he managed to complete his part in the plan was a definite stroke of good fortune. Trevisani growled as Batgirl landed in front of him. He apparently wasn't much of a talker when a fight was imminent. He didn't say anything as he pulled out a silver handgun and leveled it at the heroine. Not that she was going to sit there and just let him take shots at her. A batarang quickly knocked the gun out of Trevisani's hand, but the gangster was good enough to duck under the follow-up shock one. It said something about Trevisani's confidence that he didn't bother going for the gun, but pulled a pair of knuckle dusters from his suit jacket. You already lost, Bat. The boss has got people all over the city just waiting for the word. Stopping me does fuck all. And once we're done, this city is going to remember who owns it. Maybe Trevisani was more of a talker than she thought, or he was blustering to try and keep her distracted. Either way, Batgirl kept her mouth shut as she ducked under a few wild haymakers. Banter was a good tool to use against costumes, since they usually had an almost compulsive need to engage in it themselves, but silence was almost always more effective against minions. They got spooked, sloppy, and made way more mistakes when they were up against a bat, and Trevisani was proving it. A wild punch had the larger man overextending enough that Batgirl was able to grab his wrist and throw him face first into a wall. Something crunched under the impact unpleasantly. Trevisani was still tough enough to fight through it though, because an unexpected backhand managed to catch Batgirl in the face and knock her to the ground. Damn bitch. Trevisani spat through the blood pouring out his nose and some broken teeth, one hand clawed protectively over his face. I'm going to break you in half and throw you in the river. Let me know how that goes when you stop twitching. Batgirl spoke up for the first time. That's when the shock batarang she had slipped onto Trevisani's suit beeped and discharged its entire battery into the man. Sparks of electricity had him spazzing in place for a couple seconds before he fell over, twitching. Trevisani might have been harder to hit unconscious than most people. The same didn't extend to electric shocks. Batgirl groaned and stretched a bit as she picked herself up off the ground, brushed off a bit of debris, and went to handcuff the unconscious gangster. With Trevisani out for the count, Batgirl was sure that she had stopped at least one of Falcone's plans. Now she needed to hand Trevisani and his 3 friends over to the police her dad had stationed nearby and figure out what the others were doing. My group is down and all wrapped up. What's the word at the auction? Batgirl reported through her communicator, mentally debating if she should drag Trevisani back to the others or just leave him here. Well, we managed to stop the massacre. Ghost Spider's slightly panicked voice crackled from the communicator. But then Supergirl was put through a few walls. I tied him up for now, but there were some sounds in the background that sounded like wood and stone splintering and possibly cloth tearing. Oh, fuck me. Ghost Spider's disbelieving comment was suddenly buried in static as something started jamming the communicator. Ghost Spider? Hello? When there was no answer, Batgirl tried to contact Supergirl. The only thing that came out of the communicator was static. Batgirl started to move quicker to secure the gangsters. If both of them were in trouble, then Falcone might still have a way to finish the main part of his plan and might need her help. She could only wonder what the Mafia boss had managed to pull to give a Kryptonian and a meta that could stand up to one trouble. Chapter 15. The large rotary barrel of a minigun glinted a bit under the spotlights as it pointed out into the crowd. The announcer grabbed one of the handles and began to rev the weapon up. It's the first item because all of you will soon be dead. The Falcone family wishes you a good night as they take back their spot in the city. Oh fuck. Ghost Spider exploded out of her hiding place. One web line latched onto the ceiling and the other snagged the barrel of the minigun. The webbing tore a bit as it got wrapped up on the spinning metal and from the first few bullets, but she was able to redirect it so the majority of the stream of lead wound up in the upper walls or ceiling. Once Ghost Spider was in a more stable position, she was able to send another stream of webbing onto the gun itself, jamming the mechanics and ruining the gun. The announcer clearly wasn't expecting anything like that to happen, so he was actually thrown to the ground when Ghost Spider yanked the now worthless hunk of metal away from him, but he recovered quickly enough. Don't just stand around, you idiots. Kill them. Kill her. More men armed with machine guns burst through doorways surrounding the auction and took aim at the crowd. A few even aimed at Ghost Spider, while the auctioneers finally managed to throw off their shock and began panicking. Some rushed for the exits, and only the combined efforts of Ghost Spider and Supergirl, who crashed through the ceiling at the first hint of trouble, managed to stop them from being gunned down. Supergirl focused on either tanking the bullets or throwing people out of the way, while Ghost Spider worked on disarming the gunmen with the use of her webs. The rest of the auctioneers did their best to take cover in the various corners of the room, something that many only survived thanks to a red and blue blur that appeared in front of a random shot, or to crush a gun followed up by a swift punch to the jaw that knocked out the shooter. Ghost Spider did contribute a fair bit, but she had to admit Supergirl was the one protecting most of the ones that decided to hide. Between the two supers, the gangsters didn't stand a chance. In short order, all of the gunmen had been disarmed and knocked out, and only a few injured people remained in the auction hall while most of the auctioneers fled, and even the injured were quickly trying to slip away. They were criminals after all. Pretty much the only other person in good condition was the announcer, who had gotten back on his feet and was just standing on the stage with a scowl. Ghost Spider dropped from the wall she ended up on and joined Supergirl in the middle of the floor. With everyone else down, it seemed the Kryptonian wanted to do a little grandstanding before taking out the last gangster. "Looks like that's the end of your little plan, doesn't it?" Supergirl declared. "If you want to give up, now's the time." "I knew this plan was stupid," the announcer grumbled mostly to himself. "If it was up to me, I'd just call the whole thing off, but if it got around that I just quit, my reputation would be ruined." "Yeah, 'cause Tony over there is in any condition to judge you," Ghost Spider quipped, pointing at one of the unconscious henchmen. The announcer shrugged. "Professional hazard, I suppose." He started to reach into his jacket for something, and Supergirl blurred forward, intending to restrain him quickly so they could move on. That plan failed immediately as the announcer's hand snapped up and caught Supergirl by the wrist. Wadash! Supergirl's surprise was cut off by a flash of green and a thunderclap. The blonde Kryptonian flew backwards, past Ghost Spider, and kept going until the sound of her going through several walls echoed throughout the auction hall. Ghost Spider didn't waste time checking on her. Either she was okay for now, or the man in front of her had some way to hurt even a Kryptonian, and she couldn't afford to take her eyes off him. She dashed forward and ducked under a retaliatory punch, rising up to deliver a devastating uppercut to the man's jaw, only to have her heart drop from the result. Not only had she barely moved him, the man didn't seem hurt at all, and considering Ghost Spider felt like she was punching a block of metal, she kinda doubted he was faking that. "Ooh, that hurt." Ignoring the bald face like Ghost Spider wove between his punches, determined to not get hit and returning the favor when she could. No matter where she hit him or how hard, he acted like nothing happened. She needed to switch strategies. Shifting around another punch, instead of counter-attacking or evading, Ghost Spider grabbed the limb and used every bit of her strength to throw the man over her shoulder and into one of the sturdier walls. Then she did her best to glue him in place with a hopefully redundant amount of webbing. Although considering Supergirl still hadn't come back after that hit meant his abilities weren't as straightforward as super strength, so there was no way to tell. "My group is down and all wrapped up. What's the word at the auction?" Batgirl's voice filtered through the communicator, breaking the sudden silence that had settled on the hall. "Well, we managed to stop the massacre," Ghost Spider reported, feeling uneasy as she realized even under all the webbing the announcer was still moving slightly, and there were some cracking noises as the webbing pulled on the surroundings. But then Supergirl was put through a few walls. "I tied him up for now, but..." The small cracking sounds turned into a cacophony of noise. Not because the webbing failed, no, that would have been too easy. The webbing held firm, but the anchors were torn out of the wall and floor, so there was an odd silhouette of broken wood and stone held in place by the rest of the webbing. Then the man reached up and tore the webs free from whatever they were clinging to, including his skin. "Oh, fuck me." Ghost Spider recognized him now. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. John Corbin was one of the horror stories that was commonly thrown about by experts about the dangers of cybernetics and AI, and a reason to not release advanced prosthetics until further testing and advancement. The official story was that Corbin was either the result of an experiment to upload a human mind or an AI that mirrored human thought that had gone insane because despite his mind being human, his body lacked any true feedback to external stimuli. In reality, or at least according to her new memories, John Corbin had been recruited by Lex Luthor in another bid to kill Superman after he had been diagnosed with a fatal virus. With the use of a kryptonite heart and his new cyborg body, he actually came close too. Then he discovered Luthor was the reason he was infected with the virus and swore revenge before ultimately failing and being defeated by the Man of Steel. At some point, Corbin abandoned his name and humanity, taking up the moniker Metallo and working as a mercenary. "I guess I found out who wanted the kryptonite the Falcone had," Ghost Spider thought sardonically. And it looked like her plan for him to walk away after stealing it failed too, because there was no way the Mafia family managed to get another chunk of it on such short notice. Tempting offer, but I don't get much from that anymore. The ghoulish figure replied. The lower half of Metallo's face had been ripped off to reveal the grinning form of his metallic skull. The rest of his skin hung in tatters across his body in fleshy ribbons. Of course, now I'm going to have to kill you slowly. Not only did you run off with my payment, you did this to me. He gestured at his ruined face and clothes. Do you have any idea how expensive this much synth flesh costs? The cyborg complained. Don't do merc work then? Ghost Spider offered. Seems like a bad occupation if you worry about skincare. That was when Supergirl announced her return to the fight by smashing Metallo through the already damaged wall with an I-beam. That was for the cheap shot earlier, she said with satisfaction. Ghost Spider gave her a sideways glance, eyeing the improvised weapon. You know those are supposed to be holding the building up. Yeah, but I found a better use for this one. Just don't bring the roof down on. Look out. Both girls dodged out of the way of a green energy blast that splashed harmlessly in the background. Metallo calmly made his way back through the hole he had made, a green crystal glowing in his chest and the last remnants of his human disguise torn away, leaving his metal body out in the open. Back again, brat? I brought Superman to his knees with a rock about this big. Do you really think you stand a chance with some insect on your side? Still lost, didn't you, you tin can? Supergirl shot back. I'm an arachnid, by the way. Ghost Spider felt it needed to be said, though she was ignored by the other two. Metallo shot another blast of energy at Supergirl and dodged to the left to avoid the web line aimed at his kryptonite core. Ghost Spider just used the miss to pull herself through the air and land a punch on the cyborg. All it did was push him back and set the tone for the rest of the fight. Ghost Spider could get in close and avoid any attacks through her own agility or by retreating a bit, but she couldn't do any meaningful damage, and Metallo was sure to keep an eye on her so she couldn't swipe the kryptonite powering him. Supergirl was forced to play support from a distance. Metallo's blasts were potent enough that they were an issue for Superman, let alone her. The passive drain when she got close would also be a problem, so she was forced to use her improvised bat instead. Problem was, she wasn't used to not being on the front line and nearly hit Ghost Spider several times by mistake. This isn't working, Ghost Spider commented after a solid hit from Supergirl threw Metallo across the room. She hadn't taken a direct hit yet, but her arms and legs were starting to hurt from repeatedly pounding into solid metal. You have a better idea? Supergirl huffed in response. She hadn't taken more than a few glancing attacks either, but the kryptonite was starting to get to her. Not really. He's not letting us get a shot at his core, and both of us aren't doing any damage. Don't suppose we ignore him for now and grab the others. Retreating and preparing for an enemy had worked for others. No reason not to use it herself. Supergirl shook her head though. Too many people nearby. I have no idea what he'll do if we lose him. We need to do something soon then. I'm barely putting a dent in him, and you're going to get hit by one of those beams eventually. Okay, I think I have an idea. It's risky, but you think you can hold one of his arms down for a few seconds. Going for the core? We'll be in a tough spot if you miss. Ghost Spider pointed out. Guess I just won't miss then. Supergirl said confidently. What's the matter, girls? Running out of steam? Metallo called out. Give up and tell me what you did with my prize, and I'll at least kill you quickly. He got hit in the face with a very bent and abused I-beam for that. Ghost Spider wasn't far behind the mass of metal, leaping closer and doing her best to glue Metallo to the floor by webbing up his feet. The small distraction was enough that he didn't notice the action until he was covered in enough that a casual effort could rip himself free. Once she was close enough, she grabbed his left arm by the wrist and elbow and did her best to force the limb straight and as far out of the way as possible. Not going to be that easy. Metallo must have realized what they were after, and the armored plate that normally covered the kryptonite began to close. In a burst of speed, Ghost Spider managed to release her hold on Metallo's elbow and jam her hand into his chest and hold it back. Unfortunately, that meant Metallo was very close to simply overpowering her, and she couldn't reach the core herself. Supergirl, now. The superheroine didn't move in a straight line, but circled around to the left so she could avoid an energy blast. She knocked away Metallo's other arm and went for the core. Just before her fingers touched the crystal, though, the cyborg's chest released a much more widely diffused pulse of energy that sapped most of Supergirl's strength instantly. What's worse, Metallo revealed he was only pretending to be inconvenienced by the webs. He freed the arm held by Supergirl, punched her into the ground, and then pinned her in place by literally stepping on her, tearing the webs on his leg in the process. Just to top off the unpleasant surprises, the tips of Metallo's clawed hands peeled back to reveal sharpened tips of even more kryptonite. He readied his free hand to stab at the pinned heroine, and Ghost Spider was forced to release her hold on his chest plate and do her best to hold off both arms so they wouldn't stab into the vulnerable Kryptonian. It was easier said than done, and she had to use all her strength to barely hold him back. "What's the matter, girls, feeling a bit green?" the cyborg taunted. "Grah." Ghost Spider could only groan as Metallo pushed down with even more power and forced her to one knee. "Considering you went through all that effort to steal my payment, I thought you might as well get a little bit more. Personally, I can't get enough of the stuff." Ghost Spider was steadily driven down as the pressure increased. Her muscles were straining under the load, and despite her best efforts, Supergirl was too weak to throw Metallo off her. "You have a backup plan?" Ghost Spider hissed at Supergirl. The strain was only getting worse since Metallo didn't tire at all. "Working on it." Supergirl gasped back. 10 crystalline spears slowly made their way towards Ghost Spider's face, and in just a few seconds she would either need to move out of the way or just accept that Metallo was going to pierce through her on the way to Supergirl. His fingertips were less than an inch away from her flesh when there was a sudden sound of compressed gas releasing, and a black shape blurred past Ghost Spider's cheek. A grapple hook anchored itself around the kryptonite core Metallo had left revealed once Ghost Spider was forced to use both hands to stop him from stabbing Supergirl and ripped it out of his chest. Metallo gave a cry of surprise and desperately leaped after it, trying to recover it before he lost power. He moved so fast that he actually managed to rip himself free from Ghost Spider's grasp, but he barely made it 3 steps before he slouched over on the floor. Supergirl pulled herself off the ground and looked up at where the shot had come from. Great timing. The rest of the goons taken care of then? Batgirl dropped to the ground floor, kryptonite safely wrapped in her cape. Yeah, Nightwing was able to tag Mario, and Robin picked up a few underbosses. I headed back when we couldn't get you on comms. I think we actually managed to stop the Falcone's plans before they could do too much damage. Good. I was worried they had another surprise than Tin Man over there. Guess I was worried over nothing. So what next? Ghost Spider asked. Let's get the GCPD in here to handle the injured and... Look out. Ghost Spider's spider sense blared. Her head whipped around to see Metallo leaping at Supergirl, clawed fingertips brandished. With no time to think, she stepped forward and shoved the other girl out of the way. Metallo slammed into her and knocked her to the floor so they were face to face with each other. Well, I wanted to get the super brat, but getting the thief works too. Metallo sneered as the light slowly faded from his mechanical eyes. Nice job saving the day, Bug Girl. Hope it was worth it. Completely out of power now, the cyborg locked up. Ghost Spider wanted to push him off, but every time she tried there was a searing pain in her chest and she couldn't seem to get enough air. Ghost Spider, you okay? I didn't think... Oh my god. What? What happened? Oh shit. Okay, don't move. We'll figure something out. Ghost Spider was really confused about why they were suddenly freaking out and staring at her chest. She looked down at herself and quickly realized the problem. Oh, she whispered. Metallo's last attack hit. All 5 fingers disappeared into the right side of the Arakid-themed girl's chest, and blood was welling from the edges of the holes. She started breathing faster and harder at the realization that she had been stabbed, and the edges of her vision started going gray. The last thing she saw was the image of a metallic skull grinning down at her with empty eyes, and the 2 heroines trying to reassure her in the background. Then everything went black. Chapter 16. Beep. 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 As Ghost Spider slowly clawed her way back into consciousness, she was greeted by a bright light and the sounds of a heartbeat monitor. Everything was hazy and there was a dull ache in her chest. Slightly more concerning was that she couldn't move her right arm. Worried what that could mean, she quickly glanced down. idly noting she was both still covered by her costume, but also thick bandages wrapping her chest. The arm turned out to be a minor thing. It was held in place by a couple of thick leather restraints. Considering neither band was locked beyond a metal clip to stop it from sliding, and she had another pair of leather straps running over her torso and legs while her left arm remained free, Ghost Spider guessed whoever put her here was more concerned about stopping her from thrashing around or rolling to one side and ripping out the IVs she could see going into her arm than truly keeping her restrained. The first two bands were easily released since Ghost Spider's left hand was still free. But as she started to fiddle with one of the straps on her right arm, a smooth voice with a cultured accent interrupted her. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mississippi. Despite your healing speed, you are still quite injured. You should continue to rest for now." "Huh?" Ghost Spider turned her head and saw an elderly man in an impeccable butler suit. She knew from her additional memories that this was Alfred Pennyworth, butler to the Wayne family, but for some reason he was showing himself to her despite the risk of her somehow making the connection to him, and Batman, and B was wearing a small black domino mask. The combination of the two overloading Ghost Spider's already sluggish mind. Wha? You are probably still disoriented from your ordeal. You managed to protect Miss Supergirl at the cost of your own well-being. You were brought here for medical treatment. If you need anything, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best to accommodate. Ghost Spider was trying to come to terms with the fact that she nearly died and blurted out the first thing she could think of. Unfortunately, her chest constricted in pain, so she was unable to actually complete a sentence. Alfred misunderstood Ghost Spider's intention and thought she was requesting who he was. "How rude of me. You may call me Butlerman." Butlerman sketched a bow before heading towards a break in the medical curtains that surrounded the bed Ghost Spider was resting on. "If you don't have any immediate needs, I will go and inform the others you have awoken." He looked back at the injured metahuman, but she shook her head. Satisfied, Butlerman departed swiftly. Ghost Spider just stared at the section of curtain the butler disappeared through. Did that seriously just happen? Who in their right mind could call themselves Butlerman with a perfectly straight face? Ghost Spider looked at the bandages on her chest again, and then at the IVs. Did she just hallucinate that? Surely she was on some pretty good painkillers if she was just a bit sore after Metallo shoved his hand through her. After a bit of thought, Ghost Spider decided she should at least figure out where she was. She clumsily undid the straps and removed the IVs from her arm and swung her legs over the side of the bed. As she tried to stand, she realized that, even though the painkillers stopped her from feeling anything, it didn't mean she was actually all right. She almost immediately collapsed on the ground when her legs gave out and only coincidentally managed to grab the bed to stop her fall. Even that small amount of movement was enough to cause the wounds on her chest to throb harder. Still, determined not to let a little thing like a severe chest wound and being too weak to stand under her own power keep her down, Ghost Spider spotted a wheelchair conveniently close by and forced herself close enough until she could flop into it. Several seconds later, she realized her condition was a perfect reason to not strain herself so much. The drugs must be messing with her head. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Oh well, she decided. She got this far already, might as well finish what she started. The curtains took a bit of maneuvering, but Ghost Spider eventually got free of them and got her first look at the rest of her surroundings. She was in a massive cave system that was filled with all kinds of things. There was a bank of computers running along one of the alcoves with enough power behind them Ghost Spider was sure it rivaled even the combined processing speed of some top-class research labs. A display case with copies of what the spider-themed meta recognized as the entire Bat family's uniforms, multiple vehicle bays where Bat-themed machines could be seen just waiting to be launched, and an entire assortment of trophies taken from various encounters Batman had his sidekicks had gone through, complete with placards describing why each one was significant. Curious, Ghost Spider wheeled over to one of the more prominent pieces. A giant penny Batman had somehow managed to get into the cave, and looked at the description. March 28th, Two-Face and the Two-Ton Gang. Used in an oversized coin-flipping machine. Ghost Spider read aloud. Bet there's a weird story behind that one. You know, Usually when you tell someone, you are still injured, please rest, you expect them to, actually rest. Not go digging around other people's homes. A voice interrupted behind her. Ghost Spider turned and saw Supergirl, Batgirl, and Alfred Butlerman heading towards her. From the way Supergirl had her hands on her hips, Ghost Spider determined she was the one who spoke. You don't live here either. She pointed out and waved a hand at Batgirl. She does. The other three tensed, but Ghost Spider was too busy watching her hand as she waved it back and forth. For some reason there was a delay when she moved it in her head and when it actually moved on her body. Weird. 'Cause bat people live in bat caves. Ghost Spider continued when the others didn't seem to understand her point. Super people live in super caves. She finished with a tone that this should be self-evident. Huh. And it seemed Supergirl still couldn't understand such a simple thing. Actually, you should probably leave. I don't think bat people like it when others get into their stuff. Supergirl looked at Batgirl with a lost expression, and the other girl could only shrug in response. Then why shouldn't you leave? You aren't a bat person either. I'm a spider. Ghost Spider pointed out the obvious. We can go wherever we want. Not even Butlerman can keep us out for long. The butler in question smiled ruefully at the undeniable truth and offered each of them a drink, which Ghost Spider happily accepted. Is she high? No, I'm sitting down. I'm actually pretty low right now. Oh, wow, I think she's high. How strong were those painkillers? Probably too strong. Batgirl reflected. Though we should probably stop her before she spills. Wait, how did she do that? The two heroines stared in shock at Ghost Spider, who had pulled her mask up over her nose so she could drink what she was given. The reason for their surprise was simple. They had looked all over for some way to remove Ghost Spider's suit so they could treat her chest wound. But no matter how they looked, they never found a way to remove any of it. In fact, Supergirl had eventually managed to confirm the suit had replaced the skin of the spider-themed girl, so they were completely unprepared for Ghost Spider to simply pull part of it off and have human features underneath. I thought you said the suit was part of her? Batgirl questioned as she watched Ghost Spider down the glass of water. It is, Supergirl confirmed, sounding a little disturbed. I can see where the suit is blending into her skin now that part of it's been removed. It's completely merged with her. Huh, a shapeshifter then? Supergirl shrugged. Ask her, I have no idea. Ghost Spider was half listening to what was going on out of habit and felt the need to correct them before they got the wrong idea. Nope, not a shapeshifter. She gestured at her suit. This is a Clintar, an alien symbiote. Well, kinda. Mine was actually made when an evil lawyer turned crime boss and a doctor who might be a gender-swap news journalist from another dimension injected me with mutant lizard juice, and now I have to feed it chocolate or it will eat your brains. Ghost Spider said seriously. For some reason the others seemed to ignore her, other than Butlerman, who gently removed the now empty glass from her hand. Should she be moving around that much? She sounds really out of it if she's trying to pass off shapeshifting with, well, that. Supergirl asked dryly. Batgirl waved her off. Alfred Butlerman gave her a sedative. We'll let her sleep the painkillers off a bit and talk to her when she's a little more coherent. You mean when she isn't tripping balls? Ghost Spider was beginning to wonder if Supergirl actually needed glasses instead of just wearing them in her secret identity. She was clearly sitting down and not tripping over anything. She thought about offering to make her some if Batgirl couldn't for some reason, but she was starting to feel really tired, and they still didn't believe her about the symbiote. She wasn't a shapeshifter. She didn't know why that bothered her as much as it did, although the word skulls kept jumping into her mind even though that didn't seem quite right. But instead of examining that feeling, Ghost Spider thought hard about how she could prove her suit was a symbiote and not just her. It hit her suddenly. If they believed it was just her shifting herself, all she had to do was prove she could separate herself from the suit. I got it. I can prove I'm not a shapeshifter, Ghost Spider declared to everyone. Batgirl seemed skeptical, but Lerman had a stoic mask for a facial expression, and Supergirl was making a face that screamed, this is going to end poorly. Ignoring the lack of reaction, Ghost Spider reached up to her face and without hesitation ripped off her mask. See? Shapeshifters can't separate things from their bodies. I can't be a shapeshifter, Ghost Spider said sleepily, lightly tossing the mask up and down in the air while the other girls gaped at her. Even Bolterman looked taken aback at Ghost Spider's decisive action. Gwen! What the hell? Batgirl shouted at the now unmasked girl. Oh, we ain't doin' Coden MES New York more? Ghost Spider, Gwen slurred, her eyes drifting closed as the sedative started to fully take effect. THTS cool. Hey Barbara, I'ma take a nap real quick. Let's talk later. Eyes now fully closed, Gwen fell fast asleep, uncaring of the huge pile of questions she had generated in her unmasking and identifying Batgirl's civilian identity. Chapter 17. Barbara, and she was certainly Barbara at the moment, Batgirl had checked out for the day, stared incredulously at the unconscious form of her college friend who apparently had powers, unearthed a city-wide criminal takeover plot, and then saved the life of another one of her friends. Not to mention that she had somehow managed to find time to deduce Batgirl's secret identity without raising any flags she had been looking for it in the first place. Alfred had initially been surprised, suspicious, and then calculating, before hiding whatever conclusion he came to behind a mask of professional calm. Kara was even more unhelpful as she started giggling at Barbara's face, then chuckling and finally devolving into full-blown laughter as she gripped her sides and rolled around midair. She. Ha ha ha. Oh, row. Kara howled. We spent hours looking for her and she just turns up here. Ha ha ha. This isn't funny, Kara. Barbara smacked her friend, but all it did was set the annoying Kryptonian off again and give her a sore hand. Sure it is. Excuse me, young ladies. Given her current state, I believe we should return our patient to bed before we continue this conversation. Alfred cut into the brewing argument. Barbara and Kara exchanged glances and looked at Gwen, who was at risk of falling out of the wheelchair she had managed to borrow, and nodded. Kara easily picked up the other blonde and returned her to the bed from earlier while Barbara returned the wheelchair. And this time made sure that it was far enough that it wasn't reachable from the bed. The two heroines left Alfred behind as he checked to make sure Gwen hadn't hurt herself during her brief stroll around the Batcave. Well, this is a disaster, Barbara said as she pulled off her cowl, throwing herself into the computer chair and spinning to face her friend. Kara shrugged. I think you're overreacting. Overreacting. How? I mean, isn't she your friend? It's not like she's going to blackmail you either since she helped out with the Falcone situation even when we kinda blew her off. Kara shrugged again and reclined midair. She had every chance to screw us and she didn't. Now that Barbara was past the initial immediate emotional response, she was able to calm down and think everything over again without her knee-jerk panic. She had already noticed Ghost Spider didn't really fight back against heroes. That one time with Supergirl was an exception, and even when she beat up Nightwing she hadn't removed his mask or anything. Actually, hadn't Gwen winced the next time she saw Dick? Did she already know his identity too? Barbara shook her head and refocused. She could worry about that in a bit. Every time they had interacted with Ghost Spider or Gwen once she started going out in costume, the spider-themed methuman had remained friendly and hadn't used their near dependence on her information to ingratiate herself with them. Not something a spy or infiltrator would pass up. Granted, there was the possibility of her playing the long con, but unless Gwen had been replaced or had been assigned to spend years building up a cover story to befriend Dick and Barbara after the death of her father, a repeat Terra situation was unlikely. Stolen novel. Please report. It wouldn't stop her from running Gwen's DNA through a few tests to make sure it was really her friend though. Barbara would, however, give her the benefit of the doubt for now, but there was one thing she needed to clear up first. She turned back to Kara. I thought you didn't like her. Why the sudden change of heart? Kara scowled. Don't get me wrong, I'm not her biggest fan. But she stepped up to do the heroic thing and risked her life to save mine, even though she doesn't seem to like me much more. That at least earns her a chance in my book. Barbara smiled at Kara's petulant tone. The Kryptonian had a temper and acted emotionally when it went off, but at her core she was still pretty smart and genuinely tried to see the best in people. Once she managed to engage her brain anyway. so she would wait until Gwen woke up again before making any solid plans on how to deal with this. "Hey Babs, we just finished up with the GCPD." Robin called out as he and Nightwing returned to the Batcave. "How'd everything on your end go? I heard some of the cops saying you didn't stick around and Supergirl flew out in a hurry. Everything okay?" Barbara bit her lip and thought about the best way to break everything to the other two. "Well, about that." "Oh." The two boys took the news mostly well. Robin hadn't really had any issues with Ghost Spider, and Tim had never met Gwen, so beyond some minor questions, the younger boy didn't really mind the situation once he knew Gwen was a friend of Barbara's. It was Dick who was having a minor meltdown. Ghost Spider had been pressing his Terra Trauma buttons before. This new situation was now jumping up on those buttons and lighting off fireworks for effect. This has to be some kind of plot. Where did she get her information from? Who is she working for? Nightwing practically shouted as he paced around the cave. Barbara was only half listening at this point. Dick had basically ignored all of them by now, and arguing in circles when they needed more information wasn't worth it. There was nothing more they could do until Gwen could give them more details, and since she was in the cave with them, she wasn't going to be secretly sharing information without them seeing her or anything, so he was really just working himself up for the sake of it. "Pardon me, sir, but I believe this line of thought isn't very productive. Shall we move on to discussing the state of the city and the aftermath of our latest criminal endeavor?" Even Alfred was tired of listening to Dick's rant apparently, not that he would ever admit to it, and gave everyone an opening to change the subject. Ooh. I got this." Tim jumped in place and waved an arm around in an exaggerated parody of a school kid looking for attention. "We tracked down a bunch of gangsters, kicked their butts, and saved the city. Case closed." Nice try, twerp. You still need to give us a proper rundown," Kara said, ruffling the boy's hair. "Not all of us were there for the cleanup. TCH, fine." According to the GCPD, they managed to catch about 30% of the Falcon's known big shots. Probably could have gotten more, but after the hits on the ones who weren't so crooked they go bowling with the bad guys, they missed a few of them. Probably would have been more if it wasn't for Detective Montoya showing up. It wasn't that bad. Dick broken, paranoia reigned in for the moment. A few of the lieutenants might have slipped away, but I caught Mario and his underbosses right where we figured they'd be. Without him out to run the show, the Falcone family isn't going to be an issue for a long time. Plus, we managed to snag a few mid-level members from some of the other crime groups that got left behind at the Iceberg Lounge auction house. Barbara perked up. "Wait, some of them were still hanging around? I thought everyone would have bailed when Metallo started his attack." "From what we can tell, most did, but even with Dick grit his teeth, Ghost Spider jumping in, a few of them were hit by the gun. They got left behind and picked up when the rest of the police were free to clean up." "Speaking of, why was Metallo there?" Kara explained to the group how Metallo had been hired as a mercenary and stuck around despite Ghost Spider snatching his payment, and then started telling her recollection of the fight in the auction house, with Barbara pitching in with any helpful details she had. "And then I guess he decided to play dead to get the drop on me. Spidey over there shoved me out of the way and took a really bad hit in my place." Kara finished her story, then looked at Dick seriously. "So yeah, I know you're freaking out about this being Tara all over again, but I think she deserves a fair shot at least. She really did help us save the city." Barbara pointed out. "Hey, I'm cool with her." Tim protested, waving his hands in front of him. All eyes turned to Dick. He let out a long sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine, I'll try and give her a chance. But I'm going to be watching her closely." Barbara figured that was the most they could ask for and gave her friend a supportive smile. "Then I believe it would be best if I began preparations for dinner." Alfred informally called the meeting to a close. "Miss Danvers, will you be staying for the time being?" "I'd love to. Can't pass up the chance for a meal made by the great Butlerman after all," Kara teased. Alfred smiled and left for the kitchen while the others began the process of formally writing a report about tonight for Batman to review later. That, along with a compilation of all the details they had regarding the Falcone's takeover attempt, would be handed over to Barbara's dad to ensure that everyone caught tonight would be seeing the inside of a jail cell for a long time. Chapter 18. Ghost Spider swung through the streets of Gotham with a smile on her face, even if it was hidden underneath her mask. The takeover attempt had been thwarted. She had managed to talk to the Bat family about the misunderstandings and left on decent terms. And the police had even issued a statement that cleared her name of any suspected crimes that the media had been smearing her with. She was actually able to freely swing through the city without worry, and it felt fantastic. Ahead. A feminine scream cut through the air. Ghost Spider shot a silk line at a nearby building and quickly changed direction. She kept an eye on the ground while she searched for the source of the scream and spotted the source in short order. 3 men had cornered a young woman in an alleyway and were slowly approaching her, one of them brandishing a knife. Ghost Spider didn't hesitate to jump down at the thugs crowding in the narrow space. A quick bit of webbing yanked the knife out of the leader's hand, and a few quick punches later had all 3 of the attackers unconscious on the ground. A few seconds after that they were webbed up and ready for the police to grab them. "Oh, thank you so much. I really thought I was in trouble, and then you just swooped down and POW. Took them all down," the young, blonde woman Ghost Spider saved said excitedly. Privately, Ghost Spider thought the bright blue long-sleeved shirt and the red skirt was an odd choice for Gotham, but didn't comment. She was just happy the woman didn't seem too upset by her near mugging. "Oh no, just happy to help." Ghost Spider waved off the praise. "Do you want me to stick around until the police show up? This must have been rough on you." The blonde smiled and pointed at something behind Ghost Spider. "Don't worry about that. They just got here." Ghost Spider turned surprised that somehow a police cruiser had shown up completely silently. One of the officers was already out of the car and directing people away while the driver was just beginning to get out of the car. "Ghost Spider, glad to see you after the other night. You did good," Detective Montoya said warmly after she got out of the car and walked up to the spider-themed hero, one hand extended for a handshake. One Ghost Spider accepted easily enough. "Detective." Ghost Spider nodded in greeting. "I'm just happy to do my part. I live here too, you know," she joked. "And keeping busy by the look of it." The detective looked at the 3 still unconscious muggers. "Well, we can take it from here. Just as long as my partner can stop gushing about his little girl to actually do his job," she said sarcastically as the other policeman walked up to the pair. "Well, it isn't every day your daughter saves the city, Renee." George Stacy joked back, taking the sarcasm in stride. "Really? Like you haven't brought it up every chance you get since it happened. You shouldn't keep annoying Renee, Dad. She might stop bringing the chili you love so much to the barbecues," Ghost Spider said with a laugh. Another followed it when her dad pulled a face at losing out on Renee's special chili recipe. "Yeah, well," her dad grumbled. He shook his head and began pulling Ghost Spider in for a hug. "Before we go, Gwen, I just wanted to say, nice job saving the day, bug girl." Ghost Spider frowned as her dad's voice changed for some reason, becoming cold and mechanical. Then, without warning, her dad stabbed his hand through her chest. Ghost Spider stared in incomprehension at the point where his forearm disappeared into her ribcage before slowly looking up into her dad's face. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. Instead of the warm eyes of George Stacy, a metallic skull grinned back at her with toxic green lights burning in its sockets. "Hope it was worth it." "Oh!" Gwen shot up from the bed she had been lying in, only to fold back in on herself as her chest flared in pain. She realized pretty quickly that she was breathing like she had just run 2 marathons back-to-back and was dripping in cold sweat. A dream. She scoffed even though it hurt. Nightmare was more like it. Definitely not how she wanted to wake up after. Memories of exactly what she had done the last time she was awake filtered to the front of her mind, and Gwen immediately wondered if it was possible to die from mortification. She unmasked Barbara. She unmasked too, Barbara. And to make everything even worse, she did that hopped up on drugs in the middle of the Batcave. So there was a negative chance that there wasn't some kind of recording of the incident, so she couldn't try and convince everyone involved that it didn't happen. What the hell is my life lately? Gwen moaned, laying back down and covering her eyes. The cloth privacy curtains surrounding her bed parted, allowing a still unmasked Barbara to enter. "You want to talk about that?" the redhead asked in a neutral tone. Gwen groaned. I don't suppose you'd accept a no? She asked half-heartedly. A short silence stretched uncomfortably. Yeah, I didn't think so. Gwen caved pretty quickly. Where do you want to start? How about the big one? Barbara crossed her arms and leaned on one of the poles holding the curtains up. How'd you figure me out? And who else do you know? Gwen cringed. Not exactly a topic she wanted anyone looking too deeply into. It's Dick's fault. She blurted suddenly. Thankfully, Gwen had already practiced a somewhat logical story. Barbara remained silent and just raised an eyebrow. As another cop kid, Gwen recognized the tactic. Let the suspect talk without giving them anything to latch onto. A lot of the time people would give away more than they meant trying to convince the interviewer of their story. After I got into that confrontation with Nightwing, I couldn't shake the feeling he was familiar somehow. Then I realized that he moved a lot like Dick the few times anyone could convince him to spar at the GCPD Academy hangouts, because if there was one way to guarantee a fight, it was to gather up a bunch of men with training in some kind of martial art and add alcohol. Then I started thinking about how he spends most nights at the gym. The same one that he refuses to bring anyone to, but you seem to know all about. Once I realized that that was just you covering for him spending time as Nightwing, it wasn't much of a stretch to think that the red-headed vigilante running around with Nightwing could be the same red-headed girl Dick hung out with. She trailed off with a shrug. Barbara dragged a hand down her face. Well, I guess it's a good thing most people hanging around us on campus can't recognize people by body movement and aren't going around at night picking fights. She sighed and refocused. Who else do you know? Way more than I should. Gwen couldn't help but think to herself. Out loud she said, I don't really have solid proof I could show you for anyone else. I mean, I'm guessing Kara is Supergirl, because she showed up kinda out of nowhere and you vanished right after. Ooh man, she's going to be pissed at me for that. Barbara muttered, although Gwen wasn't sure she was supposed to hear that. All right. I'm just glad it was you and not one of the crazies with a grudge. Next, where and how did you get that suit? The last time we asked, you kinda weren't all there. Gwen huffed. That was an understatement. Though funnily enough her drugged-up self didn't exactly lie. I couldn't tell you the how, but the where was some random back alley after the thing with my father. Gwen needed to pause for a second, her nightmare briefly coming to mind and making her shudder. I got it then. Barbara nodded solemnly and thankfully didn't push for more details. Chances were she would ask later, but she was nice enough not to press after bringing up Gwen's father. Any plans then? You did just help us save the city and all. The redhead was going for joking, no doubt trying to bring up Gwen's mood, but all she managed was to piss off the blonde. Then she made it worse. You should also know Dick isn't taking the whole identity thing well. He's got some issues he's working through, so he might avoid you for a while. Help them save the city, was it? Yeah, they helped. Brought in the ringleaders and used connections Gwen had no hope of mimicking at the moment. But that was after SHE had done most of the work. Found out the plot, followed up on leads, ruined some of their plans, and got stabbed through her goddamn ribcage in the process. And now she was being told that the same person that had told her to get lost when the city was on the brink of a massive gang war had issues, and she should politely accept that? No. Well, that's too bad for him. Gwen snapped, surprising Barbara. It's not like he had to deal with trying to take down a mafia family, trying to take over the city after killing his dad, getting his name smeared by the media, and being treated like a criminal by the local superheroes for no reason. The same superheroes he'd then need to pretend like nothing was wrong in his alternate identity because they were some of the few friends he had. Barbara's eyes widened and she paled at the outburst, as if just realizing how stressed Gwen was dealing with them in her two identities and how every time they kept rejecting Ghost Spider, Gwen was hearing the rejection from Dick and Barbara. So Grayson can take his fucking issues and go fuck himself with them. Gwen shouted, breathing heavily by the end of her rant. She took a deep breath to try and calm herself. That was mostly successful, but her anger was still clearly present. The only thing I am going to do is wait until I can go home and not come out for a few days. Because the fucking mafia ransacked it. Again! Gwen fell back on the bed, lightly panting but glad she managed to let the other girl know what she felt. Barbara was left gaping slightly, suddenly unsure of herself. She hadn't really considered what Gwen might have been feeling, too caught up in her own feelings about the reveal, and now she wasn't sure what to do. Gwen. She tried. Save it. I don't want to hear it right now. So just do whatever you need to so I can go home. I don't want to interrupt you from patting yourself on the back for all my hard work. With that, Gwen laid back fully and turned on her side so her back was facing the heroine. Barbara made some false starts at conversation, trying to deal with the sudden rift in their relationship, but Gwen didn't engage. Finally, after being ignored for a solid few minutes, Barbara said goodbye and left the medical area, wondering if there was any way to fix this mess. Chapter 19. The Gotham streets were not safe to the unprepared at night, but that didn't mean crime vanished during the day. It also didn't mean that you ran the same risk of being mugged just walking down the street. If there wasn't a supervillain enacting some scheme in the middle of the city, most people were actually pretty safe as long as they avoided side streets or alleyways. Of course, there were always exceptions. Sometime late in the afternoon, a high-pitched scream echoed through one of the Gotham parks where a nearby, younger couple was slowly being surrounded by 5 muggers in ski masks and brandishing knives. The young woman of the 2 victims shrieked again when one of them flashed his weapon threateningly. Wallets, phones, jewelry. Hand them over and no one gets hurt, the leader ordered. Do it quick. The 2 victims tried babbling some pleas and huddled into each other for protection, but another wave of a knife, this time closer, had both of them scrambling to hand over their possessions. Should have done that sooner, the leader smirked, then a snarl appeared on his face that was visible even through the mask. Then we wouldn't need to make an example of you. Beat them. 3 knives vanished into coats or pockets as the muggers moved forward. The couple cowered closer to the ground when one of them raised a fist. But just when the thug was about to bring his fist down, there was a soft thwip and his fist was encased in a white web-like substance. All the people there, muggers and victims alike, traced the line back to where it came from and spotted a person in a black and white costume casually leaning on the side of a building like she wasn't 15 feet off the ground. "Hello there," the masked figure said cheerfully. "I saw you were getting real friendly over here and wanted to join in." There were several skills criminals in Gotham picked up just by being on the streets. Picking a mark, knowing where to buy a weapon, and knowing when to avoid certain areas because one of the major players had an operation going on were just some of them. Another one that most low-level criminals had learned in the past few years was when a mask showed up and wasn't shaking in their boots. Run. Freak, book it, the leader shouted, and the 4 muggers not caught in a web tried to run in different directions, leaving their captured companion behind. It sounds cruel, but for the lowlives of Gotham, risking a confrontation with a mask wasn't worth it. Sure, there was a chance they could win in a fight or get off with just a beating if the mask was like Batman, but there was always the chance this was a villain or hero who had snapped. And the spectrum for those ranged from beating to dead. Not odds a couple of thugs mugging wallets near a park were going to bet on. Not that it mattered for them. A few additional webs later, all 5 of the muggers were tied up on the sidewalk waiting to get picked up by the GCPD while the couple from the park were thanking Ghost Spider as she returned their possessions. The 2 hung around until a couple squad cars pulled up and gave a statement before hurrying back home. Apparently getting mugged had killed their desire to be out and about for the rest of the day. Once they were gone, 3 of the officers began moving the muggers into the squad cars while the last one nervously approached Ghost Spider. To her surprise, she actually recognized him right away. "Nick, how's it going? Find any more venom dens lately?" Ghost Spider threw an arm around the officer and pulled him into a light headlock. "I saw your interview in the paper, very exciting. I loved the part where you single-handedly drove off a thief trying to steal the venom for herself. So heroic." Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Officer O'Hara sighed and hung his head at her teasing. "Please don't," he pleaded. "I get enough of that at the precinct." That reporter barely listened to a word I said. Ghost Spider chuckled and released him. "I figured. But at least if you guys are talking to me, then everything's been cleared up." The young officer shrugged. "Kinda? We don't have any outstanding warrants out on you, but opinions kinda split. Montoya seems to like you, but Bullock and his crew hate your guts. Although I'm learning they hate the guts of any masks out there, so maybe it isn't personal. As long as they do their jobs, I don't really care what they think of me. Ghost Spider waved off his comment. Besides, that just means I get to spend more time talking to the ones that actually like me. Or the ones sacrificed to distract the crazy spider lady so the others can do their jobs. O'Hara said dryly. Ghost Spider gasped and theatrically placed her hands over her heart. What happened to my stuttering baby officer? She exclaimed sarcastically. They grow up so fast. Heh, sorry ma'am. This time I'm not pissing myself after almost getting shanked in a back alley. So you get my normal charming self. Officer O'Hara smirked. Oh well. Guess that means I need to find another officer to terrify. The spider-themed meta shot a web line to one of the nearby rooftops and pulled it taut. Have fun with the muggers. I'll give you a call if I find any more of them. With those parting words, she shot herself into the air and was swinging through the city in no time. Oh! Gwen fell back on her couch with a satisfied sigh. For the most part, things were looking up. Her deal with Wayne Entertainment had been signed, and she was seeing the first bit of money come through. Her ghost spider persona had been cleared by the police, so she was free to swing around the city. And she had managed to snag a fresh meatball sub from her favorite sandwich shop before they closed for the day. Yep, things had definitely gotten better in the few days since the Falcone fiasco, as the event had been called by the media. She had just finished unwrapping her sub and was about to sink her teeth into the delicious combination of sauce, meat, and cheese when the doorbell rang. Gwen gave a mournful glance at her sub, stuck between answering the door and her dinner. Another ring of the doorbell managed to galvanize her into setting her food down for the moment and heading to the door. Coming. What can I dash? Gwen stopped when she opened up to see an uncomfortable-looking redhead standing on the welcome mat. Help you with? She finished in a very neutral tone. Hi Gwen. Barbara Gordon awkwardly waved. You mind if I come in? The two girls stared silently at each other for a few seconds before Gwen's shoulders slumped and she took a step back. Come on in, I guess. She turned her back and made her way over to where she had left her sub, taking a bite before she could be distracted. It was still great, but the faint bitterness that appeared when Barbara showed up kinda ruined it. She took another bite before she turned back to her unwanted guest. So what's up? Thought up some more questions to grill me with to justify you being terrible friends? Sorry, this time you'll have to ask them when I haven't just been stabbed through the chest and drugged up. Points for trying again when I'm starving, but unfortunately for you my evil plans have a solution for that. She said sarcastically, presenting her sub like it was the final component of some master scheme. Gwen didn't know what reaction she was looking for. Some returned sarcasm, a self-justifying rant, some speech that would try and convince Gwen that they were right to treat her like they did. She wasn't expecting Barbara to fold in on herself and sigh with a defeated expression on her face. I wanted to apologize. For some reason an honest apology hadn't been on Gwen's list of things to expect, and now it was throwing her off. I'm not going to apologize for being suspicious. That was us just being careful. Gwen secretly let out a sigh of relief. At least the world hadn't gone completely crazy. But the way we treated you after, and how I treated you in the cave, that was inexcusable. You saved Kara's life and we never even thanked you for it. Hell, I never even asked if you were okay. Can you ever forgive me for that? Gwen rubbed at her temples while she collected her thoughts. I'm not going to turn around and just forgive you, she said firmly, and to her credit Barbara nodded like she wasn't expecting anything else. You messed up. Bad. But I don't want to ruin friendships over this, especially if we need to work together at some point. So, you aren't forgiven, but I accept your apology and we can try working on your bedside manner later, she finished with a smirk. This time it was Barbara's turn to sigh in relief. She even chuckled at the poor joke, even if it wasn't very funny. That's really great to hear because we might need your help, Barbara revealed, shifting to a more serious tone. Remember the mind-controlled bank robbers? They struck again, and this from what we can tell this wasn't the first time since the bank. They might have done another heist the same day as the fiasco went down. If you aren't busy, she trailed off leadingly. Gwen didn't take long to accept the olive branch. Yeah, I can help. And Dick is fine working with me? No more issues he needs to work through. Barbara groaned. I'm going to be paying for that comment for a while, aren't I? Yeah, he's fine with it. He's still going to tear through every file he can get on you to find out where you got powers and training, but the whole team is fine working alongside you. Not going to ask me for that yourself? We burned enough bridges. I'd like to think you'll tell us yourself once we get you to completely forgive us. So until then, I'll let the others do the detective work. Thanks, Barbara. Gwen felt touched Barbara was willing to go that far to avoid putting any more pressure on their strained friendship. But if you don't mind, I'd like to actually eat sometime today. Yeah, I'll get out of your hair, Barbara said as she headed back to the door. She paused by the frame and looked back over her shoulder. And Gwen? Thanks for the chance. Sure. Barbara closed the door behind her and Gwen was alone again. Her sub had cooled a bit during the conversation, but the next bite was better than any she had before. Chapter 20. Whoever was behind the mind-controlled robberies was doing a much better job of staying hidden than Ghost Spider expected. As far as anyone knew, there had been 4 robberies by the same group. A delivery of precious metals and stones heading to various jewelers. 2 bank robberies, one the heroes stopped and another the day of the Falcone fiasco that succeeded. And a Wayne-Tech R&D lab that had been trashed in order to cover up what had actually been taken. The only thing linking all 3 robberies was the robotic way the robbers had been acting, something only evident in hindsight. Other than that, nothing. The robbers caught on camera were all different. Their gear was something anyone could have picked up off the street with a few connections, and the stolen items had almost nothing in common with each other that could point to a common use. The money from the bank? Immediate funds, obviously, that could be used to buy literally anything else. The metals and stones? That could be for anything from just more money to custom electronics and supertech. Gold was a fantastic conductor after all. The stolen Wayne-Tech? Was it something the mastermind needed? A job they were hired for? A distraction to confuse the police? There was no way to tell. So Ghost Spider was left with the good old superhero backup plan for when they had no leads. Patrol the seedier parts of the city randomly and hope to get lucky. All right. That wasn't exactly true. Ghost Spider was actually looking for an informant she could squeeze for any rumors going around the underbelly of the city. In a city like Gotham, gossip traveled faster than the flesh. It had to, or otherwise the low-level criminals found themselves dragged into being test subjects for the likes of the Scarecrow or wandering into areas claimed by Poison Ivy, just 2 of many potentially fatal mistakes a criminal could make. That didn't even cover what could happen to the poor bastards that got caught up with the Joker. Batgirl had already told her that the rest of the Bat family was split up, either digging through whatever electronic trails they could or working with whatever the GCPD could toss their way. And since Ghost Spider didn't exactly have a computer setup that could do anything the Bat computer couldn't, or any unique contacts with law enforcement she could leverage beyond maybe Detective Montoya, and she was already helping them out anyway. So that left sweeping the streets. It helped that, even if Ghost Spider didn't pick up any info regarding the robbers, she was still helping out. She'd only been out for a few hours, but she had already stopped a half-dozen muggings and a car robbery. Small stuff, but it was the kind of instant gratification heroics that really put a smile on her face. She'd take being out here swinging through the air over being stuck behind a computer screen any day of the week. Speaking of swinging, Ghost Spider let go of the line of silk in her hand and allowed herself to land softly on a wall overlooking a trash-filled alley. 2 men in hoodies were huddled up near a light and acting shifty. Considering one kept patting at a pocket like he was reassuring himself something was still in there, Ghost Spider was willing to bet they weren't just hanging out. A drug sale, perhaps? She snuck over to a nice spot on the wall that was hidden in the shadows and brought one hand up to eye level. After a bit of concentration, the black material shifted into a rather large black spider. Go, my mini-minion. Let's see what they're up to, she muttered and tossed the fake spider close to the 2 guys, far enough away they didn't notice the dark shape landing behind them though. The spider scurried across the ground, hiding behind the random junk scattered everywhere, until it was close enough to hear what they were saying. Man, what are we even doing out here? This isn't what we normally deal. One of them whined. The other, the shifty one, snapped at his friend. Yeah? Well, we ain't making shit dealing fucking weed to a bunch of frat boys. This is our chance to start raking in the big bucks. He patted his pocket again. Are you fucking nuts? This is the kind of shit that gets you fucked up. What the fuck did you think happened to the last dumbass Marcus had running this shit? Fuck, why did I let you talk me into this? Whiny complained. 'Cause you owe me for pulling your ass out of the shit with the cops last week. Now shut up, I think this is our guy. The two dealers clammed up real quick as a nondescript man in casual clothes made his way into the alley. Ghost Spider didn't recognize him specifically, but she did recognize a career criminal when she saw one. It was the way that his eyes darted to all the shadowed corners before he even took a step forward. Only people used to dealing with Batman and his bunch did that. Ghost Spider actually had to shift invisible for a bit because the man's gaze kept sweeping over her hiding spot and she didn't want him to freak out. Not yet anyway. The man stopped a couple feet away from the two. Comfortable speaking distance, but far enough away getting grabbed was unlikely. You aren't the normal guy. He screwed up another job. Marcus sent us instead. Shifty said with a used car salesman smile. You have what I ordered? Yep. Got it right here. Shifty pulled a metal case from his pocket and opened it. It was hard to make out from her position, but to Ghost Spider it looked like a bunch of small vials. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. The buyer looked at the case for a couple seconds before shifting his gaze back up to Shifty. It looks like the product, but what about the effects? Shifty nodded a few times before clapping a hand down on Whiny's shoulder. Don't worry about it. That's why I got my man right here for a quick demo. A sneak peek to prove it's the real deal. Shifty pulled one of the vials from the case and shoved it into Whiny's hands with a muttered, "Don't fuck this up. Remember, you owe me," and turned back to the buyer. Right, demonstration, yeah? You wanted steroids for your rings, a bit of something to make the crowd see something special? Well, get to the point, the buyer interrupted. I know what I'm paying for and what it does. What I don't know is if you clowns have the genuine article or not. And you better pray you do. I don't like having my time wasted. Shifty swallowed heavily. Sure thing, boss. He tapped Whiny. Go ahead and show him. Whiny looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here, looking at the exit to the alley with longing before sighing and pulling at a cap on one of the ends of the vial in his hand. There was a tiny needle on the end which Whiny jabbed into his neck with just a tiny bit of hesitation. A second later, he ripped the empty vial away and tossed it to the ground as his muscles swelled. He had gone from a skinny guy with no real bulk to speak of to the kind of physique commonly seen on people who spent all day in the gym. Whiny walked over to a nearby dumpster, easily lifting it to show his enhanced strength. Ghost Spider's eyes went wide at the sudden transformation. That looked awfully similar to Venom's crazy shit, right? Shifty was smiling again. New version doesn't last as long, but doesn't crash as hard. Get a couple fighters up with this and bam. Instant super fight. The hidden heroine slowly let out a breath. Superpowered drug fights? That sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. And someone had enough of a pipeline for these things that not only did they have henchmen running around pushing the stuff, they had refined versions of it too. She was going to have to track both these groups down, wasn't she? The buyer whistled appreciatively at the demonstration. Guess you have something worth buying. Do you have the doses I need though? Yeah man, here check it for yourself. The two of them looked over the case and apparently everything was acceptable to the buyer since he pulled out a stack of bills and handed them over. Let Marcus know I'll contact him if these work out. The buyer started walking away and Ghost Spider suddenly needed to work fast. Still invisible, she ran along the building wall and silently dropped to street level in front of the buyer. Since she doubted this guy was going to give up any locations without a fight, she figured it would be best to follow him back to his base later. Ghost Spider pulled a homemade tracker, a GPS broadcaster attached to a battery, and covered it in webbing. With careful timing and every bit of her enhanced speed and reflexes, she managed to attach the tracker to the inside of the buyer's pant leg. That should let her find him again unless he either changed pants for some reason or found the tracker. Now to deal with the two drug dealers. Shifty and Whiny were still in the alley. Shifty was counting the money he got with a huge grin on his face, and Whiny was doing one-handed pull-ups on a nearby fire escape. We shoulda kept some of the venom. Whiny was saying when Ghost Spider got back. I feel amazing. Could you imagine what we could do with some of this shit? Get capped by Marcus for skimming his product? Shifty scowled. Like hell I'm doing something that fucking stupid. No, you don't get it. This venom shit? It doesn't just do muscles. It does brain shit too. You always hear how smart people just think differently, but everything is just so fucking clear. We get enough to keep this going and we could move up from just stealing. Fuck, we find out where he gets the shit from, we could just take over Marcus' operation. Start selling to the frats like we did the weed. Could you imagine how much the football fucks would pay for a hit of this? No, because super drugs at a college would get Batman on our asses faster than your sister gets on her knees for a 20. Whiny dropped off the fire escape and stalked over to his buddy. First, don't talk about my sister that way. Second, what's stopping us? Batman can't be everywhere. And you think he's going to be paying attention to a college team doping when one of those psychos starts blowing up the city? At worst, he dumps a sidekick to look into it, and with this shit we could break Robin in half if the little bastard pokes his nose in. Ghost Spider's eyes narrowed at the thought of these two mimicking Bane's treatment of Batman with a young teen. She didn't like that thought at all, in fact, so she was going to let these two know that in person. Dude, that's just asking for the Justice League to come bust our ass. Shifty moaned. I know it's all over the web, but I don't actually want Wonder Woman to crush my head between her thighs. Now let's get out of here before someone sees us. Too late for that. Ghost Spider landed in the alley in front of the two, uncloaked and in a combat crouch. Not the best for intimidation, but that could be fixed later. I saw your little deal just now. Care to tell me where you got your drugs, or do I get to beat it out of you first? Shifty started cursing and moved backwards further into the alley, also placing Whiny between himself and Ghost Spider. Dude, what the fuck? It's not even one of the bats. Just some no-name chick. Whiny laughed at his friend's reaction and turned back to the heroine. Weren't you a thief anyway? That's the mask that helped Supergirl crash the fiasco, dumbass. No shit? Then I guess when I beat her ass we're going to get some real crud then. Ghost Spider had a hard time equating this Whiny with the same guy from earlier. Sure, part of it was probably from riding high knowing he had super strength for a bit, but he also seemed far more aggressive than what she had seen. Did Venom do that? She knew eventually it fucked with both the mind and body, but she couldn't remember if it messed with emotions like that too. Look, Roid Rick, I know they say, fake it till you make it, but drugs are bad, MK? Ghost Spider bantered. So why don't you tell me what I want to know and you get to cool it in a jail cell and not a hospital? Dude, we need to get out of here. Shifty hissed, but Whiny wasn't having it. No. Fuck you. We always do what you want and I'm sick of it. For once I have the power and you need to listen to me. Ghost Spider sighed and straightened up a bit. Look, as much as I'd like to play couples counselor, what I really want is where Marcus is getting Venom. So how about it? Unfortunately, diplomacy failed and Whiny ran forward, fists swinging. Shifty followed after him a few seconds later. The heroine kept one eye on him while she ducked and weaved through the drugged-up dealer's assault just in case he tried hitting her from behind. Then he just kept on running, making his way towards the end of the alley. Apparently, he wasn't much of a fighter. Ghost Spider snagged Shifty with a web line and pulled him back into the alley, sidestepping and letting him collide into Whiny when she dodged another punch. Both dealers went down in a mess of limbs and Ghost Spider leaned up against a wall. Got that out of your system? 'Cause hanging out in a dirty alley wasn't how I wanted to spend my night. Whiny threw Shifty off of him, got up, screamed something, and threw another punch at the spider-themed hero. She dodged easily and Whiny's fist slammed into the brick wall. Alright, no need to go breaking walls. Someone has to fix those, you know? Ghost Spider chided as Whiny pulled his hand out of the crumbling brickwork. Then stop fucking running already. I'm gonna catch you eventually. Whiny, well, whined. I mean, alright I guess. It's not going to go how you think though. The dealer didn't exactly listen though, he just wound up for a massive haymaker. Ghost Spider kept her promise and didn't move. Instead, she just caught his fist a couple inches from her face with a small grunt. Then she socked her attacker in the jaw with a quick rabbit punch, knocking him out before he even had time to react to her casually catching his punch. That was one down. Now Ghost Spider just had to deal with the other. Looking back to where the two dealers had fallen earlier, the heroine saw Shifty hadn't stayed on the ground any more than his friend did. He did seem to think running was the better part of valor, or however that quote went, because he was nearly out of the alley in the short time it took Ghost Spider to deal with his friend. Another web line, this one around his ankles, solved that problem, and Ghost Spider started dragging him back over the ground towards her. The alternating screams for help or mercy got annoying quickly though, so she met him halfway, lifted him up by the front of his jacket, and slammed him into a wall a bit harder than absolutely necessary. Ghost Spider's oversized eyes narrowed threateningly as she leaned closer. So then, about those drugs. Chapter 21. Barbara. Over here. Gwen waved to her red-headed friend from the restaurant booth she was seated at. Barbara returned the wave and made her way over to the table and slid in while a waitress stopped by with a menu. The redhead quickly placed an order for a drink before returning her greeting. Gwen. I'm surprised you wanted to meet up like this, she said, referring to them both being out in public and not in costume. I just needed to unwind a bit. Do something normal, you know? Gwen shrugged. After her encounter the other night, she had reached out hoping to meet up and trade notes, but she wanted to spend some time out of her mask. She liked going out as Ghost Spider, but lately that seemed to be all she was doing. The only connection Gwen had left to her civilian life was occasionally answering an email from Wayne Entertainment about expansions to her game, or maybe developing a new one. Yeah, I do. Barbara sighed, slouching forward onto the table. We haven't made any progress on our project, and it's making everyone tense. Something I can help with? Barbara instantly shook her head negatively. Not really. We've basically gone over everything we have at the moment and have gotten nowhere. Dick and Tim are still looking though. Maybe they'll get lucky? Anyways, you've been a great help patrolling the streets. We wouldn't have been able to be as thorough investigating without you helping. Gwen swallowed her bitter feelings about that and turned the conversation to lighter topics for now. While she was happy she was helping out, and she didn't mind stopping people from getting hurt on the streets at all, she still didn't like being treated like a second-string hero. At the same time, she couldn't exactly complain and invite herself into what was essentially someone else's home just because she wanted to know more. The waitress came back, and they placed their orders, content to talk about mundane things even after their food arrived. The two girls wandered from topic to topic as they ate. A book Barbara had just finished that Gwen had read a while back, What the Police Were Doing After the Falcone Fiasco, Short-Term Plans for the Future. Eventually the topic of Gwen's game came up, and Barbara couldn't hold back a question that had been bugging her for a bit. Hey, Gwen. I wanted to ask, why are you trying to be a hero? The blonde paused mid-bite and raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? She said instead of an answer. It's been bothering me a bit. It made sense in hindsight that you wanted to get back at the ones who targeted you, Dad, but after that you just kept going. Barbara frowned. I mean, I get wanting to help out, but you almost died and went back to patrolling like it was nothing almost the very next day. Gwen took a sip of her drink to give herself more time to think about it. A part of her was itching to use the classic, with great power comes great responsibility speech, but she felt like she would be cheapening it somehow. As she was right now, she didn't fully believe in that mentality, even if she respected it. Sure, she had the memories of someone who lived by that code and had seen other spiders do similar, but those people weren't her. So why did Gwen keep on being Ghost Spider? The depressingly honest answer was she didn't have much else left to do. College wouldn't accept her back until the next term, and as generous as the contract with Wayne Enterprises was, it wasn't going to let her pay her way through for some time. And using the money she stole from the mafia was just asking to get investigated by someone. She didn't really have many friends outside of school due to her need to keep her grades at the top of the class. And she wasn't really able to get a job she would enjoy without a degree. Sure, she could keep trying her hand as a game designer, but just like any job, that wouldn't occupy her 100% of the time. Despite that, Gwen didn't want any pity, so instead she decided to talk about a less honest, but still true reason she liked being a hero. I guess it's because I like the feeling of knowing I'm helping get the worst of the scum off the streets. The worst? Barbara parroted, looking alarmed. I don't mean the most dangerous or anything like that, the blonde clarified. I mean the kind of criminals you and the others tend to pass over. The drug dealers, muggers, petty thieves, guys that slip under the radar because they are too small time to be worth the effort. We go after them too. Barbara said defensively, a bit heated too. I never said you didn't, Gwen raised her hands placatingly. But you also focus on the things the police can't solve themselves first. I'm not saying that you would ignore something like that happening in front of you, but if it's a choice between a drug dealer and a crime family, you tend to focus on the latter first. Stolen novel. Please report. That's Dash. Not a bad thing. She spoke over her friend. I get it. Only so many hours in the day, and even your preppy cheerleader friend can't be everywhere. So keep doing it. Keep focusing on the big problems in the city. In the meantime, I think I'll start looking for the things you missed. Preppy cheerleader, the redhead scoffed. I think Kara would blow a gasket if you called her that to her face. You can tell her I said it if you get me a picture. Gwen teased. Don't tempt me, but you said missed. Unless you're still talking about the stuff from the fiasco, that means you found something else. Gwen sighed and matched Barbara's serious mien. Yeah, I think I might have. See, last night, she went on to explain everything she saw at the drug deal and about the modified venom. This wasn't something she was going to investigate without at least warning the other heroes something was going on. By the end of it, Barbara leaned back and slowly let out a breath. Damn, how did we miss? No, we've seen an uptick of venom dens lately. They must have been flooding the streets with the old stuff to hide moving the new product in. The commissioner's daughter was quick to figure out what was going on. Okay, whatever she was going to say was cut off by a ringtone going off. Barbara reached into a pocket for her phone, looked at the message briefly, and scowled. Whatever she had just been told must have annoyed her. Bad news? Bad timing. She gave Gwen a complicated look. The boys actually got lucky. A robbery matching the ones here was just reported by a friend of ours in Star City. Someone just stole some unstable isotopes from a research lab. We have a lead on the mastermind, but 2 of us are probably going to need to go there, and 1 stay in the cave to coordinate everything. She chewed her lip in frustration. I don't know if we can help. Hey, don't worry about it, Gwen shrugged, not letting her disappointment show. If whoever is behind this is going after stuff like that, it isn't going to be for something small. Definitely more important than some drug pushers. I'll figure something out in the meantime. No, I can't just leave you hanging like that. Especially when I asked for your help in the first place. Barbara instantly denied. We might not be able to help directly this time, but I'll set you up with a communicator with some access to our systems. It should save you some time investigating and give you a direct line to us if you find something. Oh! That was much more helpful than Gwen had been expecting. Honestly, when she heard that there was an issue in another city, she had been half expecting to be told there was nothing they could do and she was on her own. At least this way she had someone to contact if she started getting in over her head again. That would be great, she said with a relieved smile. By some unspoken agreement, the 2 girls turned back to mundane topics for the rest of their meal, enjoying the time they had to relax before they would need to focus on the upcoming investigations. Oh! Once Barbara split from Gwen, having given her a spare communicator she kept in a hidden stash for moments like this one, she made her way back to the cave as fast as she could. The message she had gotten had been deliberately light on details, but it hinted at a bigger issue. When she got there, she was greeted by both Dick and Tim huddled around the main computer in plain clothes, going over some technical manual Barbara couldn't make heads or tails of. Something to do with georesonance. Hey guys, what's going on? The 2 boys turned to look at her and Barbara noticed Dick seemed more stressed than the last time she saw him. Barbara, thanks for making it back so fast. We have a problem. More than an unknown mind controller committing robberies across the country? She asked. Yes, we think we figured out what the robberies are for. He turned around and scrolled to the top of the document. The Markov device. An experimental device capable of creating artificial earthquakes meant to be used for wide-scale demolition work and earth flattening that was scrapped when the environmental effects were considered too damaging for real use. It was decommissioned and the main components sent to Wayne Tech for further research. The same components that went missing in the last robberies. Barbara let out a breath. My God, what would anyone even use it for? Tim snorted. If we're lucky? They just want a quick way to level some backcountry land. If not, they would have a weapon that could raise a city in an afternoon, Dick said gravely. Which is why we're teaming up with KF, MM, and Speedy to make sure we catch them before they can use it. Those were really good choices for backup. Kid Flash would make sure nothing short of teleportation would let the bad guys slip away. Miss Martian would hopefully counter any mind control and was powerful enough to be a trump card against heavy hitters, and Speedy knew Star City like the back of his hand. With one person staying behind as support, that would be a pretty solid five-man team. But one thing was bothering Barbara. The Justice League isn't trying to take over? It had been a big friction point between many of the sidekicks and their mentors over the past couple years. The older heroes wanted to shield them from the bigger and more dangerous things required of the job, while the younger ones wanted to take more on. It had gotten easier now that many of them were older, but every once in a while it would pop up again. No one's available to try, Dick said shortly. Superman and Wonder Woman are busy with a flood that hit a town. GL is off-planet. Flash is tracking down an arms dealer selling some alien tech, and the rest have their own things to look after. It went unspoken that any of the other League members simply didn't have the right to order them to do anything. What about Bruce? He's being super mysterious again and disappeared, Tim muttered. At least this time he sent us a note. Barbara saw Dick clench his jaw and nod. He told us he's investigating something and needed to go dark for a bit. Which is why I'll stay behind and keep an eye on Gotham. The redhead nodded, realizing why Dick seemed more stressed. That man didn't leave Gotham to other people. At least he didn't until now. Hey, should we ask the spider chick to help us with this? Tim asked suddenly. She stood up to Supergirl for a bit. It'd be nice to have another heavy hitter with us. Trying to spend more time with a cute blonde? Barbara teased, trying to ease the tension in the room. Making Tim flush scarlet was just a bonus. No. Yes. I thought it would be a good opportunity to introduce her to the rest of the heroes our age. The younger teen stammered. Not a good idea. Dick swiftly undercut that option. This is too important for a meet and greet. We've never really worked with her, and this mission is going to require perfect teamwork. If we slip up, it won't just be us paying the price. Barbara sighed as the tense atmosphere quickly returned. She might not have joined anyway. She has her own investigation going on right now. She filled both of them in on what Gwen had told her. An improved version of Venom that had fewer drawbacks but didn't last as long. And someone was going to be using them for at least one underground fight ring. Gwen was still looking into the source to see where the rest could be sent off to. So I gave her a spare communicator and asked her to keep us up to date. She finished her recap of her lunch conversation. Good work, Dick complimented after a few seconds of silence. I'll try reaching out to her and figuring out how we can help. Both Tim and Barbara had surprised expressions after that. Good work? Weren't you just ranting about how she could be some kind of plant yesterday? Tim asked incredulously. And she still could be. Dick shot back. But keeping people safe is more important. And if she isn't a plant, we're going to need to work with her. This way we at least know what she's up to. Barbara sighed at her friend's continued paranoia but didn't say anything. It would be counterproductive at the moment. She just hoped working together would mend the bridges between Dick and Gwen a bit. She was starting to tire of needing to sidestep them avoiding each other. Chapter 22. With half the heroes out of the city for the moment, Ghost Spider was half expecting there to be a huge upswing of crime that she would need to deal with. Of course, since the heroes themselves didn't exactly scream from the rooftops that they were leaving, that didn't happen. If anything, petty crime was down for the moment now that it was clear Ghost Spider wasn't another thief joining the long list of rogues looking to enhance her reputation by playing in Batman's backyard, and was actually another vigilante looking to clear out Gotham's streets. It would likely pick back up again once the more analytical criminals figured out where she liked to patrol and how long she was active. Naturally, she would do her best to mix things up now and then to make sure no one could accurately track her, but the bad guys dedicated or wealthy enough could and would spare no effort if it meant they got away clean. Speaking of criminals, Ghost Spider was busy tracking down the supplier of her two friends in the alley and finding out where he got his goods. Marcus, real name Eustace Gaylord, was the manager of a small shipping company when he wasn't moonlighting as a drug dealer. He was fairly unremarkable in just about every regard: looks, lifestyle, talent. Just about the only thing he seemed to have that wasn't utterly average was his ambition to have everyone follow his orders. And when his lack of legitimate business talent and connections prevented him from moving up in his company, he branched out to other means. Ghost Spider was learning a lot about Eustace these days. And thanks to her little connection to the back computer, so was Nightwing. The two of them weren't quite back on talking terms, but they also weren't avoiding each other at the moment. Though truthfully, Ghost Spider had less impersonal, professionally polite conversations with her cable service than she did with Batman's protege. A necessary sacrifice to get access to the multitude of backdoored systems the hero team had available, such as the city traffic cameras. Eustace hid his operations well enough for a casual inspection, but with the back computer following him throughout the city, Ghost Spider had the location of the heart of his drug operation in no time. A nice little office building and garage technically owned by the company he worked for, but in reality was purely a front for storing his illegal product. Between him, the 5 permanent workers in the building, and his small horde dealers, it was no wonder Eustace was able to supply a new version of Venom to underground fight rings. The man had managed to create one of the largest drug rings in the city that Nightwing was aware of, and from the sound of it, he was still looking to expand. That wasn't what Ghost Spider was here for, though. As she silently slipped into Eustace's 3rd-floor office while the man was doing something elsewhere, she pulled out a USB dongle Batgirl had given her and plugged it into the drug pusher's computer. The little wireless device allowed the Batcave direct access to whatever it was plugged into and, by extension, the many different hacking tools available there. Ghost Spider to Batcave, I'm plugged in. Anyone there, or am I on my own? She was hoping that Nightwing had stepped out for a minute or Alfred had taken over, but when she heard her estranged friend's voice, she realized she wasn't quite that lucky. Nightwing here, I'm pulling the files now. Should be 5 minutes to get the source locations if they're on his machine. Which meant Ghost Spider had to hang out in an office alone on an awkward phone call while she waited for the download to finish. Fantastic, this was going to be like that tech support job in high school all over again. So any news about what the others are up to? She asked after a little while in an attempt to break the silence. They have everything under control, Nightwing said shortly, smothering the conversation before it even began. Ghost Spider felt a surge of annoyance building as, once again, Nightwing was being a dick and refusing to actually talk to her. She waited until a slight beep from the dongle let her know Nightwing had cut the connection to the computer. He must have gotten everything he could already, and pulled the device before slipping it back into a discreet pocket. Anything interesting? She asked while she snuck a peek out the window. Eustace and a group of his workers were all heading towards the garage. Give me a minute. Some of the locations match locations we've already taken care of. I'm cross-checking those now. When Nightwing didn't say anything else, Ghost Spider stretched before opening the window and climbing out. Well, while you do that, I'm gonna go say hi to the owner. You mind calling the GCPD to pick them up for me? Thanks. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Wait, what? Ghost Spider snapped the communicator closed, and when it immediately began buzzing, muted it. All right, let's go take care of the trash. The spider-themed hero didn't bother with stealth at this point. In fact, she boldly walked into the garage like she belonged there and made no attempt to hide herself as she walked up behind the group that entered earlier. Eustace, or perhaps it should be Marcus now that he was in his dealer persona, was handing out orders for deliveries to his smaller-scale dealers. Ghost Spider listened in just in case one of those locations hadn't been on his computer, but when it seemed like Marcus was finishing up, she prepared to announce her presence, only to be interrupted by a trilling ringtone coming from her communicator. The drug dealers all started panicking when they noticed the black and white figure behind them, but Ghost Spider calmly retrieved her communicator, flipped it open, and set it to speaker. If Nightwing was going to go through the effort of taking the device off mute, she might as well answer him. "Hello. The GCPD is on the way," Nightwing said sourly, and all of the drug pushers close enough to hear paled. One looked like he was going to be sick. Did you catch them all, or do they need to be on the lookout for runners? Ghost Spider was carefully watching the criminals. Most of them seemed like office types that had never run a day in their life if they could help it, besides the few that looked like they had a clue when it came to a fight. Even those didn't look thrilled at their chances. In a fight or otherwise. Nope, I haven't even gotten started yet. Nightwing misunderstood and sighed in relief. Good, just leave them for the police. If the other drug rings realize we are looking into them, they'll panic. As long as no one sees you there, we can pass it off as a police raid. Wheel, about that? Ghost Spider scratched her cheek awkwardly. You're on speaker, so now they all know. Why? You turned on the ringer and called me when I was right behind them. What's the point in being sneaky at that point? You, stop standing around and get her, you idiots. Marcus finally recovered his wits at finding a superhero right behind him in the middle of his highly illegal operation and decided to order his lackeys to distract her while he tried to escape. Unfortunately for him, instead of his shouts spurring them into doing what he said, more than half started running for the exit along with him. The rest actually tried to attack her. Whether out of loyalty or desperation was up for debate, though. What were you expecting? It's not like they wouldn't have noticed a ringtone going off anyway. Ghost Spider chided, ducking around the haphazard punches of the drug dealers and focusing on the ones running away. I was expecting you to have finished or stayed out of sight. How was I supposed to know you would walk right up to them? Most of the fleeing criminals were quickly wrapped up by Ghost Spider's webs. The few that were lucky enough to dodge or hide behind one of the others at first were thrown into the garage walls and stuck there when Ghost Spider used considerably more force to trap them. Marcus got some special treatment after he threw one of his employees into the path of one of the webs and was wrapped up completely. Ghost Spider even webbed his mouth shut when he started screaming obscenities. That's not the important part. You should have realized I was busy when I muted the line, not blasted noise to anyone nearby. The few people left uncaptured had practically given up fighting her properly. When every punch, kick, or thrown object was easily dodged, one of them desperately tried to tackle Ghost Spider. However, she simply jumped over his attempt and kicked off his shoulder in the process, sending the man face first into the floor. Anyways, I'm going to finish up. I'll give you a call when I'm done so we can discuss your highly unprofessional attitude. You're Callie. Ghost Spider interrupted him again by closing the communicator and turned to the last three people standing. So now that you have my full attention, you guys ready to begin? She asked, raising her fists. Two of them looked at each other and, by some unspoken signal, charged. One going low, the second going high in a last-ditch effort to overpower the metahuman. Ghost Spider wasn't really feeling interested in a wrestling match though, so she lowered one fist and shot a blob of webbing onto the first man's foot, tripping both him and the man behind him. Once both of them were tangled together on the floor, Ghost Spider simply webbed both of them and looked at the last one remaining. She couldn't help but feel a little bored at this whole bust, but that was what she got by expecting anything from office jockeys. The last man was even the stereotypical balding fat guy that seemed to be in every office. And considering how much he was shaking, he wasn't secretly some kind of secret weapon. I don't want to go to jail, he cried even as he sank to his knees and raised his hands. And I don't want people selling dangerous drugs to kids. Ghost Spider snarked back. Guess we both are disappointed tonight. Oh! The police eventually arrived and took all the drug pushers away. As the last of them was pushed into the back of a van, Ghost Spider gave all the officers a cheerful wave and took off, even the one officer that looked like he would rather arrest her than deal with the drug dealers. Too bad that meant she no longer had a reason to delay calling Nightwing back again. So even though she wasn't really willing, Ghost Spider pulled out her communicator one more time and called the Batcave. Finally finished then? Ghost Spider smirked over Nightwing's pouting tone, even if he tried to hide it. Yup, one major drug distribution circle dealt with. And with plenty of info to start scoping out some more. For all the good it will do us. You realize most of his suppliers are just going to stop working out of the locations we found once they hear about this, right? But it will force them to stop shipping to other dealers for a while. Ghost Spider argued. Plus it's not like you aren't setting up monitoring on them right now to see where they run off to. Nightwing growled but didn't refute that he was spying on the locations he could. You're being reckless. If you had just waited, we could have set it up so the GCPD could have helped us secure all the sites at once. With what people? Most of the ones the commissioner can trust are still out on injury. I think it's better to throw a wrench into their operations and track them down later than wait till you get a perfect scenario. You think they have a bigger plan in the works? Nightwing must have picked up on her concerns. Yeah, I don't like that the first we're hearing about a new and improved Venom is through street-level dealers. Ghost Spider sighed. I think this is either a distraction or a setup for something big we weren't supposed to figure out yet. Because we focus on bigger criminals than drug dealers, Nightwing muttered, thinking out loud. Talked to Batgirl about that recently? Ghost Spider hoped he didn't take it the wrong way. She genuinely understood that the Bat family had to prioritize. Cleaning up the city streets didn't matter too much when every public official would let them walk because they could be bought/bribed/blackmailed or some other reason they were little better than the criminals that were caught. We talked, Nightwing admitted. Fine. If this is how you want to play it, go ahead. I'll back you up when I can. Do you plan on going to another location tonight? I can give the police a heads up so they aren't surprised. Nah, I've got other plans for the rest of the night. They should be able to handle a few of Mr. Gaylord's friends on their own. Ghost Spider was inwardly relieved that Nightwing was at least starting to talk to her like a friend again and not a subject to be interrogated or holding her at an emotional distance. Maybe by the time Batgirl was done with whatever she was up to, all three of them would be able to talk again without things getting awkward for once. Somehow she doubted it would be that simple, but hope springs eternal and all that jazz. Pushing those thoughts out of her mind for the moment, Ghost Spider started swinging back into the city. She had a patrol to finish and a tub of chocolate ice cream with her name on it waiting at home. Chapter 23. The problem with Gotham weather was that rain came in two flavors. A dreary light mist that was tolerable as long as you didn't mind everything being damp, and a downpour that a fish would find fairly comfortable if they found themselves out of the river for whatever reason. A sudden storm that would cause any sane person to seek shelter rolled in practically overnight, and unfortunately, rain checks for bad weather didn't often apply to superhero work. So Ghost Spider was stuck on a roof overlooking an old brick factory that had supposedly been shut down for over 3 years, doing her best to not drown on land. Thankfully, her symbiote suit could shift to be completely water repellent, so she wasn't as miserable as she could be. She was still miserable, of course. But now she was only a 7 out of 10 on the scale rather than a full 10. The spider-themed methuman wasn't about to leave, though. The factory had been one of the few places that had not been frantically abandoned after the police swung by to pick up Mr. Gaylord and his friends. Unlike the others, it stayed active even after the GCPD visited 3 times. Nightwing had kept her updated on each site as an apology for the ringtone incident. It turns out the shortcut to activate the speaker is 1 key off from just making it vibrate, and had fed her that information when it was clear something fishy was going on. So now Ghost Spider was staking out the place waiting for the person Nightwing assumed was in charge to show. But after another hour of getting rained on, her patience was at an end. Alright, that's it. If no one shows in 10 minutes, I'm busting the place anyway, she declared to the world. Not even 5 minutes later, a sleek black car pulled up and a man rushed into the building. Ghost Spider simply blinked at this sudden development and cocked an eye skyward. Any chance of the rain letting up? She asked rhetorically. If anything, the rain picked up for a second, and a sudden wind pushed a sheet of water directly into her face. Yeah, didn't think so. She sputtered before making a leap off the roof towards the factory. Oh! Getting inside unnoticed took a bit of finesse to avoid leaving a massive puddle of water, but she managed it. The last thing she wanted was these people scattering into the city. It would be hard to round them all up on a normal night, never mind the current downpour. The rain wasn't all bad news, though. The constant dull roar of water falling on the roof masked any sounds made by the rusting catwalks overhead as Ghost Spider moved invisibly to observe the main floor. A dozen men in protective gear were carefully mixing vats of chemicals or operating machines that spit out lines of injectors filled with a nearly glowing green liquid or loading boxes with the stuff. Clearly this was a major venom production plant, and the owner had someone deep in their pocket if they could keep operating this openly even after a major drug ring was busted and in the process of getting cleaned up. She made a note to let Nightwing know when she talked to him next. This might be the loose thread that let them take out another corrupt official. Actually, why wait? Ghost Spider pulled out her communicator and sent the original Boy Wonder a message letting him know about the factory along with several pictures. That should be enough to force the police to act even with whatever backer this group was hiding behind. So she was a little surprised when Nightwing called her, thankfully without a ringtone, almost immediately after. "Hey Nightwing, kinda in the middle of something. Can we talk later?" she asked in a whisper. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. "This won't take long. I'd send a message, but you need to hear this," he replied grimly. That probably meant nothing good. This have something to do with what the others left to deal with? It does. They left to help track down something called the Markov device. It's an experimental device that operates on some really advanced principles of georesonance, originally meant to assist in land development. There were some really interesting articles about it when they released the idea, but I was more interested in the vibrational insulation they used to stop the thing from shaking itself apart. Those dampeners were some of the most, not the point. I thought it was shut down. Ghost Spider caught herself before she continued to give a speech about the mechanics involved. She couldn't help it though. Technology had always been a passion for her. Nightwing was silent for a few seconds before sighing. Right, forgot who I was talking to. Of course you would know about something like that. Only you would read those articles for fun. I resent the implication. Ghost Spider sniffed, then grew serious. But I doubt you decided to bring up a scrapped experiment for no reason. Someone stole the tech to make one. You're right, I'm not. The mastermind behind the thefts was Gorilla Grodd. He wanted to use the device to systematically level the biggest cities in America, but we managed to catch him before he could get it running. Well, that was the good news. Ghost Spider was willing to bet there was a complication though, because Nightwing didn't sound like everything had been wrapped up. The problem is Grodd wasn't the one to build the device. That we discovered was Malcolm Merlin, former CEO and partner of Brian Markov. He agreed to build Grodd's device as long as he was able to keep the prototype for himself. So he could get revenge on the people who ruined his life. And there it was. So there's another device out there? Sounds bad, but what's that got to do with me? Merlin listed 3 cities he wanted left alone: New York, Metropolis, and Gotham. We think he wanted to hit those cities personally, so we put the word out to all heroes we're in contact with. You have a habit of digging up information, so I wanted you to know in case you managed to stumble onto it. Nightwing, I appreciate the sudden confidence. I really do. But this needs more than a handful of people looking for it. Please tell me we aren't the only ones looking. Ghost Spider hissed into the communicator. At the same time, the man she saw earlier walked into the main floor having an argument with someone over the phone. Ghost Spider had intended to catch him alone if possible, but a city-destroying earthquake generator was a tiny bit more important. We have the GCPD looking everywhere they can, Nightwing assured her. We won't have to sweep the city by ourselves. That also means the most they will be able to do about your drug factory is send a wagon for pickup. That's fine. All I needed really. I'll let you know when they are all wrapped up and ready for a ride. The wall crawler joked half-heartedly. The call ended and she looked down at the floor again. Most of the men had stopped what they were doing to listen in on their boss yelling into his own phone, though it looked like whatever conversation he was having was winding down. He spat one final insult into his phone before snapping it closed and glaring at it like he was considering throwing it into a wall. A second later, he almost regretfully put it into a pocket instead and waved to those watching to stop whatever they were doing. All right, boys, if you couldn't guess, that was our customer. He's not going to cough up extra to cover transport costs since Marcus got pinched and he still wants his stock on the same date. Fuck him though, I'm burning favors like crazy keeping the cops from stopping by and the money promised isn't worth it. Finish up the last batch, then pack it up. We'll sit on what we have until another buyer lines up. Huh, another business-type boss. Ghost Spider had been running into quite a few of them lately. She had been expecting crazier since, Gotham, but she was fine taking down assholes that were fine with ruining people's lives for a buck. So with the grace an Olympic gymnast would be jealous of, Ghost Spider jumped off the catwalk, twisting as thwip, 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 asterisk, asterisk, thwip, asterisk, asterisk, thwippity, asterisk, asterisk, thwip, asterisk. She spun fast enough to web each man on the way down before landing in a crouch on top of one of the machines. Points for realizing making drugs for a jackass boss is a bad idea. Minus points for making the drugs in the first place, assholes. Now why don't you all just relax while we wait for some nice men and women from the GCPD to come give you some nice new bracelets to try on. Damn it. Fucking asshole said he was keeping attention off us, the boss complained. No way we should be getting attention from masks. Ghost Spider shrugged. Maybe he was. The problem with that is I had the original list. Doesn't take a genius to see no one stopping by and figure something isn't right. But if you give me a name, I'll see if I can swing it so that he gets the cell right next to yours so you can complain in person. She offered. Heh, swing it. 'Cause you swing from webs. One of the others laughed. See, he gets it. Ghost Spider pointed at the man with an eye smile, but internally she was getting cautious. None of the men seemed to be panicked about suddenly being covered in sticky white silk. That meant they were either too stupid to realize they were in trouble, or they were confident they could deal with this anyway. One person being that stupid was acceptable. Everyone here, including the boss who just backed out of a job he decided wasn't worth the heat? Much less likely. Jacob? Shut up, said Boss snapped. And you, girly, I'll give you one chance to leave and forget you saw this, or we dump you in a back alley. I'm not in the mood to play with some vigilante. You're pretty confident for guys that are already tied up. Whatever, I gave you a chance, the boss sighed. Boys, take her down. Ghost Spider frowned at the seemingly delusional command before she heard a slight hissing sound coming from the closest henchman. It sounded kind of familiar, almost like. She didn't finish that thought as every single one of them bulked up like someone had injected helium into a balloon and easily tore out of the silk strands holding them. One winced uncomfortably and yanked something away from his collar. It was a tiny automatic injector with something green dripping from the tip. Oh! If you were worried about people taking you to jail and had access to a super steroid, it made sense they would have it prepared as a last resort. And now Ghost Spider was surrounded by a dozen enhanced goons with super strength. And unlike her friend from the alley, it was clear these guys were used to the effects and knew how to fight. Well then. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Surrounded by knockoff Bane wannabes and all alone, there was one thing Ghost Spider had to ask. So does ripping out of your clothes like that hurt? Don't they reinforce the seams so they specifically don't do that? One of the men scowled. Yeah, pinches like crazy for a few seconds and then the outfit is scrap afterwards. Ouch, do your bosses at least pay for those? Nope. In fact, Jacob. Shut up. The boss cut in. Talk on your own time. I want to be out of here ASAP. Yeah. Ghost Spider's spider sense blared a warning and she jumped off the machine she was perched on to avoid a pipe one of the men had thrown at her. The jerk had used the rain and his buddy's voice to cover up his movement to try and get a free hit in. Hey, rude. Not in this business because I'm polite. And don't really care about the opinion of a dead girl, came the growled reply. Just get her already. Two guys charged her from separate directions and Ghost Spider decided the best way to handle that for now was to backflip over a punch and land in a handstand on the other guy's shoulders. A quick kick to the back sent the second guy crashing forward into the first. They went down in an awkward crash of limbs before she webbed them together. They might be strong enough to break the webs, but it would slow them down, especially if they wound up working against each other. That did, unfortunately, put Ghost Spider in the middle of the rest of the goons. They didn't hesitate to rush her all at once. The heroine ducked under, around, over, and just about every other direction to avoid getting punched, kicked, or grabbed, but she made sure the other guys were feeling it when she had an opportunity with punches and kicks of her own. She also made sure to web them in the face every once in a while. Sudden blindness was good for distracting people. The main problem was, she had no idea how hard she could punch these people before she did some major damage. So she was slowly hitting harder and harder, but in the meantime she wasn't exactly putting the Bane imitators out of the fight for more than a few seconds to shake themselves off. She's one girl. How is this taking so long? Maybe I'm just that good? That, or that Venom stuff isn't as good as you think. One of the two. Ghost Spider taunted. Then she got caught in a feint that let one of the goons plant his foot in her jaw and sent her flying through the air and towards another goon that kicked her in another direction. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. When she stopped bouncing over the concrete floor and seeing stars, she shot a web line at one of the support columns holding the roof up and pulled herself towards it. Or maybe you're just lucky. One of the men called after her. I have yet to begin to fight random goon number 3. Ghost Spider retorted, trying to ignore the aches in her jaw and ribs. The hits didn't seem to do much damage, but they really hurt. And unfortunately for the goons, Ghost Spider had mostly figured out how much the steroid had boosted them and how hard she could hit them. Right, sorry boys, this is going to hurt. 2 weblins shot out and attached themselves to the chests of 2 separate goons, both of whom looked at the lines of silk and laughed. What's the matter, Spider Girl, running out of webs? You didn't even get our arms this time, they jeered. Ghost Spider's eyes narrowed and curved in malicious glee. Nope, just going to do this instead. The heroine jumped straight out over the group of men she had been fighting with and pulled her webs upward. The 2 men she webbed screamed as they were suddenly yanked into the air, and Ghost Spider used her newfound momentum to dropkick a third. She flipped midair to land on her feet and pulled on the webs again, this time yanking them so the airborne men slammed into the ground around where the one she kicked landed. This time the men didn't get up after getting hit. They were solidly unconscious. Ghost Spider turned back to the now significantly more wary thugs. So, who's next? Oh! The goons didn't last long after that. Punches were delivered. Kicks were had. And all of them got a generous amount of webbing donated to their own personal silk cocoons. Well, that's that. Ghost Spider mused, dusting her hands off. Now all that's left is the, oh, goddammit. At some point during the time Ghost Spider had been making the thugs regret their life choices, their boss had decided running was the smart idea and booked it. She turned to the groaning mass of men. Looks like your boss ditched you, so I'm gonna go after him real quick. You boys just hang around. I'm sure the cops will be here to cut you out, at some point anyway. Another web line let her ascend to the skylights and out onto the roof, where she was immediately drenched again by the ongoing storm. Hey Nightwing, the factory is handled, but the boss pulled a runner. I'm chasing him down now, but you think you can have the GCPD send someone over? She sent through the communicator while she scanned the surroundings, on the lookout for where the boss had run off to. That took a while. Any problems? Nightwing sounded distracted. He was probably multitasking. They used that new Venom formula. It took some time to stop them from getting up. She replied. Just give them some time for it to wear off, and it should be an easy pickup. I'll let them know. Cool, I've got to see a man about a drug problem. The sound of squealing tires rose above the constant sounds of rainfall. Ghost Spider looked down into the parking lot where she saw a car fishtailing out onto the street. She ended the call and started swinging after it. Not the most enjoyable experience between the rain reducing her visibility and the drops themselves stinging like hornets. The car pulled a sharp right turn and started to head towards the city. If it got lost in traffic or the boss bailed out in a building somewhere, Ghost Spider was likely to lose him. So it was a merry chase through terrible conditions as Ghost Spider leapt, swung, and launched herself through the air to follow the car that must have caught sight of her in the rearview mirror or wasn't slowing down until he was sure he had lost her. It took a bit, but she was eventually able to get close enough that she could get a web line on the car and reel herself in. That's when the car's driver knew for certain she was on his tail and decided to go absolutely nuts. Ghost Spider clung to the frame of the car for dear life as the driver did his best to kill them both by trying to navigate through the streets with his foot trying to push through the floor and yanking the wheel all over the place trying to throw her off. Thankfully, the rain had driven everyone else off the road already, or they would have crashed into someone by now. Look, pal, you're just going to crash going like this. Just pull over already. Ghost Spider yelled, smacking the car's roof. Only to nearly fling herself off the vehicle when the driver pulled a handgun and started firing blindly back at her. Suddenly, Ghost Spider felt the car start drifting to the side and looked up to see a wall coming straight for her. Her eyes widened as she realized what was about to happen. The crazy bastard was going to try bumping the side of the car into a building to either crush her or knock her off. Unfortunately, that was the moment the tires lost their grip on the wet road and started hydroplaning. The car was now going fast enough there was no chance they weren't going straight into, and maybe even through, that wall. She had just enough time to brace, and then the car hit. Oh! Gah, and that's the ribs again, Ghost Spider groaned as she picked herself up off the floor. It felt like Supergirl had used her ribcage as a punching bag. Ghost Spider. She looked up to see not only Batgirl standing nearby, but also a group of what looked like mercenaries, Robin, and a gray-skinned man easily over 6.5 feet tall in a ratty suit, all standing around the room like they had been in the middle of a fight. Oh, hey there. What are you guys up to? Ghost Spider looked back at the driver she had been pursuing. Sure enough, it was the boss that had run off. It also looked like the crash had knocked him out. A generous amount of webbing ensured he wouldn't be running anywhere else anytime soon. I was just catching up with some local businessmen, but it looks like you guys were having a party. Suddenly a large, scaly green figure exploded out from a ruined pile of furniture that had hidden it from view. Looks like Killer Croc was here in addition to Solomon Grundy. And you even have a petting zoo. Ghost Spider quipped. So what kind of party did I crash? Chapter 25. Batgirl was the first to snap out of the shock of a car barreling through a wall and into their fight. Dr. Merlin has 3 copies of the Markov prototype spread out across the city, all synced to trigger from a signal from that machine. She pointed at the device in question. I need time to send the shutdown code to all of them or Gotham is going to look a lot more like a parking lot. Oh, this was serious then. Why didn't Nightwing tell me about this? Ghost Spider wondered while moving to cut off Croc from going after Batgirl. He doesn't know. Merlin uploaded a virus into the city power grid as a distraction and jammed our comms. Robin helpfully informed her as he flipped around Solomon Grundy. Unfortunately for him, the zombie didn't seem all that fazed by the teenager's attacks. He was too slow to actually catch the boy wonder though, so Ghost Spider felt safe leaving them be for a while and focus on the other supervillain in the mix. Killer Croc was a weird mix of furry and familiar for Ghost Spider. Dodging a large bipedal creature covered in scales was nothing new. The lizard, both versions, had desensitized Ghost Spider to that, even though technically this was the first time she was dealing with it. Hey, question. Your name isn't Peter by any chance, is it? She asked, dodging a clawed hand at the same time. Croc snarled. It's not, now get back here. He lunged, but Ghost Spider sidestepped enough to grab him by the ankle and throw him into Grundy a short distance away. And that's why it felt foreign. That move wouldn't have worked on the lizard without her getting a tail to the face unless she got very lucky. It was also good to confirm she was probably facing Waylon Jones and not an ironic multiversal copy of one of her friends. That was a sentence she never thought she would mean seriously. Croc crashed to the floor in a heap and Robin took advantage of that, drop-kicking Grundy in the face and causing the zombie to trip over the other villain. Nice kick. Ghost Spider complimented the younger hero and held a hand up for a high five. Robin smirked and returned the gesture before turning back to the 2 thrashing villains. Thanks, but that isn't going to keep them down long. You think your webs can hold them? If I wrap them with enough of it, probably. But unless we wear them down some more, they'll probably tear right out of it. Robin grimaced. Well crap, Grundy doesn't get tired. How do you normally beat him? Get someone on the magical side of things to restrain him or break something important. Other than that, and if he's weak enough that time around, pin him with something heavy. Ghost Spider side-eyed Robin, one eye going wide in an imitation of a raised eyebrow. That time around? Yeah, sometimes he comes back strong enough to give multiple leaguers trouble. Thankfully, it's usually out of major areas when that happens. Doesn't seem like he's that strong this time either. Ghost Spider looked back at the 2 villains just in time to see Croc manage to push Grundy off of him and clamber back to his feet. The Saurian-looking villain looked rapidly around the room before fixing her with a death glare. Grundy rose to his feet much more slowly and rather than looking at the 2 heroes, looked back to where Batgirl had dismantled 6 mercenaries and left them unconscious and tied up and was now frantically typing away at the console responsible for activating the Markov devices. Grundy told to keep people away from box. Grundy smash Bat person. The zombie moaned, heading her way. Looks like he came back short in the smarts department too. Ghost Spider commented. That happens. The range tends to be from stupid to slightly smarter than a rock though, so this is pretty normal. So we have to stop a superpowered zombie too dumb to quit. Yay! Robin shrugged. Someone's gotta. The two heroes were interrupted by a snarling croc pouncing at them. Robin leapt away and headed towards Grundy while Ghost Spider tangled with Killer Croc. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. You know, she started, punching Croc in the jaw and dodging a claw swipe. I get the doctor and even Grundy. Guy with a grudge and zombie too stupid to do anything but follow orders. What's your deal, Schnappy? The sudden nickname froze Croc long enough for Ghost Spider to plant a foot in his ribs, launching him through the air and giving her enough time to try tangling Grundy's feet with her webs while Robin knocked him over with some exploding birderings. Unfortunately, that was little more than an annoyance for the zombie, who easily tore the webbing off his feet and rose back to his feet. He did stop heading towards Batgirl in favor of trying to attack Robin though, so progress. What did you call me? A visibly angry Croc growled. What's that supposed to mean? He didn't seem incredibly invested in the answer as he started hurling boxes and debris at the wall crawler since being up close wasn't working out for him. Not very cultured, are you? I just called you a cute little alligator. No need to blow a gasket. Ghost Spider snarked as she ducked under a box, webbed it as it went by, and returned to sender. Too bad for her the wooden crate was empty and easily smashed to sawdust by her opponent. Hard to get all cultured when everyone is gawking at you for looking like this. Croc said bitterly, making Ghost Spider feel a bit bad for the comment. So when I got the chance to put all those bastards on the streets like me and make some huge stacks doing it, you bet I signed up for that. And bad feelings gone just like that. So she webbed him in the face. While Croc was temporarily blind and cursing up a storm, Ghost Spider yanked herself back towards Grundy. Robin was doing a good job being annoying, but at the end of the day he was still a teenager that weighed at most 115 pounds going up against a super zombie somewhere around 5 times his weight. Robin, go for his knee. The boy wonder had been enhancing his hits with a metal bow staff and wasted no time slamming the pole into Grundy's knee. Even his best hit barely staggered him, but it knocked Grundy off balance enough that when Ghost Spider slammed into his chest like a web-guided missile, she flattened the giant zombie. Nice hit, you okay though? Robin asked. It didn't look like Ghost Spider had gotten hit anywhere, but when she landed, she had clutched her side painfully. Yeah, just feeling a bit sore from the car crash. You're going to be feeling more than that in a second. Croc announced his return to the fight by backhanding Robin out of the way and shoulder-checking Ghost Spider. Clawed hands pinned her until Croc slammed both of them into one of the machines nearby. Ghost Spider felt something crack but didn't have time to give it attention. She was too busy focusing on stopping Croc from taking a bite out of her even as he tried crushing her between his arms and the machine. Gah, personal space, Scaly. Croc's response was to squeeze harder and go for another bite. And between her battered ribs, the lack of air, and the pain in her torso, Ghost Spider's arms were actually starting to give ground and Croc was ignoring her repeated knees to the chest pretty well. His teeth were only a few centimeters from her collarbone when a whistling object flew through the air, slammed into Croc's head, and exploded. Both of them flinched at the boom and turned to where the object had come from. Batgirl had either finished or stopped working at the terminal for a second to help Ghost Spider out and had already thrown another object. A small metal canister landed almost perfectly in Croc's open mouth and when he reflexively bit down, sprayed a green-colored gas directly into his face. Gua. Whatever was in that canister worked fast. Croc went from murderous to knocked out in a few seconds. The Saurian villain's eyes rolled back and he fell over, releasing Ghost Spider in the process. The heroine stumbled as her feet hit the ground and leaned back into the machine she had been getting crushed into for support before looking over to her friend. Nice throw. Thanks for the help. Thought I might gag from his breath. She joked, weakly giving Batgirl a thumbs up. I saw. Good thing I had a breath mint. You okay? Ribs are going to be feeling tonight for a couple days, but I'm good. I'm guessing you stopped the signal. Batgirl nodded. stopped and put all the devices into lockdown. They aren't going to go off without a full system reset and recalibration. Should give us enough time to find and secure them without someone trying to set them off manually. That's good. Then the only thing left is, hey guys, a little help. Right, the only thing left was Grundy. Now that they had handled the city-destroying plot and knocked out the rest of the bad guys, they could afford to take their time a bit, but Grundy was still very dangerous and needed to be handled carefully. Any ideas on how to bring him down? I'm guessing that gas won't work and he looks fine even though I hit him pretty hard earlier. Ghost Spider could probably shatter his spine or tear off a limb if she needed to, but she didn't exactly want to start tearing sentient creatures limb from limb even if they would recover if she didn't have to. That went way past her comfort zone for acceptable violence. Batgirl looked around the warehouse, eyes flickering to the crashed car, the machines around them, and the spot where Robin was keeping Grundy occupied. I think I have an idea. Oh! I don't think I like this plan. Hey Grundy! Look, I'm touching the console. Ghost Spider yelled, patting the top of the machine. What? Grundy stopped chasing Robin to look back towards her. Sure enough, the sight of someone touching the thing he was supposed to be protecting was enough to get the zombies' full attention for the time being. Grr. Grundy smash bug person. I'm an arachnid. Grundy not care. It was really hard to just stand there as a 500-pound zombie came running at you. But that was the plan, and Ghost Spider had to deal with it. As she dodged the first overhand blow, she idly noticed Robin had made his way over to Batgirl to get caught up on the plan, but then she was too busy trying to guide Grundy into position to pay attention to them. Really, the hard part was making sure he stayed in one spot without going into a rage and charging off somewhere. That meant intentionally dodging narrowly and staying close even when moving away, and just repeatedly blinding him with webs might have worked better. Ghost Spider didn't just dodge though. She landed some heavy punches and kicks that had rattled the undead's bones. They just didn't slow him down any. After what felt like an eternity of intense focus and careful attacks, Ghost Spider heard an engine roar to life and tires squeal as they burned out. Batgirl had managed to hotwire the drug dealer's car back to life despite it going through a wall. It wasn't going to run much longer by the look of it, but it was fine for one more drive. A drive straight for Grundy, for a matter of fact. Ghost Spider stopped pretending to have issues getting away from the zombie and did her best to glue him to the floor with as many webs as possible. That distracted Grundy long enough to let her web away up to the ceiling and get in position for the next step. Bracing herself on the thick steel beams supporting the roof, she watched as Batgirl jumped out of the car a few feet from Solomon Grundy, attached a web line to the grill, and pulled up. The beaten-up car lifted off its front tires and hit Grundy in the chest at somewhere around 45 miles an hour. Spread out over a much larger area and with more weight than one superpowered spider person, the car did significant damage to the zombie, but even that wasn't enough to knock the fight out of him. That was fine. The car had only been the first step in Batgirl's plan. With Grundy wounded and knocked even closer to the large racks of machines near the console, he didn't even notice Robin straining to tip one of them over until it was falling on him. Batgirl, Robin, and Ghost Spider watched carefully as the dust settled. Grundy had been pinned by the machine, but he was still technically in the fight. Once their view cleared, they saw the gray-skinned zombie half buried in metal and circuits, but beyond some groaning, he made no effort to escape. Woo! City saved and bad guys caught. Who's up for pizza? Robin cheered. As long as you're buying. Ghost Spider chuckled. Now that the fight was over, her ribs were making their displeasure known. We still need to secure the Markov prototypes, Batgirl said. But yeah, pizza sounds good. Despite the joking comments, all the heroes went about securing their defeated foes first. No need to ruin pizza time by having one of them escape, right? Chapter 26. The unfortunate truth of business is that people expected you to dress a certain way when going to meetings. If you were just meeting middle management or something, business casual was fine, but when you meet the people at the top, suits. It needed to be suits or you were on the back foot already. And even though Gwen didn't particularly care about that, she still had her father's lessons echoing in her ear about dressing for the position. And since she was scheduled to meet with one of the Wayne Entertainment bigwigs about another potential game, she needed to replace the outfit destroyed the last time her apartment was broken into. Too bad she couldn't just look up a design on the internet and shape-shift her symbiote into it. If anyone asked her for her jacket or anything like that, and she was unable to get it back in time, it would likely die and wind up a puddle of black goo. And that would be really awkward to explain. So that meant shopping. And not just walking in the store finding the first thing that kinda fits shopping either. She was going to need to get something fitted. Gwen hadn't even started, and she wanted this to be over. Oh, why is it so hard to find a women's suit in the mall? Gwen raged 3 stores and no results later. For some reason, every department store either sold a random assortment of things that even someone as fashion-oblivious as Gwen wouldn't consider business attire, or they simply sold 1 or 2 jackets with a skirt option. The men's clothing section had 5 different brands and 4 different styles of cuts. Where were the women's options? She would buy pants from the men's section if she had to, but boobs didn't exactly work with the jackets. All I want is something that fits and has pockets. Is that too much to ask? You won't find those in a department store. Not anything that's worth the price anyway. Gwen looked up at the comment and was surprised to see Barbara walking towards her with her own small shopping bag. Barbara, what are you doing here? There's a charity ball my dad was invited to for the resolution of the Falcone fiasco. He wanted to bring me along and I needed to restock on some makeup, she said, lifting her bag. Shouldn't you be getting that somewhere nicer than the mall if it's going to be that fancy? Barbara shrugged. Not really. Past a certain point, you're paying for the name rather than the product. Besides, I know how to work with these. If I need to spend a night being judged by some trophy wife, I want it to be because I look great with stuff that costs a third of what she is wearing, not because something is running. Gwen shrugged. Makeup had never been a big thing with her. She would just take Barbara's word for it. So why do you need a suit? I didn't think that was your style. Gwen told her about the upcoming meeting and the need for new clothes, which turned out to be a minor mistake as the redhead had finished her own shopping and was more than willing to drag her friend around looking for a new outfit. And then, to her horror, Barbara dragged Gwen out of the mall without having purchased anything. Oh, so what are we here for again? Gwen asked with growing dread as they got closer to the building. Well, you still need an outfit, Barbara pointed out. Then why didn't we stay at the mall? Some of those suits fit pretty well. Barbara laughed. Gwen, you don't go to a department store for a suit. You go there to check some styles at most. Then you go to a specialist. This is a jewelry store, Barbara, the blonde pointed out. Yeah, so. Gwen stopped walking and gave her friend a look promising pain. So, generally jewelry stores don't sell suits. Oh, we're not here for that. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. At this point, Gwen didn't want to deal with her friend's teasing. So she stopped walking, crossed her arms, and started tapping a foot impatiently. Barbara kept walking until she realized Gwen wasn't going to give in and follow her. She sighed and turned back. You couldn't just let me have fun? She whined. Gwen raised an eyebrow. With your shopping habits? I'd be lucky to get around to buying something before dinner. Hey, it's true and you know it. So why are you dragging me to somewhere completely unrelated? Barbara pouted childishly for a bit, but Gwen proved immune to it. Fine, we're here to talk with the manager. Of a jewelry store? Is she a fashion designer on the side or something? Close, her daughter is. Barbara clarified. She's pretty good too. And last I talked to her, she was taking commissions. I figured I'd introduce the two of you. You get a custom-tailored suit without getting gouged for it, and I get to spend time looking for a new bracelet. Gwen thought it over. On the one hand, this was likely going to take longer than simply finding an outfit and maybe getting it adjusted later. On the other, a custom outfit would mean she could actually have pockets bigger than the exact dimensions of a credit card. All right, let's go. She made a point of ignoring the happy noise her friend made. Blue Springs Jewelers was the kind of store Gwen would have never set foot in before her dad was killed, and she cheated her way into a lucrative career as a game dev. She would have considered herself much too poor for that. It was the kind of store where each item on display was perched on its own pedestal, suit-wearing guards unobtrusively watched from the corners, and a salesperson actually escorted each potential customer around. It was far too much for some shiny metal and fancy rocks in her opinion. Ms. Gordon, how lovely to see you again. Back for more window shopping? A small Indian woman greeted them on the way in, which her friend responded to. Apparently familiar to call out to her by name and even joke a bit since most salespeople would be annoyed by someone spending a lot of time in stores, yet not actually buying anything. Mrs. Ahmed, and no, I'm here for Sabah actually. Barbara returned, though I wouldn't say no to any suggestions. Maybe something to show off at the charity gala? Mrs. Ahmed hummed. For your friend, I suppose, since you just picked up a dress from her yesterday? Give me a moment and I'll fetch her. With that, she walked away, leaving the two girls to stand around looking at the display stands. Gwen actually thought they were pretty neat. Most of the jewelry she was familiar with was mass-produced. These all seemed to be handmade. Still far too expensive, though. The woman returned with another girl not much older than either Gwen or Barbara. So Mom said you were looking for an outfit? Please, let's head into the back. I'd be happy to give you a consultation. Sabah said while wrapping an arm around Gwen and not so subtly pushing her towards a door. Is this allowed? Gwen squeaked nervously. I mean, aren't you working for the store right now? Mom owns the place. If she's okay with it, then there's no issue. Besides, it's a slow day anyways. But... Gwen's protests fell on deaf ears, and when she turned to look to Barbara for help, the traitor just smiled and waved as she was led off. Don't just stand there, help her. Oh! Barbara couldn't help but laugh at the pleading look Gwen gave her as she was taken to the back with Sabah. Seriously, it wasn't like she was being led to her execution or anything. So what made you bring that girl here? Mrs. Ahmed asked. I know you like to support my daughter's career when you can, but normally you wait until she isn't working here. Spur of the moment, really. Barbara shrugged. I found Gwen shopping for a suit for an upcoming business meeting, and she needed someone to guide her away from the mass-manufactured stuff. And I needed to make sure she didn't just grab the first thing that looked okay and fit. Another friend of mine that has a line to Wayne Entertainment told me one of the execs has it out for her. Gwen needs every advantage she can get right now. Rather, some of Bruce's automated systems flagged some emails from inside his company pushing for people to blacklist Gwen for some reason, and she had caught them while looking for signs of corruption now that the criminal underworld was reeling from recent events. And why not tell her that? Oh, I will, but only after her meeting. Barbara assured the other woman. Gwen gets really sarcastic when she's mad at someone. I'd rather she didn't burn bridges because of something I said. Plus, her games are really good despite being pretty simple. She'll be fine. Mrs. Ahmed just hummed again before shaking her head and changing the subject. Well, she's your friend. You would know her best. Now, if you're looking for something yourself, we have a lovely new addition right over here. Oh! That wasn't so bad, was it? Sabah asked a short time later. If you say so, Gwen grumbled. Truthfully, it hadn't been that bad at all. Sabah had been pretty fast about getting the measurements she needed and had taken steps to make sure Gwen was comfortable throughout the process. At this point, she was mostly holding a grudge because if Barbara ever found out she didn't totally hate the experience, she would take it as an excuse to drag Gwen out on even more shopping trips. So I've been meaning to ask, Gwen said in an obvious topic change. What's the deal with the amulet? Some kind of specialty item you only show certain people. If so, Gwen could see why. The amulet was a massive emerald set with some intricate gold metalwork. Even locked behind the clear glass case, she could tell it was on another level compared to the rest of the pieces here, and she wasn't exactly a jewelry buff. Not really. That's actually from someone's private collection being donated to the gala to raise money for the charity. The fashion designer shrugged. There's going to be an auction with any money raised going to the fund. They're celebrating the takedown of a criminal group during an auction. With another auction? Sabah smiled. Hey, never let it be said the upper class isn't consistent. Besides this, at least lets some people see this beauty in person before it winds up forgotten in some rich person's closet for a few years. Something special about it? Yeah, it's called the Spring Isles Emerald. It's one of the biggest gems of its kind in the world. Collectors would give an arm and a leg to have it in their collection for just a little while. The bragging rights alone would be worth it. Really? Gun gave the amulet another look over. Nope, still just looked like a fancy rock to her. Ha ha ha, yeah, that's why I'm going into fashion, even though Mom runs the store. Seems more fun designing for the person than waving some unchanging item around, no matter how much it's worth. Sabah laughed when Gwen repeated her thoughts out loud. Whatever suits you, I guess. Gwen snarked, getting another laugh out of Sabah with the pun. So when do you? Gwen's spider sense went off. Trusting her instincts, she threw herself on top of Sabah and did her best to shield the other girl as the room suddenly exploded. She felt herself smash into a rack of metal shelves and looked up just in time to see parts of the ceiling falling on her. Oh! Boom! Barbara stopped mid-sentence as the building rocked from an explosion. And while her training was enough to stop her from falling over, she had to quickly reach out and steady Mrs. Ahmed, who had no such advantages. She barely had time to wonder what happened before she saw smoke pouring out of one of the back room doors. Gwen! Sabah! All over the store, people burst into motion. Some of the security guards began escorting people out of the store. Others ran towards the room Gwen and Sabah had gone into, but none of them were faster than Barbara. She burst through the door, shortly followed by Sabah's mother, and looked around the room. Fittingly, it looked like a bomb had gone off. Practically everything was broken and scattered, but she did see her friends starting to move from under a pile of debris. Gwen, you okay? What about Sabah? She cried, rushing to her friend's side and helping her both dig herself out of the rubble and looking her over for injuries. I think we're both fine. Gwen coughed. I managed to shield her from the worst of it before the drop ceiling fell on us. I think she's just unconscious. Oh, thank God. Mrs. Ahmed exclaimed, falling to her knees next to her daughter. Thank goodness you are both okay. We should still call an ambulance. Barbara suggested. Just to be sure. Yes, that seems like a... Ma'am, bad news. One of the security guards interrupted. It looks like someone has stolen the amulet. Chapter 27. You find anything out? Gwen asked Barbara when they were finally able to meet up again on top of a random high-rise. Being caught in ground zero of an explosion meant that she had spent hours first getting checked over by first responders, then getting some scans done at a hospital to make sure there were no internal injuries, and then getting questioned by the police to see if she noticed anything strange beforehand. Sabah and her mother also wanted to thank her as well, which was nice but a bit awkward since she hadn't actually done that much. And then she had to deal with the circling Renee Montoya because once again Gwen had been very dangerously involved with Gotham's criminal element in under a month. It was possible Gwen could have sent the older woman away earlier, especially because Montoya probably had plenty of work investigating she needed to do herself. But as one of the very few adult influences still in her life, she was just happy the detective cared. So it was only much later that Gwen was able to dig out the communicator and set up a place to meet her friend. A few things, Barbara replied. For one, Blue Springs Jewelers wasn't the only place hit. 4 other places were robbed the same way within an hour of each other. Each one had one item stolen, even though there were plenty of other things at each site worth a lot of money to the right people. The only clues the police were able to find immediately were some cards left at the scene. She pulled out her phone and swiped through a few pictures. Each one was of a simple piece of cardstock with one word on it except for the last one. Who could it be? Gwen raised an eyebrow and handed the phone back. Isn't that a little obvious? The question mark is his symbol. Barbara nodded. It is, but the Riddler has never been known for being humble. He wants everyone to know he was the one to pull the robberies. So what's the riddle then? She shrugged. I think we need to figure that out ourselves. So far all I've got is each card corresponds to the place that was stolen from. In order, World of Antiques, Carol's Diamonds, Indigo Trading, and Blue Springs Jewelers all had a card left behind. And the question mark? An armored truck that was hit seconds after it received the item, but hadn't made it off the property. So it blurs the line of who exactly was robbed. Cute, I guess. Gwen scowled. Legally not really, but close enough. Barbara agreed. So who's doing what? Nightwing is keeping an eye on things in case this is a distraction. Robin is helping the police look for more clues, and I've got a few trawlers going through the dark web looking for any signs of the items being sold. Gwen was a little jealous the other girl had the space and the setup to do such a thing. Sure, she technically had the funds to rent her own space and set up a connection. But people did monitor the web for those types of programs and attempted to backtrack them, on both sides of the law, because they wanted to know who was collecting that data and for what. And Gwen didn't exactly have the connections Batman did to hide that from everyone. Such was life, though. She would just have to settle for superpowers and leave the techno-wizardry to the Bat family for now. And putting it that way made her feel much better about herself and a touch less jealous. So just wait and see? For now. Barbara sighed and pulled her cowl back on. Maybe we'll find another clue soon, but this isn't the only thing going on. As if summoned by that comment, the police scanner suddenly crackled to life. Attention all units, attention all units. Robbery in progress at Gotham National Bank. Gwen perked up, pulling on her own mask. That isn't far from here. Nope. Batgirl was already moving towards the edge of the building. Race you there? The race wasn't even close. Oh! Damn it, where are Eric and JP? Sean cursed as he and Vinny ran down some back alleys. The robbery had been a snap, but the cops managed to block off their getaway car, so the four of them made a break for it on foot. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. They split off. Said they'd meet us at the safe house. Vinny panted. Sean didn't blame him. Carrying all their gear along with the cash was heavier than he thought it would be. Fuck, fine. Assholes better not be late. The two of them ran nonstop for nearly 10 minutes before they felt safe enough to slow down. No way was any cop going to be able to follow them through the maze of Gotham streets on foot, and they didn't see any patrol cars on the roads. They still kept their guard up, though. Horror stories of the Bat Brigade appearing out of the shadows made sure no one relaxed until the money was split and hidden away. Speaking of, so how much do you think we snagged? Vinny thought it over. We got slowed down checking for die packs, so, I dunno, maybe around $30K each? That was it? Fuck. That would barely cover his debts, but maybe he could double up by checking out a casino or two. He'd made some decent money at them before, and that one dealer said he could come back anytime. The two bank robbers quickly made their way to an abandoned apartment building and pushed through a door, ignoring the condemned notice pasted on the front. They were just here to meet up, split the cash, and slip out into the city once they changed clothes. Anything left behind would either be scavenged by some homeless bum or buried when the building got demolished, if that ever happened. 15 minutes later, though, the two of them were starting to get nervous. Where the fuck are they? Sean raged as he paced back and forth. Vinny was nervously looking out the window every few seconds, but tried sounding calm. They probably took a longer route back. They should be here any. There was a slight sound of creaking wood down the hall that instantly shut Vinny up. The two listened in and could have sworn they heard footsteps. After a quick look and a nod from both of them, they slid into hiding spots and pulled their handguns out of their jackets. Both of them held their breath as the door was silently pushed open and two dark figures stepped inside. Sean's heart almost leapt out of his throat when he recognized the two. He nearly exploded out of his hiding spot shouting, "Fucking finally! What took you so long?" Eric jumped like someone had punched him and whirled to face Sean. "Goddamned asshole. What are you doing hiding like the fucking Batman?" "Shite. You two nearly gave me a heart attack," JP added. "And it's not like we hit up a club on the way back. We needed to make sure nobody was following us." Sean shoved his gun back into its holster. "Whatever, let's hurry the fuck up and split the cash and get out of here. Place gives me the creeps." JP scoffed. "What worried Batman is going to come for your ass?" "Dude, don't jinx us." Vinny whined. Yeah. Let's get this over with." It turned out Vinny was wrong about his guess, much to Sean's pleasure. Each one of them would be walking out of here with $40,000 each. Not too much more, but enough that he wouldn't be worried about loan sharks poking around him for not making payments. He could even hit up a casino without needing to make a score for a bit before lining up another job. Just for fun. They were all just cleaning up the stacks and making sure nothing that could be tied to them was left behind when there was a loud thump out in the hallway. All four of the robbers froze. The building was condemned, sure, but that didn't mean people didn't still come through. Homeless addicts, teens trying to prove themselves they could handle. Cops or, even worse, Batman. They didn't want to think about it. "You guys hear that?" Eric whispered. Yeah, think we all did. JP said back. Someone check the street, make sure no cops are camped outside. Vinny edged towards the window and leaned outside a bit. I don't see noth, what the fuck? MP FH. The other three could only watch as something grabbed Vinny and pulled him out the window. Guns were pulled and they all sprinted to see what got their friend, only to see nothing outside. No cops, no capes, no Vinny. Not even on the ground below. It was like he was just swallowed into the shadows. Dude, Eric started. Sean wasn't having it. No. Dude. No. Fuckers. Vinny just got vanished. I am not staying here. JP bolted to their stuff. Sean grabbed him before he could run out the door. Calm down, dumbass. Vinny just got ganked like some B-movie horror victim. We're not going to run out like idiots and get picked off one by one. Grab the rest of the shit. We're getting out of here. What about Vinny? Eric asked. If we find him? Great. If not, well, I think the Batman got him. Fuck. Yeah, fuck was about right. Still, Sean wasn't going to let two potential me shields run off and leave him to face whatever the fuck that was by himself. So he grabbed the cash and his gun and motioned for the others to hurry the fuck up. The three stepped out into the hall and made a point of checking each room they passed, especially the ceilings, but they saw nothing. Nothing until JP looked behind them and saw a flash of white dip into one of the rooms. What the fuck was that? He shouted, getting the other two's attention. What was what? Sean snapped. Some white thing. In the shadows. White was not Batman's colors. It wasn't any of the other Bat families either. Something else was in here with them. Right, we're going right for the exit. No stops, no distraction. Where the fuck is Eric? The other man had just vanished. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, and JP was freaking out. Sean was just about to ditch him and make a break for it when a soft thwip rang out and something white and stringy swallowed JP's head and started dragging him off. Sean nearly fumbled his gun trying to bring it up to snap off a few shots, but it didn't stop whatever was dragging JP off from pulling him around a corner. Figuring he was either fucked by whatever was in here anyway, Sean ran after JP hoping to get a better shot at whatever was hunting them or at least get JP back. But when he turned the corner there was nothing there. Who's there? He screamed, more out of hysterical frustration than anything. I am vengeance. A growling female voice rang out from seemingly all around him. Sean snapped off a few random shots hoping to hit the thing in here with him. I am the night, a different voice said from the shadows. Sean whirled and squeezed the trigger, but the gun clicked empty. He pulled the empty clip and practically threw it away in his haste to swap to a spare. Before he could ram it home, there was a soft thump behind him. I am. Sean managed to twist around just in time to see the face of the thing that was going to end him. The blank white face except for two large blood-rimmed eyes. No mouth or nose. At least no mouth until a huge fanged maw split its face from ear to ear. Ghost spider. Sean's legs gave out and his eyes rolled into the back of his head as he passed out. Oh! Okay, I need to ask. Gwen, what the fuck? Barbara finally demanded once they handed the robbers off to the police. She had agreed to the stealth takedown because it seemed like the best way to make sure no one got hurt, but she had not been expecting to see Gwen sprout a smile that looked like it would be right at home on Killer Croc's face. Yeah, sorry. My suit's probably getting hangry. I'm normally better about keeping it from going all toothy. Gwen, ghost spider, said sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head. I'm sorry, your suit is getting hangry? Yep, didn't I explain this? I felt like I explained this. Barbara took a deep breath. When would you have explained this? She was barely holding back her shock. It wasn't helping Gwen was looking at her like SG was the crazy one here. You know, in the cave where you took me after I almost died? The one where you drugged me into unmasking to you all? Barbara sighed. We drugged you so you weren't feeling the 10 holes in your chest not to unmask you. And you were high most of that time. Then you kinda stormed out because you were pissed at us. With reason, she added when Gwen glared at her. But we never got back to talking about what the suit is. Ghost Spider took a deep breath of her own and started explaining. Okay, so Clintar 101. They're a symbiotic alien race that bond with a host and empower them. I'm 99% sure mine is a lesser lab-grown version because they are supposed to have their own personality alongside the hosts, but mine doesn't. But one thing all Clintars need is a steady diet of phenethylamine. If I don't get enough, it makes the suit, and me I guess, a bit more aggressive and moody. So hangry. Phenethylamine. Why does that sound familiar? It's the happy feel-good chemical found in chocolate. Wait, are you saying your powers force you to eat chocolate? Barbara blinked. Gwen seemed smug. Yes, and they even make sure the calories don't affect my figure unless I want it to. I think I hate you a little. Ah yes, the other thing my powers rely on. The envious tears of my haters. Chapter 28. As much as Ghost Spider didn't want to admit it, she wasn't going to be the one to track down the Riddler through some computer wizardry. She had already admitted to herself that the Bat Brigade had the better setup and resources for that. Even if they had the same equipment, Barbara was simply better than her. Gwen could follow a tune when it came to hacking and information gathering. Barbara was the one who made the music. Of course, Gwen would be the one orchestrating a symphony when it came to mechanical engineering, with the redhead playing second seat. Increasingly tortured metaphors aside, if Ghost Spider was going to add anything new to the investigation, it was going to be by searching Gotham street by street. Not that she was running totally blind. Batgirl had given her a few shaky leads that they normally would have ignored until they had gotten more solid information. Ghost Spider didn't find anything that would point them towards the Riddler, but at least she was ruining the night of quite a few small-time crooks as a bonus. Did we miss something at the scenes themselves? The wallcrawler asked over the comms as she swung through the city to the next spot Batgirl had marked as an area of interest. If we did, so did the police, and it probably would have been cleaned up by now. Cleanup crews started moving the debris this morning, Batgirl informed her. But that doesn't fit the Riddler's MO. He's the type to hand us every clue we need and gloat we couldn't put them together. No, we're just missing something. Don't suppose there is a convenient map written in invisible ink on those cards, huh? Ghost Spider snarked. Huh, I wish. Closest thing I got to a map was comparing the timing and locations for each robbery and superimposing them over a city map. I got what was starting to look like a vector diagram, but it wasn't a perfect fit. One of the points was too far east to match. Could you just leave that point out? If I had more data, maybe, but we only have 5 points to look at. Besides, throwing away 20% of my data because it doesn't fit right isn't something a perfectionist like Nigma would do. Ghost Spider landed in a crouch on one of Gotham's many skyscrapers and spotted another mugging in progress. Crap, got another one. I'll call you back. Sure, just remember you have that meeting with Wayne Entertainment tomorrow. She had actually forgotten about that. Barbara was a really good friend. Gwen decided she would have to forgive the redhead for dragging her through the mall for hours. She might even need to do something nice for the other girl later. That would have to wait though. Right now she had a criminal to apprehend. Ghost Spider dropped off the wall. Stop right there, buddy. That doesn't belong to you. Oh! Barbara sighed and pushed her chair back as dozens of analysis programs chugged along on the many screens of the back computer. Despite having bleeding-edge tech that put most governments to shame, she wasn't really expecting the results to give her anything solid to follow up on. There simply wasn't enough for anything to really give them a solid clue. If Bruce was here, he probably would have already narrowed down the search area based on some gut feeling that led to an ironclad string of evidence, but Barbara wasn't him. She needed a firm starting point before she could find the obscure details no criminal wanted people to know. That was why she liked working with computers. It didn't matter what the topic was. Once someone had it entered into a digital space, it played by certain rules. Rules Barbara knew inside and out, to the point that even not air gapping was a guarantee she couldn't find a way in. And for those, all she needed to do was find the physical location and use a more personal touch. Still nothing on the Riddler case? Dick asked on his way past her workstation. Between him keeping an eye on Gotham with Bruce gone and her looking for any sign of the Riddler, the two of them had been spending so much time together that they could decipher the other's mood by their breathing. Nothing, and we're running out of time too. She agreed in a huff. Dick shrugged. I'm sure the charity will run just fine, even without the stolen exhibits. Not just that. The Riddler won't just wait around forever. Allowing the Spring Isles Emerald Amulet to be stolen is going to really affect Mrs. Ahmed's store's reputation. She doesn't deserve it, and I don't want to be the one to let him get away. Stolen novel. Please report. Gwen doesn't have any convenient leads. Barbara sat up and glared at him. Don't start. And I thought you were going to tone down the rampant paranoia. Dick sighed. Not what I meant. She did some really good groundwork before the fiasco. I was wondering if she picked up anything off the street. Barbara wasn't sure she believed him, but let it go. He was trying to be reasonable after all. She didn't have anything the last time we talked, and she's busy with a business meeting today, so it's not likely she'll have anything new until tonight at least. And she's been mostly checking out areas I've picked out, so unless I guessed right, or she gets lucky, she shouldn't have anything new. Barbara was briefly distracted as she spotted Tim enter the cave, followed by Alfred. A quick glance at the clock reassured her she hadn't skipped a meal, so they were probably just checking in. Relieved she wasn't about to be on the receiving end of one of Alfred's speeches about self-care, she blurred the monitors and decided a short break was in order. Hey Dick, Babs. How's things going? Tim greeted while Alfred offered a cup of coffee to them both, one Barbara gratefully accepted. Hey yourself, short stuff. Dick replied, grinding a fist into the top of Tim's head, despite the younger boy's protests, before accepting his own cup from the dutiful butler. And all quiet for now. Though we might have some triad gangs looking to muscle in on some of the Falcone's old turf. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Is that why you're looking at a 5 elements diagram? Tim asked, annoyedly fixing his hair once he escaped from Dick's grasp. What? 5 elements, you know the Chinese thing? Earth, water, fire, wood, metal, and all that. Tim pointed at the blurred screen Barbara had been working on. With the screen inactive, it did look a bit like a circle made of 5 colored blobs. Is that not what that is? No, it was just the images of what the Riddler stole, but now that it was pointed out, Barbara was going to look into the possibility. It was a new perspective at the very least. Oh! Gwen scowled all the way home from her meeting with Wayne Entertainment. The whole thing had nearly gone wrong from the start when Gwen called in to confirm the appointment with a secretary only to find out the meeting had been moved last minute to an entirely separate building. Apparently they had sent her an email to inform her of the change, but nothing appeared in her inbox until 5 minutes before the meeting time. The tight expression on the XX face when Gwen not only showed up on time, but at the correct location all but confirmed the timing was intentional. She had no idea why the person she was meeting with seemed determined to dismiss her pitch every chance she could, despite the marketing people in the meeting seeming pretty excited about her new idea. Only half-remembered lessons from her dad about keeping cool under pressure, and some additional memories from the event that gave her the symbiote let her get through that entire mess without losing her temper. She still needed to go over the contract before signing, but unless there was something non-negotiable, she was pretty sure she could sign within the month. And while the promise of more future money she could safely spend as a civilian was encouraging, it did nothing to calm the frustration of having to sit through some moron in a pantsuit complain that her ideas wouldn't work in the large-scale Wayne Enterprises worked at and was derivative of things already out on the market. As long as you ignored the fact that all the games she brought up were released after her first game and that the second shared some minor art assets at best. It was almost a relief when the blonde's cell phone went off, distracting her from her building emotional outburst. Gwen quickly answered it after a quick glance at the caller ID. Hey Barbara, I'm guessing you found something if you're calling me? Hi Gwen, and yeah, maybe. You think you can meet me by the docks tonight? We're something formal, this could be important. In other words, show up in costume because she would be showing up as Batgirl. I can do that. We in a rush or anything? No, it can wait till later. Just wanted to catch you before you made any other plans. I'll message you with the details in a bit. Meaning she would send it to the secure communicator. Cool, I'll see you later then. Gwen hung up, feeling slightly better. Maybe she would be able to take out these feelings on something deserving. Oh! Later that night, Ghost Spider found out she was the last one to the meeting spot. Not only that, but it wasn't just Batgirl. Nightwing and Robin had shown up as well. The spider-themed heroine made sure to land somewhat far away, no need to make anyone jumpy, but quickly approached the group with a wave. Hey guys, everyone here for this one lead? Nightwing not so subtly looked her over before shaking his head. No. We got word of a triad drug operation setting up nearby. Robin and I are going to check that out while you two follow up on the Riddler lead. Ghost Spider wasn't super thrilled her friend was still holding her at arm's length, but at least he was talking to her, so progress? What, scared we'll give you cooties or something? Robin laughed. He just doesn't want to admit we'll be hanging around in case Riddler tries to run off and taking down some drug smugglers as a bonus. Nightwing gave the younger boy a light smack to the back of his head, much to his expressed displeasure, and started walking off. At least he was nice enough to remind them both to be careful as he left. Still not talking to me, I see? Ghost Spider asked rhetorically. He's getting better. Batgirl offered. Both of them looked at each other and shrugged. Now wasn't the time to get into personal drama. Okay, what do we got? Ghost Spider asked. A couple warehouses I managed to track down, all owned by Enigmatic Industries. If that isn't where the Riddler is holed up, I'll eat my cowl. No need to go that far, but how'd you figure it out? Last we talked you were convinced it had to be somewhere in the west side of the city. Batgirl grimaced. A bit of luck, timing, and Chinese element diagrams. Huh. I'll tell you later. Right now we've got a thief to catch. One of Ghost Spider's eyes widened in a parody of a raised eyebrow. If you say so. The two heroines stealthily made their way towards the buildings Batgirl had pointed out. Unlike most of the ones surrounding them, these buildings had been obviously modified so that there were no windows or skylights to infiltrate from unexpected angles. Recently, too, based on some of the weld marks on the walls. Batgirl was obviously right that someone didn't want people poking around here. That did leave them both in a quandary of how to actually investigate. Unfortunately, the only thing they could reasonably do was pick the lock and go through the front door. They barely had gotten started and already the Riddler was leading them into his game. Careful. Ghost Spider whispered as Batgirl cracked the lock in under 15 seconds. Despite the ease of getting through the door, there was always the possibility of a booby trap just behind it. I know, Batgirl whispered back and snaked a camera into the small gap in the door. I don't see anything connected, but the rest is pitch black. We'll have to be careful. With that warning, the two carefully moved into the warehouse. They barely made it 2 feet inside before Ghost Spider's spider sense flared a warning. Acting on instinct, the black and white-clad heroine threw herself onto her friend and pushed them further into the warehouse as something big and heavy crashed into the ground right behind them. In addition to the loud sound, several lights snapped on at the same time, revealing the two had been forced into a large pyramidal structure made of some clear material, and that the crashing sound had been the back wall sliding into place. Moments later, a TV outside the structure turned on. Well. I was wondering what was taking Batman so long, but it seems he's been delegating to the junior leagues. The Riddler in his iconic green question-mark-covered suit smirked from the display. But don't worry, while the Bat will have plenty of time to regret his unwise decision, you two will only be bothered for a few minutes. A timer appeared in the bottom corner of the display, and at the same time a metal plate at the top of the structure pulled back. Ghost Spider and Batgirl weren't stuck in a pyramid. They were stuck in a giant hourglass. And the sand pouring in from above wasn't trickling in slowly. Chapter 29. Getting buried alive wasn't really on the list of things Ghost Spider had been expecting when she and Batgirl went after the Riddler. But as far as death traps went, this one seemed lackluster. It was, after all, just a big glass box filling with sand. And she had super strength. Cover your head, I'm not sure how this is going to break, she told Batgirl, walking up to the wall and cracking her knuckles. Her friend crouched down and pulled her cape up to cover the rest of her. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Riddler's mocking voice came from the TV. Ghost Spider ignored him, pulling her fist back, and then with a shout slammed it into the clear material. Only to collapse on the slowly rising layer of sand, clutching her hand in pain when the wall refused to break. Ghost Spider. Reinforced polycarbonate acrylic backed by a transparent aluminum mesh. Riddler said smugly. Guaranteed to stand up to anything a certain flying rodent might be carrying with him. But don't worry. There's still a way out if you're fast and clever enough. If not. He waved at the sand still pouring in and the implied demise it represented. While Ghost Spider flexed her hand a couple times and growled at the supervillain, Batgirl was studying the room they were trapped in. The Riddler had a psychological need to prove himself more clever than everyone around him, even to the detriment of himself in several situations, such as giving away his current location when he could have simply vanished after his string of robberies. There was some way out of this that they just needed to put the clues together for. The wall they had come in from had been secured to the rest of the hourglass with thick metal clamps on the outside. The walls themselves had no distinguishing marks, and there wasn't anything obviously visible in the warehouse either. That meant their way out could only be in two places: the funnel where the sand was coming from, or the floor below them. GS, try doing something about the sand. I think the exit is on the floor, Batgirl shouted and began doing her best to shift the sand out of the way so she could reach the bottom. The sand, huh? Ghost Spider muttered, looking at the falling stream of the stuff. She experimentally shot a line of webbing through it to try gumming up the hole, but the falling sand easily swallowed it. And what am I supposed to do about it? She complained, but started shooting webs around the top of their section of the hourglass. Eventually, the wall crawler was able to build up a pretty thick sheet of webbing to slow down the stream, but the sand was too heavy and fine to stop completely. Bits were still falling through the gaps, but Ghost Spider was too busy making sure the entire thing didn't collapse under the weight to plug them. You better hurry, I don't think this is going to last long. Batgirl didn't reply, too busy shoveling sand out of the way. Her heart fell for a moment when her fingers brushed over a metal floor with no sign of a way out, but it picked back up when they caught on a hidden latch. Giving it a solid tug revealed a tablet with the message, "What flattens all mountains, wipes out all species, destroys every building and turns everything into pieces," displayed on the screen. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. What now? He's got the thing hooked up to an actual riddle, Batgirl exclaimed. And it's one about time when he stuck us in a giant hourglass. Yes, a bit on the nose, I'll admit. Riddler chuckled from his screen. But I figured I'd start off easy. A little something to get the thinking juices flowing. Then he scowled. Although having a partner to give you a leg up probably made it a bit too easy. Nevertheless, you got the correct answer. On to the next riddle. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. He pushed a button on the top of his cane. Suddenly the floor of the hourglass dropped away, allowing the two heroines to fall into the darkness below. Oh! Having the floor drop out from under her wasn't something Ghost Spider had been expecting, but that wasn't to say she didn't react to it. Her first reaction was to try shooting a web line back into the hourglass to stop her fall, but a sharp panel closed over the hole and cut it. Her next thought, though it was more instinctual reaction, was to grab Batgirl and keep her close so they wouldn't end up separated and blindly shoot a web into the dark in hope that it would break their fall before they hit the ground. She was half successful in that as she managed to stop them from falling into what was probably the next trap, but was completely unprepared when a second later a sheet of metal swatted them out of the air until they crashed into a room filled with water and had to quickly swim to the surface. "Puh, you all right?" Batgirl sputtered as she spat water out of her mouth. She was a little worried because her friend was the one to take most of the impact from the thing that launched them here. "Why yeah, nothing broken at least." Ghost Spider hissed even as her side and shoulder throbbed with each movement as she tried treading water. "You have to stop taking hits like those. Trust me. I'm not doing it on purpose." The two stopped talking as they inspected the new room they found themselves in, since they were pretty sure this was another trap. Not many places had giant underground water tanks lying around after all. Unfortunately for them, their surroundings were too dark to make much out. Beyond some shadowy impressions of the edges of the tank, everything was pretty much black. "Think you can pull us up to the ceiling?" Batgirl asked after a bit. "I'm pretty sure we skipped over one trap already. I'd love to do it again if we could. I'll give it a shot." Ghost Spider once again shot a web line straight up, but before it got too high there was a flash of something metallic that flew through the air and severed it. No more of that now. Another TV screen snapped to life showing a visibly annoyed Riddler. "Did you think I wouldn't take countermeasures against cheaters? Well, sorry for not obediently going along with the plans of the guy trying to kill us." Ghost Spider deadpanned, only to freeze up when something brushed her leg. "Wait, Batgirl, that wasn't you, was it?" "What wasn't me?" Something brushed up against Ghost Spider's leg again, and this time she could tell Batgirl felt it too. Both girls tried scanning the dark waters for any sign of what touched them, but it was no use. There was no sign of what was in there with them. Oh, did I forget to mention that tank is home to a particularly nasty kind of crocodile? Riddler drawled. I'd turn the lights on so you could see, but the switch is located at the end of the previous room. You know, the one you skipped. Well, do your best to figure out the answer before your new friend decides he's hungry if you can. He waved and the TV shut off, cutting off the small amount of light it offered. Ghost Spider twitched as she felt that thing move in the water again. It was getting more curious. It wouldn't be long until something happened. You have any ideas? She asked Batgirl. If this is anything like the first trap, we need to answer a riddle to escape. And the question itself is probably hidden in here somewhere. And since we already figured out we can't go up, that means. She looked at the water. The clues are hidden below us with the hungry crocodile. Ghost Spider groaned. In the dark where we can't see 2 feet in front of us. Great. Batgirl swallowed heavily. I have a rebreather and a flashlight on my belt. You happen to have a spare? No. Ghost Spider sighed. Yeah, thought so. All right, you search for the riddle. I'll put on my best Steve Irwin impression and buy you some time. Yippee-ki-yay, cowgirl. Red-rimmed eyes narrowed at her friend. I'm going to ignore that for now. But after this? We're doing a TV marathon to fix your butchering of beloved TV animal icons and 80s action heroes. TV rots your brain. Batgirl huffed defensively. Possibly. Probably why I think this is a good idea. Ghost Spider responded just as the crocodile passed by again. This time, the spider-themed hero reached out and latched on using her powers, praying the croc wasn't in a position to clamp down on her arm the whole time. The reaction was immediate. While the animal had been content to poke at the 2 intruders in its territory while making up its mind on which one to take a bite out of first when they were just floating there, being attacked by one of its meals set it off. The large aquatic reptile instantly began thrashing around trying to either dislodge its newly acquired passenger or get its mouth on it instead. Ghost Spider could only hold on for the ride and try to keep her limbs away from the croc's mouth. She might have superpowers, but super strength didn't do much when she had no leverage and her opponent was built for the water. Once she saw Ghost Spider begin to distract the hungry predator, Batgirl immediately crammed the rebreather into her mouth and began diving towards the bottom of the tank. Her belt flashlight was easily able to shine through the slightly murky water, but it still took a bit of time to find anything with the small amount of light available to her. Even when she did, it wasn't particularly helpful either. Just a rock with the message 738. Nothing is correct carved into it. Clearly only a part of the riddle. And not a very helpful one either. She moved on. Several messages later, Batgirl headed back to the surface. She thought she had found all the messages in the tank, but there was no clear direction she could find. 682. One number is correct and well placed. 645. One number is correct but wrong place. 206. 2 numbers are correct but wrong places. 780. 1 number is correct but wrong place. Obviously, it was some kind of 3-number combination, but what were they supposed to do with it? It didn't help that she had seen Ghost Spider still struggling with the crocodile at several points. The other girl doing her best in a contest of stamina with the animal that at any point was capable of causing severe injury with a single bite. Once Batgirl breached the surface of the water, she looked around for any sign of where the combination was supposed to go, but all she saw was a heavily panting Ghost Spider treading water. You okay? The redhead asked as she swam over, doing her best to keep an eye out for the crocodile. Any problems on your end? So good so far. Ghost Spider breathed. But it hasn't been easy. That croc definitely isn't a normal animal. Way too strong. And it's not acting like an ambush predator at all. Or it wasn't until a second ago. It threw me off and then just vanished. Fantastic news. Batgirl griped. I've got better ones though. She gave Ghost Spider a quick rundown on the parts of the riddle she found and the lack of any further directions. Given that the spider heroine had been crocodile wrestling the entire time, she wasn't expecting Ghost Spider to have much to say immediately, but to her surprise, she was wrong. I think I know where to look. There's a grate at the bottom of the tank over that way behind some rocks. Ghost Spider pointed in the general direction. How do you know that? Batgirl asked curiously. Was it another power Ghost Spider hadn't told her about yet? I got scraped all across it when New Boots tried to drown me. Ghost Spider deadpanned. Oh, sounds fun. Chapter 30. The two heroines carefully made their way over to the direction Ghost Spider indicated, constantly on guard for any indication that the giant saurian in the tank was about to appear. But despite both of them straining every sense they had, they were unable to pick up even a trace of the crocodile's trail. Even when they both made it to the grate, the spider-themed heroine described, neither one of them could catch a glimpse of it. Not that that was very comforting. Between the murky water reducing visibility to under 10 feet and the rocks containing multiple places for the hungry reptile to hide, neither one of them relaxed their guard, even as Batgirl slotted the 3-digit code into the lock. 052. There, that should do it. Batgirl thought as the lock recessed and the entire grate started to retract into the frame with a deafening squeal, made all the worse due to being underwater and thus seemingly omnidirectional. Once the noise did finally stop, Batgirl carefully inspected the newly opened tunnel for new traps, but quickly decided it was an exercise in futility. If anything, the visibility had only gotten worse. But floating around the entrance was only burning through the time Ghost Spider could hold her breath. They had best get moving. Unfortunately, that was when their crocodile friend decided to make its reappearance. Batgirl turned her head just in time to see a massive shape appear in the gloom and the flash of teeth right where Ghost Spider was before both of them vanished into the tunnel, leaving Batgirl behind staring after them with wide eyes. She was swimming after them a second later, curses streaming through her mind. Oh! Okay, I was joking about the boots earlier, but if I keep getting attacked by giant reptiles, I'm going to dress up like an 80s country singer out of revenge. Ghost Spider complained even as she struggled to stop the crocodile's massive jaws from biting her in half. Her spider sense let her know the reptile was behind her, but her reflexes and a good bit of luck were the reason she managed to not do something stupid like impale her hand on a tooth. That didn't mean she wasn't in trouble, though. Being caught in the mouth of a crocodile and being dragged blindly underwater wasn't exactly smooth sailing. It only got worse as the creature started thrashing every once in a while, trying to dislodge her enough to bite down fully. And when the multi-ton animal decided that even that wasn't enough and started using the walls of the tunnel as weapons, Ghost Spider knew she had to do something now, or she was going to end up croc chow. Too bad that was easier said than done, considering that unlike the last time she wrestled Scaly, she currently had zero leverage, zero room to maneuver, and zero good ideas on how to change that. So it was a good thing that Ghost Spider did have a few bad ideas she could try out first. The first was attempting to kick at the croc's eyes, but that quickly turned out to be a bust. Ghost Spider was flexible, but no one with solid bones was flexible enough to pull that off. So after quickly abandoning that plan, she went to the next idea. Punching the thing unconscious from the inside of its mouth. Ghost Spider would be the first to admit this was not the greatest plan ever, but she also was starting to get lightheaded from holding her breath so long. She needed to get free and find air soon. With that in mind, she did her best to wriggle so that she was still braced against both jaws, but also had a hand free and cocked it back. A second later, her fist slammed into the comparatively soft palate of the croc's mouth, which turned out to be a bit of a mistake. Knocking something out with head trauma was more an art than science at the best of times. Trying to judge the correct amount of force to knock out a probably mutant crocodile and not accidentally put her fist through its skull while underwater and in its mouth was not the best of times. Ghost Spider's punch failed to knock the reptile out, and that meant it was free to do what came naturally to it after getting punched in the mouth. Meaning it went absolutely berserk and started slamming into the sides of the pipe hard enough to dent metal. Ghost Spider held on for dear life, occasionally sneaking in another punch, until the croc finally smacked against the wall one too many times and something gave way. A sharp crunch echoed through the tunnel and the croc immediately stopped struggling. Its jaws stopped pressing down around the wall crawler, and the massive creature just sort of floated off. Unmoving. A quick check revealed no heartbeat, no twitching, and a large amount of something leaking out of the croc's skull, just barely visible in the dark water. Ghost Spider was instantly conflicted about the way everything ended. On the one hand, that had been a simple animal following its instincts and didn't deserve to die because of the Riddler's games. On the other hand, it had been trying very hard to kill her. All of that was secondary to the fact she was going to need to breathe soon, though. Ghost Spider was stuck in a fit of indecision as she debated whether it was better to backtrack down the pipe the croc had dragged her and hold out until she could get back to the surface that way, or keep going and hope there was an exit nearby. Thankfully, the decision was taken out of her hands by the swift arrival of Batgirl moments later, who was quick to temporarily lend her rebreather for a moment along with a light so Ghost Spider could finally see more than just some vague shapes in the dark. The first thing she noticed was the stuff leaking out of the croc wasn't red. Instead, it was dark black. Something that initially confused the heroine until she caught a glimpse of metal beneath the ruined skin. A quick check revealed a rather sophisticated robot frame. Ghost Spider guessed that explained the unnatural size and behavior of the reptile. If it was mechanical, then it made sense why it was so aggressive when crocodiles were normally ambush predators. While she was investigating the robot, Batgirl had been checking out the walls of the tunnel. The thrashing that had broken the robot had also led to several cracks in the walls that were slowly leaking air bubbles, signaling a potential way out from the Riddler's death trap. Ghost Spider looked over to see her partner in this mess coating the edges of one of the bigger cracks with some sort of putty that foamed up even underwater before placing a detonator in it and signaling for both of them to back away. A flash and explosion later, both heroines were sucked out of the tunnel by the rushing water and fell a short distance before Ghost Spider managed to catch both of them with a web line. Note to self, get something for underwater adventures, 'cause that wasn't fun. Ghost Spider panted as she took in huge lungfuls of air. She wasn't going to take being able to breathe whenever she wanted for granted for at least a few weeks. Remind me after we get out of this and I'll lend you one of our spares. Batgirl muttered back. Ghost Spider looked at her and saw the redhead was tracing the tunnel to another massive container a short distance away. Disturbingly, there were a massive number of crossbows mounted on tracks surrounding the entire structure that clued the two of them into what the theme of the next challenge would have been if they hadn't created their own exit. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I guess that would have been the woods section then. Batgirl mused, drawing Ghost Spider's attention. Section? What do you mean? Riddler's still keeping to the 5 elements theme. The sand was earth, the trap we skipped over looked like it was completely made from metal, and the last one was obviously water. If you take that into account and the cycle the elements go through, the next one should be wood. Batgirl explained. If you count wooden crossbow bolts anyway. Personally, Ghost Spider thought it took a bit more than that, but then again Killer Robot Crocodile didn't scream, water, theme much better. Obviously the Riddler was willing to sacrifice the theme a bit to make sure the two of them wouldn't be able to walk away from his death trap. So rather than get hung up on the madman's commitment to his own theme, she decided to focus on what was actually important. Alright, so how do we find the Riddler before he realizes we're not stuck in his trap anymore? Batgirl brought a hand to her chin in thought. The best way would be to find something and track it back to his control room, but I'm not sure we'll be able to find something quickly enough. So my next thought is to try and predict where he's hiding out and head there directly. I'd guess either the middle of the facility where he's protected from all sides or the back from where we entered. The Riddler isn't really the type to risk himself if he can help it. Makes sense. Ghost Spider commented. He'd be in the middle if he's keeping to the Chinese theme, right? Isn't the middle of a formation usually a big deal? Batgirl shrugged. Maybe? I think it depends. But I wouldn't put it past the Riddler to have a back way out just in case. Then we need to split up. How about... Oh! Where are they? Where are they? A figure in a green suit decorated with black question marks was muttering to himself as monitor after monitor in front of him changed to show different points of the intricate trap he had built. It had taken him some time to confirm that the two nuisances hadn't simply succumbed to his genius traps and had instead managed to escape. He had known they had somehow destroyed the drone that served as the main challenge of the area and was fully alert for any schemes for them to either escape back towards a previous area or continue ahead. But when there was no sign of them in either direction, he was forced to send one of the few minions he had on hand to investigate. Unfortunately, that took time, and it wasn't until several minutes later that the minion had even found the hole in the passageway tunnel leaking water in one of the few unmonitored areas around, which meant the two pests could be almost anywhere by now. Edward Nigma was a genius beyond compare, an intellectual with few true peers, but even he was just one man and needed accurate information to plan his next move. And until he located the two rats running around outside his trap, he was quite unfortunately on the back foot for the moment. But only for the moment. Now then, how should I flush you two out into the open? He mused. A hand reached for one of the buttons that would enact his contingencies, only for a bat-shaped piece of metal to whistle through the air and pin the entire arm to the control panel by his sleeve. Batgirl, would you like to hear a riddle? Oh! Just as Batgirl expected, the Riddler did have some sort of command center in the middle of his trap. The only question that remained was if the villain was actually in there. Batgirl quickly maneuvered around the various sensors and cameras she could see around the structure and slipped into an air vent. Looking down into the inside, she saw a pair of hired thugs guarding the door into the command center and a figure sitting with their back to her on a large bank of monitors. A green sleeve was enough to tentatively confirm this was where she needed to be, though, so she slipped out of the vents with barely a sound and dropped on one of the thugs. He was unconscious almost immediately as his head hit the ground, and his partner wasn't much better. Not after Batgirl ducked past a flailing arm and had him in a sleeper hold within seconds. A quick glance back at the figure by the monitors confirmed that the struggle had been quiet enough that the mastermind hadn't noticed, but Batgirl did see him reaching for a control of some sort. With no idea what that would unleash, she made a split-second decision to stop him by throwing a batarang at his sleeve. It gave up the element of surprise, but at this point, she was confident in handling the Riddler head-to-head. Batgirl, would you like to hear a riddle? Is it how many years you think you'll get for grand theft? Because I'm thinking 10 or 15 for this last scheme alone. Batgirl replied, alert for any tricks. Amusing, but no. What do the two of us have in common? It was a bad idea to give planners time to think or react, so Batgirl rushed at the seated figure and yanked it to face her, fully prepared to deck him in the face, only to pause when she came face to face with a doll-like mask instead of a person. We're both dummies. The Deca Riddler cackled from a speaker. You didn't think you could get the drop on me, did you? You may have blundered your way out of my traps, but let's see how you deal with something you cannot just brute force your way out of. A bright red 15 appeared in the middle of the dummy's face and started counting down. Batgirl's eyes widened in shock at the sight before she found herself sprinting from the control room almost before she realized it, grabbing the unconscious thugs by their collars and dragging them out with her on the way. She managed to slam the door shut just as the timer hit 0. There was a muted thump as the walls shook with the force of the explosion, but even after a few seconds that seemed to be it. Something that immediately made Batgirl suspicious. Okay, what's the trick I'm missing? She muttered to herself, looking around just to see another red timer in the distance hit 0 and explode. The force of this explosion was much bigger than the previous one and ended up throwing the heroine to the ground. Batgirl pulled herself back up as fast as she could and immediately started looking around. Several more countdowns could be seen all throughout the facility. And if each of them was actually a bomb, there was enough to flatten the entire structure several times over. Oh, food dash. Another countdown hit 0 followed by an explosion. Oh! Ghost Spider almost missed the hidden exit as she and Batgirl split up to try and tackle both scenarios about where the Riddler could be hiding. In fact, if it wasn't for several people suddenly running around, Ghost Spider would have simply gone right by it due to the lack of any kind of visible opening and low light. But a wall dropping away revealing a van was fairly eye-catching. So was the man in a green suit shouting orders at the top of his lungs. Get moving, all of you. The Bat-Brat found the decoy center and the self-destruct is active. I want to be long gone from here before anyone else comes poking around. The spider-themed hero did a rough-about-face and latched onto one of the support pillars in the area to better watch the unfolding scene. A small group of minions were trying to rush loading the van with containers that probably had the stolen items from the days before, but they didn't seem armed. Probably because they weren't expecting to need to do much beyond move things around after the robberies themselves. Well, that just meant they were in for a bad time. Ghost Spider had also learned from the last time with the penguin and decided to target the getaway vehicle before she was revealed. Thick sheets of spider silk covered the doors to the van so that no one was getting it anywhere without either pushing it from behind or somehow tearing a hole in the cab. Damn, that other interfering pest is here also. One of you get that van open. The rest, get her. Riddler ordered, even as Ghost Spider leaped into the middle of them. The first minion caught a fist to the jaw and went down like a sack of potatoes, but the others quickly got over the surprise of her sudden entrance and rushed to attack. Ghost Spider ducked a punch and snap-kicked a different minion in the chest before grabbing the first's arm and judo throwing him after the second. A third and final minion took the chance to tackle her to the ground, but Ghost Spider rolled with the impact. She managed to get her feet up to the man's chest and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Looks like you need better henchmen, Riddler. They aren't very good at getting things. She taunted, turning to the now scowling villain. I'll just have to do it myself then, he declared, charging her and swinging a cane topped with a bronze question mark like a baseball bat. Ghost Spider rolled to avoid the swing and went to sweep her opponent's feet, but the Riddler was actually more athletic than she was expecting. He jumped her own leg and stabbed at her multiple times with the cane, treating it almost like a rapier. You know, you're better at this than I, expected. Ghost Spider commented after a particularly near miss. It's only natural. I may not be one of those swollen Neanderthals, but learning how to be physically capable is simply good sense when dealing with the likes of Batman. I'm not sure if Batman beat enough common sense in you to think that, or knocked enough out that you think the best thing to do is learn to fight so you can keep committing crimes instead of, not committing crimes. Riddler took a step back and twirled his cane dramatically. I don't expect you to understand the desires of an intellectual. Suddenly, several booms echoed through the area. It seems like your friend is running out of time to escape. Red-rimmed eyes narrowed as Ghost Spider leaned forward aggressively. Then I guess I don't have more time to waste on you. With that said, Ghost Spider rushed forward and grabbed both the cane and the front of Riddler's suit with the intention of simply overpowering the man. But instead of ripping the cane out of his grip like she planned, only the black body of the cane moved at her tug, sliding away to reveal a thin blade that had been hidden in the body. One Riddler didn't hesitate to try stabbing her with. Ghost Spider mostly managed to get out of the way, but she hissed as the edge scraped along her ribs. In retaliation, she picked Riddler up by his suit and hurled him into the parked van, liberally covering him in webbing afterwards, and then quickly investigated the wound. Thankfully, it was a long but shallow cut so it wouldn't affect her much. More explosions sounded out and Ghost Spider knew she needed to get a move on if she wanted to make sure Batgirl was all right. Well, that was not fun, but it was interesting. Ghost Spider commented to the wriggling cocoon that was the Riddler. You boys hang around for a while. I'm sure the police would love to hear all about this. She couldn't make out the Riddler's muffled response through the webbing, but decided to take it as agreement. It wasn't like he was going anywhere soon. Now, she had a friend to find and possibly save. Oh! When the Riddler said self-destruct, he hadn't been kidding. Nearly everything in sight had been reduced to rubble. Ghost Spider was actually surprised the roof and warehouses above them hadn't collapsed yet, but she was sure it was just a matter of time. So she was extra careful where she swung, stepped, or jumped when backtracking just to make sure she didn't shift something and bring the building down on her own head by mistake or get caught in one of the explosions still going off all over the place. Spider. Over here. Ghost Spider's head snapped towards the shout and saw not only Batgirl but also two more henchmen, unconscious, trapped between a wall of rubble and a fire that had started at some point. You all right? Ghost Spider asked when she jumped down to join them, wordlessly accepting one of the henchmen and looking for a good place to anchor a web line to pull them all out of the current situation. Mostly, Batgirl confirmed. A few explosions were close, but I was able to use a few taser batarangs to short out some of the bombs. Managed to keep everything from collapsing on us at least. A large section of roof chose that moment to crash to the ground in the distance. For a little while anyway. Batgirl added. Ghost Spider nodded. Well, we were right about the Riddler's backdoor exit. I managed to catch him on the way out. So all we have to do is get out of here. Need me to take the second guy too? No, I got him. Just couldn't handle two dead weights at the same time. Batgirl replied, pulling out a grapple gun. Let's get out of here. I'm so done with today. Ghost Spider hummed in agreement. This wasn't what she had in mind when tracking down a robber. Chapter 31. Gwen smiled as she luxuriated in her favorite hobby, web-swinging through the city. The crisp evening air felt great as she rode the roller coaster of soaring between buildings and free-falling to accelerating with every upswing. Things had been relatively quiet after she and Batgirl captured the Riddler. The stolen items were sent back to the proper owners, and there were no major crimes or developments afterwards. That left Gwen free to do what she wanted, which mostly meant web-swinging around and stopping the occasional street crime she ran across. She was aware that the feeling of freedom she got from it would fade into routine eventually, but that wasn't happening today. Gwen felt like she was floating as she reached the apex of a swing and shot off a web line that anchored itself to a nearby radio tower. A quick tug reeled her in until she was able to grab the metal tower and stick there, giving the wall crawler a decent view over the Gotham skyline and the sunset in the distance. Gwen liked looking out over the city from up here. Things were small enough that you couldn't see some of the nastier stuff, the trash, graffiti, and most of the smells, but you could still look down and see how busy it all was. It was pretty relaxing in her opinion. A buzz pulled her from her thoughts, and she checked the nifty communicator she had been given to see who was contacting her. Turns out it was a forwarded call from Barbara reaching out to Gwen's civilian phone. Answering it, Gwen leaned back against the metal tower, feeling the warmth from the sunlight soak into her back through the suit. Hey, what's up? Hi, question for you, Barbara answered. Do you know a Samuel Masters? Lanky guy, late 40s, blonde hair. Gwen paused and thought about it. I don't think so. There was a Danny Masters in one of my college courses though. Why? It might be nothing, but he's been going around the charity a lot and name-dropping you. Saying how he encouraged you to start developing your first game. Weird. Should I be worried? I don't think so. Barbara didn't sound as certain as Gwen would have liked. It's not like he's saying he had a hand in anything. More just networking and telling people he has an in with you. Gwen blinked at that. I didn't realize people wanted an in with me. I mean, yeah, Jetpack Joyride sold all right, but it's not like I'm some big-name developer. I couldn't tell you what he's after, but thought you should know. I'll let you know if anything else pops up. You're really bored at that charity thing, aren't you? Barbara sighed. A little, she admitted. I know it's important, but this isn't my idea of a good time. Better you than me. Gwen chirped smugly. Barbara had tried convincing her to tag along as a +1. The fact that Barbara was calling her proved she made the correct decision to skip out. In fact, a screaming siren cut off her next statement. Gwen looked down to see a firetruck racing down the streets. Sorry, something urgent came up. I'll call you back. She ended the call and jumped off the tower and started swinging after the rushing engine. Oh! It wasn't long until Ghost Spider didn't need to follow the firetruck to figure out where it was going thanks to the thick black smoke rising up into the sky. Ditching the roads and just swinging directly over the buildings meant that she made better time to the source anyway. What greeted her was a veritable inferno engulfing an old apartment building from the bottom up. And while there was already a firetruck and crew there, the firefighters seemed to be doing their best to just keep the blaze under control, unable to actually get far enough into the building on their own to put out the source. Ghost Spider landed on the top of the truck just in time to overhear a firefighter screaming into a headset. I don't care how you do it, I need those ladders here 5 minutes ago. The firefighter ripped the headset off in frustration and looked like he was ready to throw it into the fire, but settled for angrily running a hand through his hair instead. Ghost Spider, though, now would be a good time to introduce herself. Dropping down far enough she wouldn't startle the man, she waved as she called out. Hi there, I see you've got a pretty hot situation on your hands. Any way I can help? The firefighter eyed her for a second before almost visibly dismissing her. Unless you have some fire retardant in that spandex, you're just going to get in the way. I appreciate the offer, but you can't punch out fires. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. If you punch hard enough, technically. Ghost Spider snarked silently. I heard you talking about ladders a second ago. I'm guessing you need to evacuate the upper levels but can't get the people out. The man sighed explosively. Yes, we can't get through the lower levels, and the fire escapes that aren't missing are maybe one good push from coming off the wall. Now please move back, I need to get back to work. Ghost Spider nodded, not really offended. I can help get people down. You have a spot you want me putting them? The firefighter opened his mouth, probably to tell her to move away again, until he processed what she said. He quickly looked between her and the burning building and made a call. What's your name, kid? Ghost Spider. Right. Captain Ron Dylandy. If you can help those people, get them to the front of the engine. The ambulances are on the way and should set up near there. If you're just making claims, or God forbid, just fucking with me, I'll find a way to make you pay for wasting time. Got it? Ghost Spider snapped a salute. Aye, Captain. You have a preference where I start? Top floor down. Captain Dylandy said shortly and turned to direct the new fire engine that rolled up to the scene. Ghost Spider didn't waste time and weblined directly to the 6th floor and made her way through one of the windows where she was immediately swarmed by the panicking occupants. Hiya folks, I'm gonna help get you out of here, but first you all need to calm down and listen. She shouted over the general racket. I need you all to line up so I can do this quickly, children and elderly first. And if anyone can let the people on the lower floors know to make their way up here, that would help a lot. That got most of the people to start cooperating, and Ghost Spider didn't wait around for the rest. A couple young children, around 5 at most, were pushed towards the front. Ghost Spider crouched in front of them and smiled, her eyes forming upside-down crescents. You kids ready to get out of here? She asked as she scooped them up. I'm going to get you down to the nice firefighters on the ground. You just hold on tight, okay? Not that she was leaving it up to the kids. Ghost Spider could stick to walls with practically any part of her body. Holding onto a couple of kids was nothing in comparison. Ghost Spider quickly fell into a pattern. She would grab 2 people from the burning building and ferry them to the street before heading back and doing it again and again. It wasn't all smooth sailing, and more than once she had to deal with someone panicking or trying to push ahead of the others, but after a while Ghost Spider deposited the last one in front of the EMTs that had shown up at some point and breathed a sigh of relief. The old apartment building was giving the firefighters a hell of a time, and they were barely able to keep it from spreading from the 2nd floor anymore. The 3rd was starting to catch, and from the grim way the firefighters were looking, they might have decided that letting the fire burn out in a controlled manner was their only option. Ghost Spider, are you done with the evacuation? An increasingly stressed-looking Captain Dylandy asked as he walked up. Floors 6 to 4 at least. Ghost Spider confirmed, snapping to a slightly sarcastic salute. It got some of the younger crowd to laugh or at least smile, so she considered it worth it. Need me to check out the rest of the building? I don't want anyone without full gear and training anywhere close to this blaze. Captain Dylandy scowled. Unless you're fireproof? Ghost Spider shook her head negatively. Thanks to the nature of her Clintar suit, she was actually a little more vulnerable to fire. Not less. Then you've done more than enough. Leave the rest too, please, he's still in there. You have to get him out. A loud scream interrupted their conversation. Both of them looked over to see a frantic-looking woman trying to push past the line of bystanders and was barely being kept back by one of the responders. Please, my son, he's still in there. The fire captain was on the move immediately with Ghost Spider trailing a step behind him. There was a time to be a nosy superhero and a time to know when it was better to let the professionals work. She could always be nosy and run off on her own later. Ma'am, are you sure your son is still inside? Yes. We had a scare a few days ago. I told him never to open the door or leave the apartment without me or his father. Meaning he had taken that to the extreme and wouldn't leave even if there was a fire. Where would he be? Dylandy asked, then cursed when the woman answered. It was an apartment in the middle of the 3rd floor. The same one that had just started going up where the firefighters couldn't reach. Any rescuers wouldn't be able to go through the windows. They would have to actually walk through the floor. Damn. I'll have to pull a couple people off the hoses, he muttered. Ghost Spider felt like this was a good time to poke into things. You sure you can afford to? Your guys look like they're barely keeping ahead of the fire. You have a better idea then, kid? Yeah, I'll go. Captain Dylandy grabbed her by the shoulder. Kid, this isn't the same as before. One wrong move could see you roasted easy as that. He snapped his fingers. Wouldn't be much of a superhero if I didn't take risks. Ghost Spider brushed his hand off. You keep working on the fire, I'll handle the kid. Then Ghost Spider took off before anyone could say anything else. Oh! Yeah, that looks like a fire all right. Ghost Spider muttered under her breath as she moved through the building. It wasn't so bad by the windows, but the firefighters' hoses couldn't get all the way inside, and the fire had begun climbing up the stairwells deeper inside, and was spilling out everywhere it could. Ghost Spider decided speed was her friend here and booked it until she found the correct unit number. After running through the basic checks to ensure she wasn't going straight into a bonfire, she opened the door. Unfortunately, she was only partially right about the fire. The living room was nearly engulfed and getting closer. Ghost Spider wasn't going to be able to do anything about that, so she sprinted towards the bedrooms instead. I should have asked for the kid's name, she berated herself as she did the same check on the door to the left. She started a quick but thorough search only to pause when she heard weak coughing coming from the other room. Ghost Spider spun on her heel and went back to the other door immediately. This door opened to reveal dark black smoke pooling on the ceiling with more pouring out of an air vent. More distressing was the young child collapsed in the space between the wall and his bed, doing his best to cough out the smoke with little success. She was by his side in a flash. Hey there, just hang on a minute and I'll get you out of here, she said gently while checking the boy over. Besides the smoke inhalation, some red eyes, and the coughing, he seemed in good shape. Not SPOS to go WHISTRNRS. The boy murmured. Mom said. That's really smart of you, but your mom is the one who sent me to get you. Ghost Spider coaxed. I'm going to take you to her, okay? It's not safe here. Suprero, the boy asked when he managed to look at her. Yep. One superhero to the rescue. Now relax and hold tight, Kay? The heroine scooped the boy up and made her way out of the bedroom. In the small amount of time she was talking, the flames had spread to cover the entirety of the rest of the apartment. There was a loud crackling sound as part of the floor collapsed into the apartment below. Yeah, time to leave. It's going to get real hot for a bit. Just hold on and we'll be out in no time, she reassured again. The boy whimpered and buried his head further into her collarbone, but he did try holding on just a bit tighter. Deciding not to risk the floor, Ghost Spider webbed the outside hallway and yanked the both of them along. A series of quick contortions and some even quicker reflexes had her pulling both of them down the corridor until she reached the spot she had entered from. A cheer greeted her as she swung down to the ambulance, and everyone realized the kid was safe. Ghost Spider handed him off to one of the paramedics and was briefly assaulted by an extremely grateful mother before she ran off to be with her son. Throughout it all, Ghost Spider couldn't help but feel like this might have been the single most heroic thing she had done since she had gotten her powers. Not dealing with the mob, fighting supervillains, or recovering stolen items. Just making the difference for one person when no one else could, even if that person was just a single scared kid. Ghost Spider smiled as she watched the mother hug her son. That alone made everything worth it. Chapter 32. Gwen found herself frowning as she watched the morning news. Apparently the fire she had helped with wasn't just a one-off. In the past week alone, several more incidents had popped up all over Gotham with seemingly no common cause. It wasn't the work of an arsonist like Firefly, because the villain was currently cooling his heels in Belle Reve after his last crime spree. And as far as anyone could tell, it wasn't the result of a normal arsonist either, since the news went out of the way to mention that no accelerants or other signs of people intentionally starting a fire were present. The only thing that seemed to be consistent was the speed at which the fire spread and the fact that whatever was causing the flare-ups in the first place occurred at several points in the building simultaneously. It was a mystery, but not one Gwen was equipped to deal with. That didn't mean she couldn't help out. Barbara and Dick were probably going to be investigating the source of the fires. She could keep an eye out on the streets for them while they did that. Something to ask about coordinating later. On that note, Gwen sighed and turned off the television. The mystery fires could wait. She had other very important things to do right now. Oh, that will be $58.15. The cashier said as he finished ringing up the groceries. Gwen wordlessly pulled out a trio of 20s and handed them over, even if mentally she was complaining how expensive good cheese was. But unless she'd rather live off takeout most of the time, it was a necessary evil. Gathering up the 2 reusable bags, doing her duty to save the environment, Gwen walked out of the store and prepared herself for the walk home, just in time for the clouds above Gotham to decide now was a wonderful time to start raining. Well, damn it. It is pretty bad timing. Do you want a ride home, kid? A familiar voice called out behind her. Detective Montoya. Gwen smiled as she turned to face the older woman. What are you doing here? I didn't think you lived close enough to shop here. The detective huffed. I don't, but this chain is the only one that carries the creamer I like, so I try to stock up whenever I'm in the area. Anyway, want a ride? Gwen didn't need to think about it. That would be awesome. Great, I'm just around the corner. Hopefully we don't get too wet on the way. A short run later, both of them were safely in Detective Montoya's car and only mildly damp. And after making sure everything was secure in the back seats, they were headed back to Gwen's apartment in companionable silence. So what brought you out this way? Working on some exciting new case? At least until Gwen's curiosity got the better of her. Nothing important. Like I said, just picking up some coffee stuff. Detective Montoya said. Mostly, I was just dropping off some paperwork now that I'm getting rotated off the Ghost Spider Task Force. There's a Ghost Spider Task Force? Gwen very carefully did not shriek. I thought she was a hero? Detective Montoya hummed and waggled a hand. It's a bit more complicated than that. Technically, she and the Bats are all illegal vigilantes. Sure, they stop the actual creeps and criminals from making a mess, but what they're doing is against the law since they aren't a part of a sanctioned organization like the Justice League. She frowned. Or at least I don't think Batman is a part of the League right now. That seems to change every week. Anyway, helpful as they are, they're still breaking the law, so we have a task force assigned to them. But unless one of them snaps and starts doing something the Joker would get a kick out of, it's mostly just a place to stick troublemakers and officers needing a break. Finally out of the doghouse then? You're hilarious, kid. Montoya deadpanned. Gwen just smiled and leaned away from a playful swat to the arm. Poking overly serious people in their pride was always fun. No, I was due some R&R for a while, but the department needs everyone we got, so I was just moved to a more relaxed post to recharge for a bit. I feel a bit bad for the rest of the team, though. Bullock is the one who took my place. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Gwen thought about the name for a bit. While her dad introduced her to a few of his friends on the force, that didn't mean she knew all of them by name. Ironically, it was the second set of inherited memories that gave her an answer first. Isn't he the fat guy that looks like every crooked cop stereotype at once and is paradoxically good at his job at the same time? The same guy that is always getting reported for taking bribes, excessive force, and is rumored to have organized crime connections, but all IA could find was he needed a few sensitivity courses. Montoya laughed. Yep, that's Harvey all right. Don't let him hear you say that, though. What's so bad about him taking your spot, though? It's not bad. I said I feel bad because Harvey takes a hard line about masks. While most members of the task force would take it as a working vacation, Harvey would love nothing more than to haul our latest vigilante in. Sounds like a fun guy, Gwen commented carefully. She also made a note to figure out how to avoid any cop on this task force for a while. The last thing she wanted to do was give the rest of the GCPD a reason to hunt her down for something, and resisting arrest sounded like a quick way for that to happen. He has his moments. Oh! Ghost Spider was looking forward to a pretty relaxed night of web swinging. The rain had stopped a while ago, but the Gotham streets were still wet and most people decided to stay inside rather than navigate the puddles covering the streets. Most, not all. The wall crawler had already stopped 3 muggings, a carjacking, and helped pull a lady's sedan out of a pothole that she missed due to the water hiding it. Slow day overall. Of course, the rooftops were just as wet, if not more so, than the streets, so Ghost Spider wasn't planning on spending too much more time outside. She would spend another hour or so patrolling west. She decided she would head west today, and then she would turn in for the night. She was just about to move on when a flash of movement in an alley caught her eye. Ghost Spider dropped her arm and leaned over the side of the roof to get a better look. Two men were digging through the alleyway like they were looking for something. What caught Ghost Spider's attention was that neither of them looked like one of the homeless looking for shelter or useful trash or gangers looking for a dead drop. In fact, one of them was even wearing a lab coat. And when a guy in a lab coat is poking around an alley in Gotham, that usually meant something bad was going on. Rather than jump in without knowing what she was getting into, Ghost Spider silently crept down the wall, keeping to the shadows, and settled in to observe the two. She didn't know the guy in the lab coat. He looked of Indian descent going by his dark hair and brown skin. He was frantically digging through the piles of trash in one hand while looking at some kind of scanner in the other, but she didn't know his partner. That was her little cop friend Nick O'Hara. What was he doing out here? Nick was holding some kind of cage or trap. Nothing that Ghost Spider could easily identify beyond being designed to hold something. Somehow she didn't think the two of them were looking for a stray pet or similar. Curious. And now she definitely wanted to know what they were up to. Umar, not that this isn't exactly what I want to do with my time off, but this isn't exactly what I want to do with my time off. Can you please tell me why we are digging through trash looking for some animals? I already told you everything I could. Umar replied, his lightly accented voice sounding distracted. Everything else is classified and could get you into a lot of serious trouble. And yet you're making me help you catch this thing anyway. I need the help. I have almost found them twice now, but they got away. And you owe me a favor. Giving my brother a recommendation for an internship doesn't really cover crawling through wet trash searching for an animal you won't even tell me what it is. Nick pointed out. Umar's shoulders fell. You are right. But I have no one else to turn to at the moment. Well, why not a friendly neighborhood superhero? Ghost Spider's eyes curled into crescents as the two men shrieked and practically jumped 3 feet in the air. She loved her job. Oh! While the Falcone fiasco had sent most of the remaining organized crime families to ground, that didn't mean that they had disappeared. In a dark backroom hidden from all but a select few trusted subordinates, a few members of one such family gathered to discuss the future. We need to send the White Hats a message. Let them know that we're still the big dogs in the underworld. One scarred member growled, slamming his hand on the table. Falcone tried that. And we all saw what the result was. Another man commented. Because he ignored the pests disrupting our businesses. Much as I don't like the guy, if it wasn't for the freaks in tights, we'd all be dead and he'd be ruling the place. There were creaks as several of the men in the room leaned back in their chairs. You're talking about taking out the bat. One of them accused. We've tried that 1,000 times. Didn't work when we had the local offices dancing to our tune, and let's face it, we don't have that kind of pull anymore. The speaker shook his head. No, I agree. The bat is too big to hit right now. Him and the rest of the Bat Brigade have connections too. Take one of them out and more freaks will pour in. No, better wait until we frame one of the other groups. Let them take the heat. Who then? 'Cause the Blues are circling wagons after Falcone targeted them. We do the same so soon after a lot of us might fall down some stairs if we get dragged in. A photograph was tossed onto the table, showing a fit young woman in a full-body black and white costume with red accents and electric blue shoes swinging from a silk rope. You're kidding. We just went over how the bats have connections we can't deal with. But the spider isn't one of them. Yes, she works with them, but definitely not a member. One of the men threw up his hands. Great. The freaks are only friends, not co-workers. I'm sure the bats won't give a damn in that case. The difference. The speaker growled, is that even if the bats get pissed, at most they will be able to borrow some sidekicks to get revenge. It won't end with the Kryptonians scouring the city and rooting out every operation they can find. He paused and straightened up. Especially if we pin the blame on someone else. The freaks will burn them out and head home. The bats might try to step things up, but we know how they work. To an extent. The spider helped take down Metallo. Another man pointed out. The spider got shanked by him. Supergirl was the one to beat him. Truthfully, none of the men at the table knew exactly what happened in that fight. But a lot of people had seen Ghost Spider getting rushed out by Supergirl, and there had been a lot of blood. The story spread from there. Okay, fine. Say we're on board with this. How do we stop this from getting back to us? Simple. We use a professional. As if on cue, a knife speared the table right where the picture was. All the men jerked and hands went to weapons while they looked for the owner of the knife. Looking in the wrong direction, gents. A new voice said jokingly. Should have looked up. They all followed the direction and looked on the ceiling where a man in a tight dark purple and black suit with orange lenses and a black spider on his forehead was standing. Standing upside down. Who are you? Someone demanded. Black Spider, at your service. The man in the bodysuit said with a mocking bow before detaching from the ceiling and falling lightly to the table below. Thief, mercenary, infiltration specialist, and, more importantly for you lot, assassin. Never heard of you. Of course you haven't. If you heard of me without me doing a job, that would mean my bosses would need to have a word with you. Trust me, you don't want that. No. Oh no. No one ever really likes getting the attention of the League of Shadows. Not sure why. Black Spider mused while plucking the knife from the table. For those curious enough to look, the blade had gone directly through the heart of the woman in the photo. The shadows. A man hissed. There's no way we can afford one of them right now. Yes, correct. Black Spider said loudly, causing all the men in the room to twitch as he brandished a knife. But see, this job is a bit special. I'm running a bit of a discount right now because, thunk, I don't like copycats. Especially ones ruining my bad name. The mobsters swallowed and looked between the knife now lodged in the photo where Ghost Spider's head was and the flat orange lenses of the assassin. So, who's interested in getting rid of a pest? Ghost Spider, Chapter 33. So let me get this straight. Ghost Spider looked between the two men. You dash, she pointed at the lab coat. Are poking around alleyways because an animal escaped from your company's lab and you recruited Nikki here to help you look for it. And you dash, her finger moved to the shifting policeman. Are helping him because you owe him a favor. At the pair's nods, Ghost Spider cocked a hip and gave them a very disappointed look. And why haven't either of you reached out for more help finding this thing? Nick shrugged. I didn't think we needed to at first. It's just an animal, right? But now that Umar's been keeping me out for a week trying to find this thing, I was asking the same thing. Good point. Ghost Spider nodded. Except for one thing. Your buddy here is poking around with a scanner presumably dedicated to finding this thing. So, what's so special about this animal that it not only has a dedicated scanner built to find it, but also needs to be kept secret from the one helping you find it? Nick raised a finger to object, paused, and turned back to his friend. You know she has a point. That information is confidential. Umar protested. I cannot disclose anything about the subjects to anyone outside of Biotechnica. Ghost Spider frowned. Subjects? As in multiples and not just one? And who are you exactly? Umar Khan, as you might have guessed, I'm a researcher for Biotechnica. Right. So what about that scanner then? What are you tracking? Implanted chip, DNA signatures, pheromone concentration, psychic signature, little postcards with hints where your critter went. That information is also classif. Thwip, hey. Ghost Spider ignored him while she inspected the scanner she just snatched. Let's see, oh neat. Multiple scanning modes. Thermal, night vision, DNA. Wait, why is this scanning for radioactivity? Radioactivity. Umar, what the hell? You never said anything about these things being radioactive. You would be fine. The subjects don't give off enough for long-term damage unless I'm going to stop talking now. Umar tried clamming up. Ghost Spider wasn't having it. If you want this back, you better keep talking. She wiggled the scanner between her fingers. Careful with that. Umar made a grab for the scanner, which Ghost Spider avoided easily by simply jumping up onto one of the alley's walls. She wiggled the device tauntingly. So, you gonna talk? Umar shot a look at Nick, probably hoping he would also demand the scanner back, but Nick just smirked and gave an exaggerated shrug of his shoulders. The lab coat quickly slumped over in defeat. Okay, fine. But you need to swear that you never heard this from me, he insisted. Biotechnica was experimenting with variable phase nuclear radiation and its interaction with the metagene. But there was an accident and the program was shut down. After a 2-month observation period, all test subjects and resources were eventually moved to other projects. No one suspected there was anything special about them. 2 weeks ago, a truck rammed through a lab wall in an unrelated high-speed chase. Several of the lab rats escaped. 4 days ago, one of the subjects spontaneously manifested a meta-ability under signs of extreme stress. So now Biotechnica wants their rats back and doesn't want their competition knowing they're up for grabs. Nick concluded. But Ghost Spider wasn't so sure. If a big company wanted some test subject back, they wouldn't be relying on a researcher and his off-duty cop buddy. They would use internal employees only at the minimum. So what was this ability that has your bosses so interested, but not enough to give you a full team? Some minor increases in durability, small elemental displays, and the like, but the big one is the regeneration factor. Anything short of full dismemberment healed within weeks, if we could replicate that in humans. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Biotechnica would make a killing, but that wasn't what Ghost Spider focused on. You said elemental displays, she said seriously. What kind of elemental displays? Nothing much, Umar said nervously. Just some puffs of fire, hardly enough to do anything impressive. Ghost Spider glared at him. Unless something sets them off all at the same time in, say, an apartment building? I suppose that would be possible. You mean these are the things responsible for the random fires around the city? Nick shouted. That's it, I'm calling animal control. They can help us track these things down. You can't, Umar said quickly. The rats are connected somehow, and with the methods animal control uses for rats, it would definitely cause another incident if they were able to find them in the first place. It's why this needs to stay discreet. If every random person decided to catch one, it could set them all off constantly. Ghost Spider sighed. Of course they were. It didn't matter too much, she supposed. She was definitely going to have to stick her nose into this if the escaped rats were the cause of the random fires. Working with the AC would actually slow her down. Okay, this scanner. How do you use it? What's the range, and do you have more? She asked. And no, I was only able to borrow the one, Umar stammered. But why does that matter? Because I can cover a city block in the time it takes you two to check an alley. Ghost Spider replied. So you going to tell me how to work this, or am I going to have to figure it out on my own? Nick looked at his friend. Again, she has a point. The researcher slumped. Fine. We've wasted too much time as it is. I'll show you. Oh! Psychic, nuclear-powered rats, huh? That's a new one even for us. Nightwing muttered once Ghost Spider finished explaining everything she learned. Nice to see you're still tripping into interesting situations. Yeah, well, hopefully I trip over the test subjects too. Before a fire breaks out in a really crowded building. Ghost Spider replied. You think you guys will be able to help out? We'll keep an eye out for them definitely, but without more scanners we'll be looking for some very specific rats in Gotham. This Umar Khan guy give you anything else to identify them by? Nope. According to him they still look just like normal rats, at least until they light themselves on fire, anyway. Nightwing grumbled. Well, that's just fantastic. We'll just have to hope you get lucky then. It's not all bad news, Ghost Spider said. I was able to pull the scanning software off the device and onto a thumb drive. Probably won't be as good as the scanner Umar had, but we could load it into more generic scanners and comb the city that way. Nightwing interrupted. Not a bad idea. If you have the drive on you, Robin's patrolling around Market Street right now. If not, you can just hand it over next time we run into you. I've got it. I'll swing by in a sec. Ghost Spider answered. I'll let him know. And Nightwing ended the call. Bye to you too, Dick. Ghost Spider grumbled, dusting herself off and stowing her communicator before web-swinging away. Oh! A few frustrating days later, Ghost Spider had mostly given up on finding the escaped lab animals anytime soon. No more mysterious fires had sprung up, so her theory was that the escapees had found a safe hole somewhere they didn't feel threatened and weren't coming out for a while. She would keep an eye out for them, of course, but they simply couldn't be her main focus. That would be honoring her dad's memory by making sure everyday people could be safe from criminals, even in a city like Gotham. A siren in the distance got her attention, and she quickly angled her next web line to slingshot her way towards the disturbance, which turned out to be a high-speed chase between a muscle car and the police. She felt a surge of anticipation as she joined the chase, quickly pulling herself through the air until she caught up and eventually overtook the fleeing car. Another web line to the hood pulled her directly onto the speeding car and letting her come face to face with two very surprised men in black ski masks. "Hi, fellas. I think you missed your turn," Ghost Spider yelled over the wind. Tryouts for the city ski team were 2 streets back. The car swerved under her, and she had to brace herself to avoid kissing the hood. Okay. Snowboards are more your thing. You still need to stop and pull over." The car swerved again, and Ghost Spider got the impression the driver wasn't going to slow down like she asked. "All right, guys. You asked for it." Ghost Spider leaned over and shot a generous amount of webbing into the wheel wells. The tires squealed as the wheels locked up and the driver lost control, but Ghost Spider had intentionally chosen a stretch of road with no other cars or people around, so she wasn't that worried. A slight tingling of her spider sense let her know exactly when to jump off the hood of the car before the out-of-control vehicle crashed into a streetlight and came to a complete stop. A quick check showed that both men inside were a bit banged up, but besides a few bruises, completely fine and ready to be webbed up while she waited for the pursuing cop cars to catch up. The cops looked annoyed that she had stepped in to nab the two in the car, but accepted them anyway. Ghost Spider got the distinct impression that one of them was looking for an excuse to confront her though, considering how often his hand brushed over his gun and how he seemed interested in keeping her there as long as he could. Ghost Spider couldn't figure out the reason why either. He could have been taking bribes from someone in the crime families she helped take down. He could have a hatred of supers. Heck, it could be as simple as bruised pride from her catching the people he was chasing. But she didn't want to hang around long enough for him to do something stupid. So after a quick wave, she swung away, leaving the cops to do their work and for her to get back to her patrol. She also wanted to call the Bat family and see they had better luck or if there were any updates about the lab rats. "Oh, nothing on your end either, huh?" Batgirl was the one answering her call tonight. For all the good it seemed to do. "Not really. The scanning program you gave us was helpful, but they still only have a range of a few dozen feet at best," Batgirl replied. "Plus, we've been busy with something else lately." "Oh, yeah." Ghost Spider couldn't say she was surprised. With how much finding those rats depended on luck, she would have been very impressed if her friend hadn't moved on to other more visible incidents. Yep, a string of closed-door murders. All the victims were strangled like they were hung from something. But there are no places to do so and no signs the bodies were moved. All of them supposedly had ties to high-ranking crime bosses too. Ghost Spider hissed. That sounded suspiciously like someone cleaning house and sending a message at the same time. She didn't envy her friend in figuring those out, but she would still offer her aid if she needed it. Sounds disturbing. Any leads or clues? Just the same method of killing and a calling card, a literal card with a black spider on it. Batgirl answered. Nightwing is checking our databases for any matches, but that will take a while. Huh, he didn't mention anything like that to me when we talked last. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Batgirl said unconvincingly. Look, I'll let you know if we find anything about the escaped animals or need your help elsewhere. I mean it, Gwen. With Batman out of the city, Nightwing has been taking every problem that pops up onto his shoulders. He's not really thinking straight. Batgirl said. I was actually thinking about saying something but never felt like the timing was right. So, why don't we meet up tomorrow? We can talk about how to get our stubborn idiot of a friend's head screwed on right. Considering the alternative was waiting until Dick realized he was being a jerk and pulling his head out of his posterior by himself, something that often took weeks for him to do so, Ghost Spider was more than happy to agree to fast-tracking the process. Sure, where do you want to meet up? Ghost Spider, Chapter 34. So, why here? Gwen couldn't help asking as she poked at the greasy mess pretending to be a burger. Don't get her wrong, she was fine with a little grease and all. But there was a difference between a little grease and so much that the bun fell apart like wet bread when touched or leaked the stuff like a saturated sponge. Honestly, I haven't been here in a while, Barbara admitted as she pushed away her own nearly untouched meal. I remember their food being way better than this. Well, that was a shame, because Gwen had been looking forward to trying out all the specialty burgers on the menu. But if this is what she had to look forward to every time, well, there were other places she could clog her arteries without needing to drink her burger. Maybe she would come back later and see if this was just an off night some other time. So now what? We could, Gwen started as they walked out into the shopping center before a low beeping interrupted her. For the first time, the scanner she had borrowed from Dr. Khan had found one of the escaped rats in the area. The two girls looked at each other and silently came to an agreement. Gwen quickly reached for the scanner and started heading towards the direction the source of the signal was coming from, with Barbara following close behind. Somewhat concerningly was the fact the signal was getting stronger heading towards the center of the shopping center than one of the edges. Spontaneously self-igniting rodents seemed like a bad thing to mix around a lot of people. Unfortunately, the scanner could only give them a vague direction and whether they were getting closer or further from the source, and the one Barbara had on hand was actually worse, only detecting something in a radius without direction at all. So both girls needed to discreetly investigate every nook and cranny around them and most of the time hope that the escaped animal wasn't somewhere inconvenient like behind a locked door or inside a wall. Eventually they checked out and ultimately dismissed most of the buildings on the shopping strip, only to come across a likely place for the lab rat to be hiding. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," Gwen complained. Barbara weakly patted her on the shoulder. "I mean, it kinda makes sense. Whatever, let's just get this over with." The blonde muttered and entered the store. A cheerful tone rang out as the doors opened and a mostly disinterested worker turned to greet them. "Welcome to Pet Palace. Do you need help finding anything today?" Gwen smiled awkwardly and was about to say they were just looking around when Barbara took the lead and walked right up to him. "Yeah, hi. My friend there recently lost a pet rat, and we've been looking all over. Has anyone brought one in? Or one shown up suddenly?" Barbara asked in the same cheerful, friendly way that had effortlessly made her campus princess at college. It certainly had the same effect on a minimum-wage cashier jockey, because suddenly he was all smiles. "Oh, that's terrible. Do you have any photos or a description?" No, she didn't. Because Dr. Khan didn't think to photograph the lab animals, or if he did, he hadn't given them to her. It's a normal-looking rat," Gwen bluffed. "But they're chipped. I was worried about them getting out. I even got the scanner for it just in case." "Really? I didn't know they made scanners for pets like that." Thankfully, the guy didn't sound suspicious. More like he just wanted an excuse to keep talking to them. "I can walk you around and show you our rodent section if you want." Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Thanks, that'd be really helpful. It wasn't a particularly big store, so they were finished much faster than the cashier probably wanted, but none of the animals were the one they were looking for. In fact, the sensor was now showing the lab rat was moving further away from them. When Gwen mentioned this, their new cashier friend was kind enough to call the other worker still at the front and ask if anyone had just left with a rat. No one had, but someone had just purchased some rat food and walked out. Luckily, the other cashier noticed they had a lanyard for an animal hospital around their neck, which gave Gwen and Barbara a possible lead. Unfortunately for them, the cashier didn't make a note of which one it was. The two girls thanked both workers for their help and rushed out the door in hopes of catching whoever was just in the store in the parking lot, since the lab rat was probably in their car, but no luck. And since neither of them had any idea what the car looked like, Gwen couldn't duck out for a quick costume change and look that way. "Well, you know what this means, right?" Barbara asked, coming to the same conclusion. Gwen had an idea of what her friend had in mind, but in a desperate last effort of defiance said, "It's time to split up and see if we can catch up to them on the way to whatever animal hospitals that are around. You have a way to store the little guy if we find it with you?" Barbara asked. Gwen sighed and looked skyward, regretting her lack of personal vehicle right now. "No." "Then come on. I've got a cage in my car just in case I manage to come across one." We'll head over to the closest animal hospital and we can talk on the way. Sure, sounds great. Oh, Gwen was going to die. She had gone toe-to-toe with Killer Croc, lived through the Riddler's death trap, and even survived getting impaled by Metallo. But this was it. This was the end of the line. Red light. I know. Red light. Gwen, relax. Oh my god, brake. Brake. After going through the strict defensive driving courses her father insisted on, Gwen could admit she wouldn't ever be the fastest driver on the streets. Barbara, on the other hand, had decided to go the other route and learned exactly how far she could push her car to go without doing anything blatantly illegal. Being in the same car Barbara was driving was terrifying before Gwen got powers, and she avoided it whenever possible. Now it was nightmarish as her spider sense seemed to go off every 5 seconds, and there wasn't much she could do about it except just hold on and hope they didn't hit anything. A long, white-knuckled trip later, they arrived at Memorial Animal Hospital, and Gwen had to hold herself back from dramatically throwing herself out of the car and kissing the solid, unmoving pavement at the miracle of making it there unharmed. She managed it, though, if only because any sudden movements risked her losing her lunch. It had been bad enough the first time. She wasn't about to see what it was like the second go-around. We're here. Let's check the place out and see if they have our rat. Barbara said casually, as if she hadn't nearly killed them both several times on the way here. Gwen quickly followed after, eager to get away from the four-wheeled death trap. Too bad we didn't get a chance to talk about what to do with Dick. I forgot how jumpy you are with cars. Gwen glared at the redhead's back. She wasn't jumpy, Barbara just drove like she was in an action movie. Unnecessary close calls and all. We can do that later, she said instead. Let's just hope this is the place. I'd like to avoid a hospital going up in flames because of a superpowered rat. I don't think their insurance would cover that. It might, you never know. Unfortunately, no one at the hospital had come in with a rat, and the scanners hadn't picked up anything either. It was possible that they simply missed the person by getting here before them, or they were heading home rather than the hospital itself. But it was currently their only lead, which meant it was currently back to the car and off to another in search of their target. It took another 2 tries before they picked up the signal again, and by that point the sun was sitting low in the horizon, which shouldn't have mattered since this one was a 24-hour place. But they were getting stonewalled by a receptionist that was refusing to even let them inside without proof of ownership or records of exactly what they were looking for. Which was something of a problem when they didn't have anything like that. Well, now what? Barbara asked as they headed out into the parking lot. We can't exactly call in the cavalry here without letting everyone know what's going on. But I really don't want to just hope our rodent friend just stays calm enough to not burn the place down in the meantime. Gwen shrugged. I mean, we tried it the nice, proper way. I think now we try being a little more direct. Oh, you know I would have gone in with you. Wouldn't be the first time I needed to break into a hospital for something. Barbara's voice crackled in Ghost Spider's ear. The spider-themed hero stayed silent until the people passing under her turned a corner. True, but why bother when I can scope out the whole place while invisible? Besides, if something goes wrong you'll be in perfect position to help out without someone asking awkward questions. Barbara grumbled at that, but couldn't come up with a counter, so Ghost Spider continued crawling along the ceiling, periodically checking rooms and other hallways for changes in the scanner. Several minutes of snooping around later, Ghost Spider found what looked like a kennel with a rat sleeping in a cage. A quick check of the scanner confirmed that this was one of the lab rats they were looking for, and soon after that Ghost Spider was out the window carrying her target in a pet carrier she found in the room and on her way to Barbara's car. For being such a pain in the ass to track down, at least you're a heavy sleeper, she told the little guy as she stowed it in the back seat. 1 rodent down. Several more to go. Oh, good, you found one. Dr. Khan cheered as he nervously fluttered around the cage. Remarkably, it seemed when the rats were comfortable they were incredibly lazy things. Unless it was just this rat in particular. But Ghost Spider wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Even finding this one had been more luck than anything. Yeah, 1 down, some number of them left to go, she said as she passed off the tiny arsonist. Speaking of, how many of these things are out there, Doc? HM? With this one only 9 others are still out there. The man said distractedly, most of his focus on the sleeping rat. And please hurry in finding them. The sooner, the better. If someone else finds them. Yeah, don't worry. We'll find them before they can cause a panic. Yes, that is important too. Ghost Spider, Chapter 35. Gwen's Thursday night plans of staying in, watching TV, filtering police reports of incidents for anything that might need her personal touch, and steadily making her way through a gallon of chocolate ice cream were interrupted by a sudden phone call from Barbara. Gotham's newest vigilante had no issue answering and nodding along with her friend's small talk and other pleasantries for a while. Partially because the longer Barbara talked, the more ice cream Gwen could dig through, and partially because she knew the redhead was working her way up to asking for a favor. They had just seen each other the other day, and Barbara wasn't calling their work phones, so it had nothing to do with hero work. So, are you busy on Saturday? Barbara finally gave in and asked when it became clear Gwen wasn't going to ask why she called. Don't think so. Why? I need a favor. Called it. This weekend is the Wayne Foundation charity dinner, but, my +1 kinda had to cancel last minute. Any chance you wanna go? Gwen pulled the phone away from her ear and stared at it in shock. Wait, you want me to go to a fancy dinner party with a bunch of rich people I don't know and do small talk? She said once she got back on the phone. You do realize I don't fit in there, like, at all? I mean, yeah, it's not your normal crowd or anything, but it's for a good cause, and it would help me out. Why do you even need a +1? Just go by yourself or take Dick if you really need someone. Gwen said. Hell, take Tim. Tim's got a school thing going on and Dick's already going. Barbara explained. And I need another girl so when I get stuck in some boring conversation someone can come rescue me without people assuming something and making a big deal out of it. Nope, no way. I have way better things to do than that. You just said you weren't busy. Changed my mind. Because there is no way you are going to convince me to attend some fancy party for no reason. Oh! Gwen smiled at the waiter as she accepted a flue of sparkling cider. I can't believe you convinced me to be here. She hissed at Barbara standing next to her. The redhead smiled blandly back, but Gwen could see the malicious amusement in her eyes. That's what you get for being easy to bribe. Gwen couldn't even argue that. All it took for her to agree was for Barbara to offer her some custom components made through the same channels the rest of the Bat family's gear came from. Components that Gwen could theoretically make with a lot of time and effort, but there was no way she could make dozens of tiny metal frames and pieces for the trackers, cameras, and listening devices she wanted at the same rate as whatever machines Batman used for his own stuff. So yes, Gwen had folded pretty quickly after that. Cheer up, Barbara said, nudging her with an elbow. It's only for a few hours. And it's not like either of us actually have to talk to anyone here. Well. As if provoked by those words, two of the other guests made a beeline right for the girls. Worse, Gwen actually recognized one of them. It was the same exec that kept giving her a hard time over at Wayne Entertainment, Mrs. Collins. If it isn't little Barbara Gordon. The man next to Gwen's business enemy continued. It's been some time, how's your father? Mr. Zeus. Barbara smiled back. And Dad's just fine. I think he was near the buffet table if you were looking for him. No. The dark-haired man waved her off. Meredith here was just talking to me about some new projects coming out of Wayne Entertainment that she's excited about, and I thought it would be nice to spread the news around the younger generation. Get some word-of-mouth advertising going on, you understand. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. It's the newest project coming out of our mobile gaming division. Mrs. Collins said. A lot of younger talents have worked really hard on it, including my own son. He's put so much work into it that I want it to be a success. Gwen looked at the exec in confusion. Was she just pretending to not know her? And if this was the project she was thinking of, didn't she hand over the final version of the code a few days ago? The only thing anyone else contributed were a few animations and music files. Really? What's it called? Barbara asked, innocently, which instantly made Gwen suspicious. Maybe I've already heard of it? Gwen here is a game designer with Wii and was working on something pretty recently. Maybe it's even the same game? Mrs. Collins froze and seemed to actually see Gwen for the first time. Her mouth quickly set into a small frown, though she did her best to hide it. Could be. Mr. Zeus exclaimed. Meredith did say her son had an excellent team under him. Did you work on the raid project, miss? Gwen did her best to turn her grimace into something resembling a smile. Gwen Stacy, and yeah, I did some work on it. I'm the lead designer and programmer for it after all. Yes, she had decided to introduce Raid to the world. A game that if properly managed had the potential to spread like a disease and hang around for years. Part of her felt guilty knowing that soon ads for the thing would pop up everywhere, but the passive income was too tempting to ignore. Lead designer? But I thought. Mr. Zeus started before Mrs. Collins interrupted him. Let's not spend too much time talking business, she said quickly. And Jen, I had no idea you attended these types of events. They seem a little dash. She made a motion towards the random department store dress and leggings Gwen was wearing. Out of your comfort zone. I didn't recognize you in that. Gwen is here as a favor to me. Barbara jumped in. The person I intended to bring canceled last minute and she was nice enough to come instead. It's always nice to have people willing to help you out. Mr. Zeus smiled. Now Gwen, I'm curious, how much of the raid project were you involved in? Do you think? Maxie, let's not bother them too much. Mrs. Collins interrupted again, not so subtly pulling the man away. Let them enjoy their night. I'm sure Jen would be happy to talk with you about our game some other time. I'll have Sarah give you her contact information. It's Gwen. Gwen corrected. Of course, my apologies. Well, Meredith is right. I wouldn't want to bore you with work talk when you came to enjoy yourselves, Mr. Zeus said, moving past the building tension. And Miss Stacy, do expect a call. I'm sure someone with your skills could do great things for me. There was something off about how he phrased that last part, but Gwen could only wave goodbye as the pair left and wonder exactly what had just happened. Well, that was fun. What was fun? Gwen turned to see Dick had made his way over to them while they were busy talking with the other two. Meredith Collins is still trying to steal credit for Gwen's newest game and diminish her involvement. Barbara explained, making the blonde look between them. Wait, did you know this was a thing? We didn't want to say anything because we didn't want you holding a grudge against her specifically and ruining your chances of producing your other games. Dick explained. I thought that Barbara was going to explain that to you. I meant to, but forgot when we got distracted with our rodent problem. The redhead winced. And then it looked like she stopped, so I thought she dropped it. Looks like she just started trying to push credit to other people unofficially instead of actively working against Gwen. So what? They were just not going to tell her there was a problem because nothing came up from it. No, that wasn't really fair. They actually had kept an eye on it until it looked like nothing that would hurt her was going on despite neither of them actually working for Wayne Entertainment. And it wasn't like she updated them on every little thing she looked into either. Actually, speaking of our rodent problem, I found 3 more of them. Gwen informed them. Really? That's good news. Only 6 more to go. Dick mused before shaking his head. Not the time to be thinking about that. How are you two enjoying the event? Neither Gwen nor Barbara had anything bad to say about the dinner. The food was good, the music was the bland instrumentals you would expect to give background noise but not be distracting during a conversation, and the waitstaff expertly moved between groups without getting in the way. Barbara was probably used to it in some way, but Gwen felt distinctly out of place with how refined everything was. The 3 of them made light small talk, and for a while it reminded Gwen of how they used to be before Dick decided to make an ass of himself constantly. Of course that couldn't last, because as the conversation went on Dick started to act shifty. Just small things like constantly shifting from foot to foot like he wanted to move somewhere else, little glances at her when he thought she wasn't watching. And the main one that got progressively worse was shutting down conversations until the 3 were starting to see awkward silences pop up more and more. Gwen wasn't stupid and quickly realized Dick wanted to talk to Barbara alone, but if he was going to act like that, she was going to make him say it. Dick actually held out longer than she expected, but eventually it came anyway. Hey Gwen, do you mind if I speak to Babs in private? League stuff, you understand. She didn't. But this wasn't the place to lose her temper. So instead, she plastered an extremely fake smile on her face, said goodbye to Barbara, and walked out to the balcony for some fresh air. Oh! Barbara watched as an utterly pissed Gwen walked out of the room before she turned back to Dick. All right, Grayson, what is it? And make it quick because the whole "I'm working on being friends again, then pushing Gwen away every chance I get" routine got old a long time ago. And I'm done begging Gwen to give you more chances. She did get a measure of satisfaction watching him flinch at her words, but not enough to humor him for long. Talk quickly. I need your help getting Gwen out of the city for a while, Dick said immediately. I finally got a match for our calling card murderer, Black Spider, a member of the League of Shadows. He's the one behind them. Dick, I swear to God, if you think Gwen has anything to do with... Give me some credit, I know wherever she got her training it wasn't with a group of assassins. He interrupted. But I think someone put a hit out on her specifically and Black Spider is in town to do the job. Either because someone has a sick sense of humor or because he took issue with her theme. Barbara relaxed a bit knowing Dick hadn't completely lost his mind, but still raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you just tell her that? Because I don't think she's ready to tangle with criminals on that level out for her specifically. He replied. I'll admit she's done pretty good so far, but even Bruce needs to take the shadows seriously, and we usually team up when we run into them. One of them going for her on her own? I don't like the odds. Okay, so again, why don't you just tell her? Look, I'm not totally stupid, all right? Dick sighed and rubbed his forehead. If I tell her I don't think she can handle it, she's going to take it as an insult, dig her heels in, and go looking for the shadows herself. That did sound like something Gwen would do, Barbara had to admit. And unfortunately, she couldn't really dismiss Dick's concern. Even if Gwen beat Black Spider, if they didn't find the ones that put out the hit in the first place, the shadows would keep coming. And they only needed to succeed once. Barbara opened her mouth to reply, but was interrupted when the doors to the dining hall were blown off their hinges and a group of armed men rushed in and held the attendees at gunpoint. What do we have here? A voice rasped from the other side of the door. Barbara watched the man walk in. If you only looked at his right side, you would see a classically handsome man with a charming smile, short slicked-back black hair, and an air of refined confidence. But if you looked at his left, it was the opposite. Wild white hair, deformed discolored skin, and an almost permanent snarl gave him a monstrous appearance, the difference only heightened considering he wore a white and black suit, shirt, and tie with the colors inverted perfectly down the middle. The rich and fortunate all gathered here to share their bounty with the needy. He continued, flipping and catching a coin as he walked. I wonder though, is it out of goodwill? Or just the opportunity to lord their wealth over others? He viciously snatched the coin out of the air and held it up so Barbara could see the deep scratches scaring the coin's face. Let's find out, shall we? Two-Face had apparently decided to crash the party. Goes Spider. Chapter 36. Barbara cursed under her breath as Two-Face minions rounded up everyone in the event and herded them into the middle of the banquet hall's floor. Neither she or Dick had been able to slip away without someone drawing attention to them, which meant they hadn't been able to send a call for help. The only silver lining was that Barbara hadn't seen Gwen get dragged in like some of the others, so there was hope that she was working on a plan to help them out, if she hadn't just left the event early after she stormed out, that is. All either of them could do for now without putting everyone here at risk was to keep their heads down and wait for an opportunity to slip away or call Tim for help. Luckily, Two-Face henchmen weren't the best at stopping people from slipping away. As long as she and Dick kept their heads down. Well, if it isn't little Barbara Gordon. Barbara's hopes of quietly slipping away died a quiet death as Two-Face picked her out of the crowd. Haven't seen you since you were running around behind your daddy's back terrorizing the department. How's your old man doing? Barbara felt something inside her twist at the question. Unlike several of the villains that she and the Bat family regularly put in Arkham, Two-Face didn't really have a motivation for crime besides being genuinely insane. He didn't have the OCD compulsion of the Riddler to prove himself mentally superior to anyone, the obsession in Scarecrow to experiment on people, or the madness that was the Joker. He just lost all rationality regarding the morality of his thoughts and actions after the incident that scarred his face and the following murder of his wife. To the point that shaking someone's hand or brutally punching them in the face as a greeting were about the same thing to him, and he relied almost entirely on the flip of a coin to break the deadlock between the two. Which meant occasionally you got moments like this, where Barbara could look past the scarred left side and remember the family friend they had in Harvey Dent, the man that was almost a surrogate uncle to her. He's doing well. Really excited about taking in the head of the Falcone. Yeah, Jim always was one of the good ones. Two-Face said while casually flipping a coin. Too bad I can't let you go, he said after checking the result. It'd be a shame if you had to die. And then there were moments where it was really obvious that man wasn't the same as the one in front of her anymore. Die? What do you mean? You see, most of the people here couldn't give two shakes about charity or whatever. They'll throw money around, go to parties, and talk a bunch, but at the end of the day, couldn't care less about the poor and unfortunate. So I decided that they should have a taste of what it's like to lose everything. He held up his signature coin so the shiny head side was facing Barbara. They either get shaken down for everything on them and then we'll let them go. While he was talking, another one of his henchmen rolled in a cart with an easily identifiable bomb on it, the electronic timer already counting down. Two-Face rotated the coin so the scarred side of the double-headed coin was visible. Or they get to know exactly what it's like to see your life go up in smoke. Oh! Gwen was still fuming mad when she stepped out onto the balcony after being chased off by Dick. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Once again, the original Boy Wonder had done a wonderful job of sticking his foot in mouth, and Gwen wasn't sure what was worse. The fact Dick kept pushing her away and seemed intent on doing so no matter how many times she gave him another chance. Or that now he was using the JL as cover just so he could send her off without sounding like a complete jackass. At least Barbara seemed to be just as done with his attitude as she was, even though she didn't say anything to support her either. This would be so much easier if I didn't care about them, Gwen muttered. It was actually something that really bothered her. Sure, Dick was being a really crappy friend, and they definitely didn't have the best relationship at the moment. But he was also one of the 3 people in her life that was more than a passing acquaintance. She didn't want to keep doing the same circle of suspicion again and again, but she couldn't think of a way to put the matter to rest for good. Maybe I should get out of Gotham for a bit? Take a vacation somewhere sunny and just relax for a few days. After they sorted out the lab rat situation, obviously. But the more she thought about it, the more Gwen liked the idea of a vacation. Of course she had to get through tonight first. Or did she? She had only come as a favor to Barbara and she'd done that. There was nothing stopping her from just going home and doing anything else. And now that she calmed down a bit, that sounded like a much better use of her time. If Barbara didn't like it, well, Gwen didn't really care about that at the moment. Right, tell Barbara I'm leaving and then swing on home. She muttered, moving back to the door. Only to stop and duck back when a man with a gun stalked past, shoving the partygoers into the middle of the room. Is that Two-Face? Now Gwen had a problem. Dick and Barbara obviously hadn't been able to slip away since the blonde could see them right next to the villain, and she wasn't in a position to get the drop on any of the minions. In fact, most of them would be shooting through the crowd of hostages if Gwen just burst through the door. She was going to need some help with this one. Luckily, she did have her phone on her, so calling the police was on the table. Two-Face probably had someone watching for activity, but that would get his men moving back towards the main entrances. Gwen could suit up and sneak in while they were rushing to reposition. Whoops, can't have you doing that. An unexpected voice startled her as some kind of thick orange goop covered both her hands and her phone. This is a private event, invite only, you see? Who? Gwen looked up where the goop came from and saw a man in a dark close-fitting uniform with goggles covering his eyes clinging to a wall. She almost wanted to yell at him for copyright infringement, but that would definitely give away her secret identity. Just your friendly neighborhood assassin, Black Spider at your service. The dark parody of Spider-Man replied with a bow. Gwen knew the name. A low-level assassin/thief that worked for the League of Shadows. But from what she knew, he should have only been a normal human with some kind of grappling hooks in the wrists of his suit. Was her memory wrong? An alternate version she didn't know of? Either one was possible, she supposed, but what was he doing here? Now then, you might be asking yourself what someone like me is doing covering for some 2-bit mob boss's mistakes, right? It's pretty simple. I've got a copycat to deal with and she's been ignoring my calls. Thought she would be better tied into underworld gossip, or maybe she just doesn't care about gangsters biting it. But I figure a cute little college girl making the news during something like this, that'll bring her out. Gwen slowly backed away. You're talking about Ghost Spider, aren't you? Why stop me making a call then? Seems like the kind of thing a hero would show up for. But then I have to deal with her, the cops, and maybe the Bats kids all at the same time. Black Spider shrugged. I'm looking for something a little more one-on-one. Besides, I want her coming to me pissed off and at a location I chose. He continued. Don't really see how kidnapping me helps with that, Gwen said as her back hit the railing behind her. I don't exactly know her or have her on speed dial. Well, yeah, kidnapping you wouldn't help with that, Black Spider said, and Gwen got a bad feeling. But ruining her heroic image by letting a hostage die because she failed to save someone? The media won't let her live it down. The assassin swapped out something on his wrist and aimed it at her. So help a guy out and make sure a lot of people see the webs when you get to the ground floor, would ya? The color was a pain to match. More of Black Spider's knock-off web fluid hit Gwen in a few places, her chest, a leg, and her hands so that it covered up the orange stuff, and with a quick leap, Black Spider was in front of her, shoving her over the railing. Son of a... Gwen cursed before the wind stole her voice and she found herself plummeting from a skyscraper. Oh! As she fell through the air, Gwen didn't know whether to curse her luck that an assassin wanted to kill her as a way to draw out her own alter ego or bless it, because if this happened to almost anyone else, they surely would have died. Heck, when a few quick tugs failed to tear the stuff covering her hands, even Gwen would have been in trouble if her webs absolutely had to come out of her hands. Thankfully for her, she thought as the Clintar suit spread to cover her body, she wasn't limited to just her hands. A web line shot from her foot and Ghost Spider was able to pull herself close enough to the building that she could slide to a stop, even if she bounced a few times on the way down thanks to the awkwardness of her hands being tied up. Okay, dragged out to some stupid rich person charity dinner, practically thrown out of the group of people I actually know there, and then literally thrown out by an assassin with a grudge. That's it, I'm definitely taking that vacation, she muttered to herself as she worked to get her hands free. But first, I've got some payback to extract, some friends to rescue, and a mob boss to take down. Ghost Spider, Chapter 37. The first thing Ghost Spider did after freeing her hands was to try getting a call out to the police. While they might not be able to do much about the supervillain holding the charity event hostage, and they definitely wouldn't be able to do much against the assassin that threw her off the building, getting the word out would put more pressure on the henchmen. Hopefully that would give Barbara and Dick an opening to slip away and suit up or get the civilians out of the way. But it was no good. She could rip the imitation web fluid off her hands easily enough, but it wasn't coming off her phone unless she was willing to snap it in half in the process. On my own then, she decided. Just little ol' me against a bunch of goons, a man in desperate need of some facial cream, and a rip-off, third-party assassin. No sweat. Now she just needed to figure out the best way to approach a hostage situation. Ironically, her preferred method of going in through a window or upper floor was probably more expected in this city considering who the supervillains were used to going up against, so Ghost Spider was going to need to use the normal entrances to keep the element of surprise. Too bad they probably shut down the music system, because this calls for a ballroom blitz. Oh! Whenever one of Gotham's supervillains went looking for the bodies they needed to pull off whatever scheme went through their mind, there was a certain type that seemed to gather around each one. Sadists or those with a fascination for watching people lose themselves in fear often worked with Scarecrow. Crooks that liked elaborate plots or schemes often tried to get hired by the Riddler. The more mercenary ones only out for a paycheck were usually picked up by Mr. Freeze. And only the really crazy or desperate regularly worked with the Joker. But for the criminals that preferred the mafia style of henchwork, they usually gravitated around either the Penguin, Black Mask, or Two-Face in order of how likely they were to be killed by their own boss if they botched a job. What this meant for men like Terry was that when they lost contact with a few groups that missed their radio check-in, he didn't bother asking where they were or sending someone to check on them. He told everyone else to be on the lookout for whichever hero had poked their head into this mess and when to check the security cameras they had taken over. He could only grumble at the fact that the cameras were more for keeping an eye on normal people getting into areas they weren't supposed to be, and not on the places one of those costumed freaks would sneak around, but it was better than nothing. As he cycled through the various screens, he was shocked to see that whichever hero this was had already cleared out several more groups since he raised the alarm. Whoever this was, they were fast. And they weren't nearly as concerned about being stealthy as the bats tended to be, going by the hopefully not dead bodies covered in something he couldn't make out on the screen just laying out in the open. Group G, our unexpected guest just cleared out the floor below you. Keep an eye out, he said into a walkie-talkie. Will do. Turgot eyes on. Hold on. What the fuck was that? Shit. Shoot it. Shoot the og. Terry could only watch in disbelief as some black and white thing burst through the doors to the floor below fast enough the camera couldn't get it in focus. Its arms shot some kind of white stuff that disappeared off screen before anyone in Group G could move, and then it blurred forward right towards them. Some of the more alert guys tried to get their guns up, but were swallowed by more of that white stuff and thrown aside like they were nothing. They weren't even safe once the blur went past them. More of those white tendril things appeared and swallowed the few henchmen that escaped the first round. Terry stared open-mouthed at what he just saw. In less than 5 seconds, something had torn through a group of guys before they could get off a shot, and left them covered and wriggling in whatever that white stuff was, completely helpless. Shit, for all he knew they were being digested alive by that white stuff, and that thing was hunting for more food. He swallowed heavily, stuffing the images of the horror movie he watched last night out of his mind, and reached for the walkie-talkie again. Whatever that thing was, he had to let the boss know he was going to have company soon. And then he was going to think long and hard about his career choices if it meant dealing with not only the bat, but aliens or demons or whatever emissary of hell that was as well. Oh! Despite the seriousness of the situation, Ghost Spider was enjoying the adrenaline rushing through her veins as she did some pretty aggressive parkour through the building. She usually preferred to be more personal in her crime fighting, bantering at the bad guys, sneaking around and taking them by surprise, going hand-to-hand with a group of goons, and all things like that. But there was just something thrilling about relying on only her reflexes, her webs, and just pure speed to take down group after group of baddies. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Another webline shot out and snagged a fancy-looking banister. A swift tug later, and Ghost Spider could feel herself speed up just a little more. Something she needed to correct for when she almost missed a turn and nearly slammed into a wall. Instead, she quickly shot out another line and used it to almost drift over the marble floors in a tight arc that had her speeding down the last halfway before the ballroom the hostages were at. It might not be the most noble thing to feel when so many people were in danger, but Ghost Spider couldn't help but feel giddy at going all out for once. Oh! Two-Face caught the coin he just flipped and checked the result, completely ignoring the terrified pleas of the man in front of him. Shake him down for everything he's got and throw him with the others. And bring the next. Barbara glared as another guest was dragged forward and clenched her fist, but ultimately held off from doing anything. There was still no way to slip out without one of the henchmen noticing. At the rate things were going, either she or Dick was going to have to cause a scene and hope something gave them an opening. Preferably without getting someone hurt. It wasn't anywhere close to optimal, but it might be the only chance they got. She glanced towards the balcony, especially since Gwen either somehow hadn't noticed the commotion going on inside or had actually left after they had driven her off. You see a way out yet? Dick leaned forward a bit and whispered in her ear. 'Cause the only ideas I have are kinda risky. Barbara sighed. No, same for me. We might not have a choice though. Yeah. In that case I'll cause a distraction and you slip away? You can deal with the bomb faster than I could anyway. The benefit of working together for years was that neither one of them needed to ask about details to the plan once they had decided on the roles. They had practiced this kind of thing enough that they practically knew what the other was about to do just by the way they were moving. So when Dick began to move to a place to cause his distraction, Barbara was already tensing in preparation to slip away before anyone could notice. But right before they could make a move, the doors to the ballroom were kicked open. Barbara's hopes rose that Gwen had finally noticed the situation and was about to intervene, only to come crashing down when the man walking in was very obviously not her friend. It also didn't take her longer than an instant to recognize the costumed man as Black Spider, the very assassin Dick had been hoping to stop Gwen from running into. Still not done? You guys sure are slow. I already finished my business and saved your butts in the process. Your goons managed to miss a girl on the balcony outside. Don't worry though, I took care of her for you. The assassin said as he swaggered into the room. The redhead's heart nearly stopped. Took care of her? Did he mean Gwen? Barbara knew the blonde was much stronger than she appeared, but despite that she didn't seem to be much more durable than a normal human. Sure, she seemed insanely hard to actually hit, but the times with Killer Croc and especially Metallo proved she wasn't nearly as durable. A single bad hit would be just as fatal for Gwen as it would be on her. Had he managed to surprise Gwen before she even knew he was there? What did he use? Poison? A gun? The questions just kept spiraling out of control. While Barbara was trying to get her thoughts back in order, Two-Face had moved to confront the Black Spider. And considering Dent's massive frame, he had no problem towering over the much smaller assassin. I hired you for your skills, not your opinion, Bug. Do your job or I'll snap you in half, hear me? Sure thing, boss man. Black Spider agreed lightly, holding his hands up in mock surrender. But considering I gave the girl you missed an express elevator to the ground floor, cops are probably on their way. Just saying. Ironically, after hearing that a professional assassin had thrown her friend off a 13-story building, Barbara calmed down a bit. Of all the ways to try killing Gwen, that was probably one of the worst ways to go about it in a city. Which meant Gwen was likely fine and working on how to help them. Which meant she and Dick needed to be on the lookout for Ghost Spider making an entrance. But since she probably knew both Black Spider and Two-Face were here, Barbara was expecting her friend to take a more subtle, stealthy approach. The ballroom doors slammed open again as a black and white tornado sped into the room, flinging webs all over the place. In less than 5 seconds, every single gun in sight had been covered in the stuff or ripped out of the gangsters' hands. And Barbara had to admire the amount of skill and precision it had taken. Not to mention with all the gangsters focused on the new addition, it should have been the perfect time for her and Dick to slip away and change into costume. But now that Ghost Spider had stopped moving, Barbara had frozen because her spider-themed friend looked wrong. For one, the previously predominantly white suit was now much more black and red, with what looked like teeth rimming the hood over her friend's head. That, combined with the much more pronounced musculature and clawed fingers, would have been concerning to say the least, but it didn't do justice to the changes to Ghost Spider's face. The oversized, red-rimmed eyes were still there, narrowed in almost laser-like focus at both Two-Face and Black Spider, but instead of the blank mask, a large toothy maw stretched nearly from ear to ear in a demonic smile that sent chills down Barbara's spine. Gwen had mentioned her suit was based on an alien species that bonded with a host, and Barbara had seen it change based on hunger before. Was she losing control of it? Or worse, was it starting to take her over? Oh! Ghost Spider could practically feel the adrenaline pumping through her veins like living lighting as she faced down the two responsible for tonight's incident. It felt incredible. In fact, she wasn't sure that there had been a time in her life that she had felt this good. But reveling in this feeling could wait until after she dealt with a gangster with a dermatology problem and an assassin with inadequacy issues. So, I heard that there were some party crashers in need of a beatdown. And I figured I could donate my time for a good cause. Doing charity work at a charity function sounds like a good way to spend an evening. Ghost Spider bantered, her voice rumbling oddly in her chest, something to think about later. She was probably just a little out of breath from rushing up here. What do you say, boys? Up for a dance? What the hell is that? Hey, who called in the free show? Black Spider exclaimed, pointing at her. Well, that was just rude. You're hurting my feelings, little spider. After you went and made such a public call for my attention too. Ghost Spider hissed. But that's fine, I'll deal with you after I handle your friend. So how about it, Harvey, left or right? Which side am I going to have to break before you give up? Unknown to the spider-themed heroine, her toothy grin widened inhumanly and glistened with saliva. Even Two-Face blanched at the sight. For once, both halves of Harvey Dent's ruined mind fully agreed on something. They needed to get away from whatever demon this was before it decided to eat them. The gangster dropped everything he was holding and turned to run, only to trip as white ropes tangled up his feet and began dragging him backwards. Two-Face began to desperately tear at the webs around his legs, but every time he managed to rip some of it away, Ghost Spider shot more webs at him until he was just a white cocoon wriggling on the ground. Ghost Spider looked up from the helpless supervillain and scanned the room for the second, ignoring the scared and oddly silent hostages from the charity dinner. Barbara or Dick could take care of them. She needed to find the assassin. But while Ghost Spider had been almost entirely focused on Two-Face, Black Spider had decided running away was the better part of valor and vanished out the same balcony he had thrown her off minutes before. Well, he wasn't getting away from her that easily. She gave the charity guests one last eye smile before tearing out of the room and going after the similarly themed assassin. Oh! The very next day, all the news stations could report about was the attack on the Wayne Foundation charity dinner, and how the bomb threat was heroically thwarted by the combined efforts of Police Commissioner's daughter, Barbara Gordon, and Police Academy trainee Richard Grayson, after Two-Face and his henchmen had been incapacitated. That was immediately followed by several pictures of a monstrous-looking Ghost Spider and pointed questions about the exact nature of Gotham's most recent vigilante. Theories ranged from experimental bioweapon to shape-shifting alien to demon out of hell, but every consulted expert agreed Ghost Spider was clearly unstable and dangerous. Their recommendation was to demand assistance from the Justice League to contain the threat before innocents got hurt. As of yet, no response from the League had been received, but local politicians promised that they would focus on bringing in Ghost Spider and making sure she was harmless to the public.